Part 3. Abraxas, Abraxaster, and Abraxoid gems. The Agathodemon worship. There was a time, says M. Matter with much force, when it was from Judaism, especially from the Kabbalah and the system of Philo, that people sought to derive the great transition of the human mind from the ancient into the modern world, a revolution in which so important a part is played by Gnosticism. So far as regards the explanation of the writings and the understanding of the views given by Origen, Irenaeus, and the other fathers upon Gnosticism, the Jewish element still retains its ancient preeminence. But in the case of the tangible monuments come down to us from the Gnostics themselves, we ought henceforth to be fully convinced that it is in the antiquities of Egypt we must look for our chief information. And if the ideas, terminology, and symbols of Judaism, that is, of the Kabbalah, have lent certain doctrines to this system, yet it is Egyptian art that has furnished it with the greatest part of its symbols. This grand development of the old wisdom of Egypt in a new phase is the most conspicuously exhibited in that very numerous class of engraved gems, popularly and indiscriminately called Abraxas, Basiladon, and Gnostic stones, almost the sole production of the expiring glyptic art during the last 2 centuries of the Western Empire. But contrary to the generally received notion concerning their nature, a careful study of their numerous subdivisions has fully convinced me that only a very small minority amidst their multitude present any traces of the influence of Christian doctrines, being for the most part the fruit of religious ideas which had flourished long before the first dawn of Christianity. An important portion, indeed, originating in the primitive Egyptian mythology, have more connection with magic and medicine than with any religious object, and their employment as talismans establishes for them a higher antiquity than belongs to the real Abraxas gems, the date of whose origin is historically ascertained. The subject, therefore, will be more conveniently approached by considering in the first place the Agathodemon, Chnufis, or Chnef figures, often named Dracontia, and erroneously attributed to the Ophites and such like semi-Christian sects as their actual inventors. It cannot, however, be denied that although these last-named sectaries did not invent this emblem, yet that they generally adopted it for their distinguishing badge, or, to use their technical word, seal. And this circumstance leads to a remark which, applying to all talismans alike, may aptly serve for preface to the following dissertation upon their several classes. In the primitive nature worship of the Old World, all religion consisted in the deification of the great visible powers of the universe. The supreme beings therefore belonged to the present world. Consequently, all the blessings they could confer were limited to this life. The means, of whatever kind, supposed to secure the goodwill of these powers had for object tangible blessings alone: wealth, peace, long life, posterity, in fact all those rewards promised by Moses to the obedient Israelites. The engraved stones under consideration, being legacies of this older religion, were designed to secure temporal, not spiritual benefits to the wearers. The latter were not even dreamed of by people holding the belief mors ultima linea rerum est. This fact explains why so many of the Gnostic gems are in reality no more than medicinal agents and prescribed by physicians, heathen and Christian alike, in their regular practice, from Nechepsos down to Alexander Trallianus. On the other hand, the true Gnostics, whose sole profession was the knowledge of the other world, when they applied to the doctrines of the ancient religion the same method of interpretation that the Kabbalists had used for Moses and the prophets, of which the Pistis Sophia has left us such ingenious specimens, subjected all the productions of the former creed to the same Procrustean torture, and consequently availed themselves of these same symbols, nay more, continued to manufacture them in their own sense of their import. The Agathodemon, good genius, whose very name furnishes the reason why he should be chosen to figure on an ornament intended to defend its wearer from all disease and mischance, is depicted as a huge serpent having the head of a lion surrounded by a crown of 7 or 12 rays, components conspicuously announcing that he is the embodiment of the idea of the sun god. This figure is usually accompanied, either on obverse or reverse, with its proper title, written variously Hnouvis, Hnufis, and Hnoumis, accordingly as the engraver fancied he could best master that difficulty to the Greek mouth, the true sound of our letter B. This name Salmasius considers as a rendering of the Coptic Hnouv, gold, and hence explains another title which sometimes takes its place, Holchnouvis, as all golden. Jablonski, however, derives the word more plausibly from Honoum, good, and is, spirit, and thus makes Agathodaemon to be the literal translation of the name. This last had become, in the 3rd century, the popular name for the hooded snake of Egypt. Lampridius has Heliogabalus Egyptios dracunculos Rome habuit, quos illi Agathodaemonas vocant. This kind was the uraeus, to be seen commonly on Egyptian monuments, where it is the badge of royalty placed upon the head of the sovereign. It is the Haji Hasher of the modern Arabs, the Cobra di Capello of the Hindus. I have met with a large sard engraved in the late Roman Egyptian style, with 2 imperial busts regardant. Reverse, the Schnuffis serpent, with the legend in Roman letters Agathodaemon, the sole instance known to me of such an amulet with a Latin inscription, but which goes far to confirm Jablonski's interpretation of the Coptic title. In classical Greek, the original chnef becomes canopus, hence the canopic vase often appears between 2 serpents for heraldic supporters. But in those lower times, so fruitful in the Schnuffis talismans, no more canopic vases appear on gems. The ancient Agathodaemon, in the form of his congener the cobra, still haunts the precincts of the Hindu temples, as of old the shrines of Isis, and issues from his hole at the sound of a fife to accept the oblation of milk from the attendant priest. As with the ancients, so with the Hindus, he is the special keeper of concealed treasure, and when a zemindar deposits his board in the prepared hiding place, he, to make assurance doubly sure, builds up a serpent therewith to watch over the gold. Suetonius records that Tiberius had a most appropriate pet in a serpens Draco, but having found it one day devoured by a swarm of ants, the suspicious Caesar took warning from its fate to beware of the force of a multitude of feeble individuals, and consequently secured his person against all danger of popular outbreak by shutting himself up in the inaccessible fastness of Capri. But to return to the type of the Agathodaemon upon our gems. Over the 7 rays of the lion's crown, and corresponding to their points, stand often the 7 vowels of the Greek alphabet, i.e. testifying the 7 heavens, a mystery whereof notice shall be taken in the fitting place. The reverse of such gems is invariably occupied by a special symbol resembling the letter S, or Zed, thrice repeated, or the convolutions of a spiral cord, and traversed by a straight rod through their middle, a symbol for which many and the most whimsical explanations have been proposed. Of these, the most ingenious, but also the most fanciful, makes it represent the spinal marrow traversing the spine, certainly an apt device for a medicinal talisman. But whatever its primary meaning, it was probably imported in its present shape from India, that true fountainhead of Gnostic iconography. It is to be seen in 2 varieties upon Series 16 and 17 in Plate 7 of E. Thomas's admirable essay on the primitive coinage of India amongst the punch marks. The Chanuphis serpent, a Limoges enameled plaque of the 12th century in the collection of Mr. Octavius Morgan, represents on its one half Moises lifting up the brazen serpent to the Fili Israel. On the other half, Similis Aaron is seen inscribing with a reed pen the mystic Tau cross upon the foreheads of the elect. The first of these tableaux offers the most extraordinary feature in its representation of the serpent, depicted here with lion's head and mane, the veritable agathodaemon knuphis of our Alexandrian talismans. The preservation of this form to so late a period fills one with surprise. It indicates a traditionary belief that the symbol was the giver of life and health. The belief must have come down from the times when the Egyptian talisman was commonly worn, in the way Galen mentions, as a protection to the chest. The brazen serpent of Moses and the plasma agathodaemon of King Hatshepsut had in all probability one and the same origin, giving currency to those little ingots which formed the sole money of the Hindus before the establishment of the Macedonians in Bactria. But the most probable solution of the question is that the symbol stealthily represents the serpent-entwined club of Aesculapius, itself so hard to account for, or the wand similarly encircled, which was the badge of Egyptian priesthood. And what renders this conjecture of mine almost a certainty is an as of the genes Acilia, bearing for obverse the head of Aesculapius, for reverse a wand, not the usual club, placed vertically and encircled by his serpent in 3 convolutions. This type, if slightly defaced by wear, would become identical in appearance with the knuphis symbol. The spiral frequently takes the form of the letters SSS, disconnected, traversed by a straight line. The curative virtue ascribed to the sigil, again, tends to indicate its derivation from the proper badge of the god of the healing art. For the eminent physician Marcellus Empiricus, who flourished at Bordeaux in Theodosius's reign, promises wonderful effects in the cure of pleurisy from the wearing of this very figure engraved upon a cerulean Scythian jasper. Whether this promise be true or not, marvelous has been the vitality of the symbol itself, for reduced to a double SS upon a bar, it became a favorite device in the times of chivalry, being taken as the rebus upon the word fermes, SS fermes, and the emblem of constancy. Hence comes it that this ancient Egyptian symbol now adorns the collar of the garter, formerly known as the collars of SS. Merrick's derivation of the name from the initial of Suver Ein, motto of Henry IV when Earl of Derby, and on whose effigy the collar first appears, is of little weight, for that king was long posterior to the institution of the order and its insignia. Even more preposterous is Camden's idea that the name originated in the initials of Sanctus Simo Simplicius, a famous Roman lawyer, and therefore was taken for badge by his profession, a theory which assuredly does not account for Henry's queen, Joan of Navarre, being similarly decorated with her husband upon their monument. That the agathodaemon sigil was not only pre-Christian, but ascended to the remotest antiquity in its use as a talisman, plainly appears from Galen's notice thereof. Some indeed assert that a virtue of this kind is inherent in certain stones, such as it is certain is possessed by the green jasper, which benefits the chest and mouth of the stomach when tied upon them. Some indeed set the stone in a ring and engrave upon it a serpent with head crowned with rays, according to the directions of King Hatshepsut in his 13th book. Of this material I have had much experience, having made a necklace out of stones of the kind and hung it about the patient's neck, descending low enough to touch the mouth of the stomach, and they proved to be of no less benefit than if they had been engraved in the manner laid down by King Hatshepsut. This treatise by Hatshepsut must have been a regular manual for the use of magicians, for Ausonius mentions its author as Quique magos docuit mysteria vana Hatshepsi, Hatshepsut, teacher of vain magic's lore. The book, perhaps the foundation of the pretended evacs, was the first source of the notions concerning the virtues of sigils and gems preserved to us in the medieval lapidaria. Pliny quotes him along with his countryman Pitocyrus as an astrological authority, according to whose rule of the Tetrartomorion, or law deduced from the position of 3 signs, trine, The possible duration of human life in the region of Italy extended to 124 years, and before dismissing Nechepsos and his book, it may be as well to add here, for the fact will be of service in a further stage of this inquiry, that Pliny mentions a second school of magic, but more recent by many thousand years than Zoroaster's, and founded by the Jews, Moses, Ians, and Jotapes. The first of the trio may be the Talmudist, to whose secret volume Juvenal alludes. Tradidit arcane quacumque volumen Moses. Although the apostle couples Ianes along with Iambres amongst the Egyptian opponents of the Hebrew legislator, Juvenal also informs us that the nation retained, even in his times, their ancient fame of veracious interpreters of dreams. Nay more, grown wiser than Daniel, they even produced them to order. Qualiacunque voles Judae somnia mittunt. The Jew, for money, sends what dreams you choose. Hippolytus, in the following century, remarks that the Samaritans, or Simonians, founded by the first preacher of the Gnosis, Simon Magus himself, availed themselves of this power in order to plague their adversaries, sending the dream-producing demons to trouble whomsoever they please. The medieval name for engraved gems regarded as talismans, vis-à-vis Pierre d'Israël, is better founded than is generally supposed. The obvious difficulty that graven figures, nay, more, idols, could not have been the work of Jews, is answered by the rabbinical gloss upon the second commandment, which allows the wearing of any sort of design cut in intaglio, though prohibiting anything of the sort in relief. The choice of the green jasper, now called plasma, for the agathodaman sigils was probably dictated by the resemblance of its color to that of the sacred asp, green banded with brown. As for the figure itself, a very ancient testimony as to its nature and signification is afforded by the tradition Eusebius has preserved. The serpent, unless injured by violence, never dies naturally, for which reason the Phoenicians have given it the name of the good genius, agathodaman. For the same cause the Egyptians have called it kneph, and given to it the head of a hawk, because of the especial swiftness of that bird. The priest of Apei, entitled Head Interpreter of Sacred Things and Scribe, had expounded the allegory thus: the most divine nature of all was one serpent having the face of a hawk, and most delightful in aspect, for when he opened his eyes, he filled all the places of his native region with light. But when he closed them, darkness immediately ensued. The serpent on our gems, however, does not appear invested with a hawk's head, but with a lion's, for which reason this legend applies better to the Abraxas god, occasionally equipped with a hawk's or lion's head, in place of his proper one, that of a cock. But the idea is certainly embodied in that common design upon the Mithraic gems, a man grasping a serpent, of which the radiated head points at his eyes and seems to supply them with light. Furthermore, the meaning of the figure of the agathodaman is clearly denoted by the Chaldee legend frequently accompanying it. Sema Kai Lam, the everlasting sun, which is sometimes followed by Pesoi, probably used as sacred numerals, for they have the power in Greek arithmetic of 705. This same legend is attached to a classical figure of Phoebus, such as he appears on the coins with the legend Soli Invicto Cometi, engraved upon a yellow jasper in the Marlborough cabinet, a fact sufficiently attesting the accuracy of the interpretation here given to the Chaldee inscription. Astrology likewise lent its aid to accrediting the virtues of the sigil. That great authority Hephaestion, quoted by Salmasius, i.e., observes that Hanumic is the name of one of the Decani, or 3 chief stars in Cancer, whilst another astrologer laid down that the star so called was set in the breast of Leo, and for that reason was efficacious for the cure of all diseases in the chest of man. And in fact we find this latter dictum confirmed by the prayer Phylakshi Ugi Katomachon Proklo. Keep in good health the chest of Proclus, engraved upon the back of one of these very Chenufis gems. Others of the same kind are again surrounded by a long Coptic legend, often arranged in the outline of a serpent, varying in words, but always terminating in the epithet giganturicta or picta, breaker or mocker of the giants, that is, of the evil and rebellious angels. For the Grecian fable of the war of the giants against Jove had then revived, a Zoroastrian interpretation being applied to the rebellion of Ahriman and his demons against Ormuzd and the ministers of good. The method of employing a talisman is thus prescribed in the magic papyrus. 9. A spell of Elias Craonius, spoken to the lamp. Och marmacho tonure chrimilon derkion, na iao sum psiphison sum sinis, sosia siaoi, thou that shakest the world. Enter and deliver an oracle concerning such and such a matter. Thuiokototh phthufnun nuevui eptas pachatu. The engraved stone, ligarai. Serapis, seated in front, having the Egyptian crown, Vasileion, Xix, and upon his scepter an ibis, on the back of the stone the name, and lock it up and keep it for use. Hold in thy left hand the ring, and in thy right a branch of olive and of bay tree, waving them over the lamp, repeating all the while the spells even times, and having drawn the ring upon the proper finger of thy left hand, facing and being inwards, the engraving, stick the gem against thy left ear, and go to sleep, without returning answer to anyone. The object of this charm was, although not so stated, to procure prophetic dreams, which are actually enumerated amongst the effects to follow from the use of the one that stands next in the manuscript. Although the original intention of these Chenufis sigils was unquestionably the one pointed out in the preceding pages, yet there is every probability from the nature of the case that the same were adopted and interpreted in a spiritual sense by the numerous and influential sect that first assumed the title of Gnostics. They had an all-sufficient reason for so doing in the fundamental doctrine of their creed. The well-informed and temperate Hippolytus, writing at the most flourishing period of these transitional theosophies, thus opens his actual refutation of all heresies and his fifth book with the description of that sect which hath dared to boast the serpent as the author of their religion, as they prove by certain arguments wherewith he hath inspired them. On this account the apostles and priests of this creed have been styled Naseni, from Nas, the Hebrew word for serpent, but subsequently they entitled themselves the Gnostics, because they alone understood the deep things of religion. Out of this sect sprung many other teachers who, by diversifying the original doctrines through inventions of their own, became the founders of new systems. Further on, he has a passage bearing immediately upon this subject. This Nas is the only thing they worship, for which reason they are called Naseni, i.e. Ophites or serpent worshippers. From this same word, Nas, they pretend that all the temples, Na'i, under heaven, derive the name. And unto this Nas are dedicated every rite, ceremony, mystery, that is, in short, not one rite can be found under heaven into which this Nas doth not enter. For they say the serpent signifies the element water, and with Thales of Miletus contend that nothing in the universe can subsist without it, whether of things mortal or immortal, animate or inanimate. All things are subject unto him, and he is good, and hath all good things within himself, as in the horn of a unicorn, so that he imparts beauty and perfection unto all that is, inasmuch as he pervades all things, as flowing out of Eden, and divided into 4 heads. This Nas is the water above the firmament, and likewise the living water spoken of by the Savior. Unto this water all nature is drawn, and attracts out of the same whatever is analogous to its own nature, each thing after its own kind, with more avidity than the lodestone draws the iron, the ray of the sea-hawk gold, or amber straws. Then they go on to boast, we are the spiritual, who have drawn our own portion out of the living water of the Euphrates that flows through the midst of Babylon, and who have entered in through the true gate, the which is Jesus the Blessed. and we of all men are the only Christians in the third gate celebrating the mystery, being anointed with the ineffable ointment out of the horn like David, not out of the earthen vessel like Saul, who conversed with the evil spirit of carnal concupiscence. Euphrates, a more recent teacher of the sect, who founded the branch calling themselves Paratai, or Fatalists, has a passage that indicates the sense in which his followers may have accepted these Xenouphous gems. To them, therefore, of the children of Israel, who were bitten in the wilderness, Moses showed the true and perfect serpent, in whom whosoever trusteth, he shall not be bitten by the serpents of the wilderness, that is, shall not be hurt by the powers. No one therefore is able to heal and to save them that be gone forth out of Egypt, that is, out of the body and out of the world, save that perfect, full of all fullness, serpent. In him whosoever putteth his trust, that man perisheth not by the serpents of the wilderness, that is, by the gods of the nativity. These last powers, whom Euphrates, a pure astrologer, in another place calls the gods of death, are the stars of the horoscope, which impose upon all that be born the fatal yoke of the changeful nativity, that is, the necessity of death, the necessary consequence of birth, a doctrine that clearly leads to the efficacy of the serpent sigil as a talisman to protect the wearer against the malign influence of the astral genii. The Ophites, in fact, were the legitimate descendants of the Bacchic Maestai, whose religion during the 2 centuries preceding our era must have been the predominant one in the great cities of Asia Minor. An argument derived from numismatics establishes the common fact: the coinage of the chief cities, Ephesus, Apamea, Pergamus, was issued chiefly in the form of cistophori, having for obverse the Bacchic serpent raising himself out of the sacred coffer. For reverse, 2 serpents entwined round torches. The Abraxas. 1. Abraxaster, or borrowed types. Bellarmine, in his lucid little treatise, Drei Programmen über die Abraxas-Gemmen, has divided his subject into 3 parts, the true Abraxas, all of which bear the Pantheos, commonly so entitled, whose creation is assigned to Basilides himself. The Abraxaster, or types borrowed from the old religions, but adapted by the Gnostic semi-Christians to the expression of their own new ideas. And Abraxoid, which, though vulgarly accounted Basilidan gems, have no connection at all with Basilides' own doctrines, but owe their origin entirely to the astrologers of his or anterior times. The Abraxaster gems, therefore, on account of this priority of their first creation, have by right the first claim to be considered. And this mode of treating the subject possesses the additional advantage of elucidating the sources of many ideas that strike us as so extraordinary in the Gnostic creed. The strangely heterogeneous mixture of creeds that prevailed over the Roman Empire during the 2 centuries between the reigns of Trajan and Constantine is exemplified by numerous allusions in the Historia Augusta, equally with their tangible monuments, which are the subject of this inquiry. What vast encouragement, little enough needed, of a truth, must have been given to the talisman makers by the accession to imperial power of the Syrian priest Heliogabalus. He used to sacrifice human victims, selecting for the purpose throughout all Italy boys of noble birth and conspicuous beauty, having both parents living, in order that both parties might feel the keener anguish. In fact, magicians of every sort attended upon him and practiced their arts every day, whilst he gave them every encouragement, and returned thanks to the gods for his having met with their especial favorites, at the same time that he was prying into the entrails of the sacrificed children and torturing the victims to death, after the rules of his national religion, Lampridius. And yet the same amusing chronicler puts it down amongst the accomplishments of his model emperor, Severus Alexander, cousin german, to the monster he has previously portrayed, that he was a great proficient in judicial astrology, mathesis, so that he gave permission to astrologers to profess and teach that science publicly at Rome. He was moreover very well skilled in divination by victims, haruspicina, also an excellent diviner by birds, ornithoscopos, so far as even to surpass the augurs of Spain and Pannonia. This same every way accomplished gentleman, to use the Elizabethan phrase, set up the statues of Abraham and Christ side by side with Orpheus and Alexander in his private chapel, Sacrarium. Whilst his mad predecessor had conceived the grand notion of founding one universal syncretistic religion, for having conveyed to Rome his Emessene god, the Aerolite, he built for him a temple on the Palatine, whither he transferred the Palladium, Vesta's fire, the Ancilia, the Cybele, in short, whatever object of worship was most sacred to the Romans. Nay, more, he talked of drawing into the same center the religions of the Jews and Samaritans and the devotion of the Christians, in order that his deity, Elagabal, might possess the mystery of every other creed. Of the Abraxaster class, the figures are for the most part drawn from the ancient iconography of the Egyptian religion, but they were adopted in a more spiritual sense by the newly arisen sects, holding the doctrines of Christianity strangely amalgamated with the old teachings of the mysteries. Of all these borrowed types, the most frequent and most important is the jackal-headed Anubis, sometimes double-headed, the human being superadded to his own, and bearing the caduceus of Hermes to denote his office of conducting souls, not as of yore through the shades of the lower world, but along the planetary path to their final rest in the Pleroma. Thus the Gnostic Gospel, Pistis Sophia, describing the Savior after receiving his luminous vestment, inscribed with the 5 words of power and with the names of all the domination to be encountered in his ascension, makes him come first to the gate of the firmament, then to the God of the sphere, then to the sphere of fate, and lastly to the 12 great aeons, all which powers, when they beheld their own names written upon his vesture, were smitten with fear, and began to sing hymns unto him. This Anubis Hermes appears sometimes waving a palm branch to proclaim his victory over the powers of evil, or presiding at the psychostasia, weighing of the soul, the scene commonly pictured in the Egyptian ritual of the dead. In the latter character, he stands here for Christ, the judge of the quick and the dead. But his successor in medieval art is the Archangel Michael, who holds the scales. In the old Greek gems, Hermes is often represented as bending forward, caduceus in hand, and by its mystic virtue assisting a soul to emerge from the depths of the earth, a strange coincidence in form, probably too in origin, with the medieval picture of the Savior lifting souls out of purgatory. The Zoroastrian hell, a burning lake of molten metal into which, on the judgment day, Ahriman with his followers were to be cast, had for object the ultimate purification and restoration to their pristine state of the condemned, a merciful doctrine held by Origen and partly allowed by Jerome. Hermes, in this particular character of Psychopompos, was made great use of by the Naseni, Ophites, as the prophetic representative of the Savior in his grandest office. They interpreted Hermes leading souls through darkness into Elysium as Christ's guiding the minds of the enlightened out of ignorance into knowledge, in their special sense of the words. As may well be supposed, they descanted largely upon that peculiar symbol under which form Hermes, surnamed Selenius, was worshipped. Amongst their mystical expositions of the object, one curious fact appears, that its popular name was Agathophoron, bringer of good luck, for which cause it was set up at crossroads and upon housetops. But as regards the ancient religion, since it is thus made out that this attribute, later modified into a pillar, stood for Selenius, guide of departed souls, exactly as the same figure, Lingam, represents Siva, Lord of the Dead in modern Hinduism, the reason becomes obvious why its sculptured representations should have been the earliest form of monument placed over the departed. The monument secured for the dweller in the grave the perpetual protection of the guide and shepherd of souls. A colossal phallus crowns to this day the summit of the oldest tomb, the date of which is historically certain, the tumulus of the Lydia king, aliates. The Asiatic colonists carried with them into Italy the same belief in the protective virtues of the symbol. Carved in stone, it regularly surmounted the door of the sepulchre. One lately came into my possession, inscribed around with the name and patronymic of the deceased Etruscan, whose repose it had so long guarded, SVSES FLVS FNTV, Suses, son of Fintus. This double character of Anubis is very curiously expressed by the figure upon a sard belonging to myself, which to the casual observer presents that most orthodox of types, the Good Shepherd, carrying a lamb upon his shoulders, leaning upon his staff, his loins bound with a girdle having long and waving ends. But upon closer examination, this so innocent personage resolves himself into the double-headed god of Egypt, the lamb's head doing duty for the jackals, springing from the same shoulders with that of the man, whilst the floating end of the girdle is turned into the bushy tail of the wolfish beast, and the latrator Anubis bursts upon our astonished eyes. This identification of character in Anubis and Christ enables us rightly to understand that drawing, the discovery of which created such a sensation at Rome a few years back, scratched, graffito, roughly on the plaster of a room in a house buried, in ancient times, under the extended buildings of the Palatine. It represents this same jackal-headed man holding in front of him a Latin cross with his outstretched hands and standing on a pedestal in front of his worshipper, who makes the customary form of adoration by raising his hand to his lips, and who has expressed the object of his handiwork by the inscription Alexamenok, Sevita Theon. In reality the production of some devout but illiterate Gnostic, it is construed by its present owners into a shocking heathen blasphemy and a jibe upon the good Christian Alexamenos, because they mistake the jackal's head for that of an ass, and consequently imagine an intentional caricature of their own crucifix. The discovery of this picture clearly illustrates a passage of Tertullian where he says to his opponents, "Like many others, you have dreamed that an ass's head is our God. But a now version of our God has lately been made public at Rome, ever since a certain hireling convict of a bullfighter put forth a picture with some such inscription as this, the God of the Christians, Onokietis. He was depicted thus, with the ears of an ass, and with one of his feet hoofed, holding in his hand a book, and clothed in the toga." An exact description this of the Anubis figured by matter, save that instead of a book, the god carries a caduceus and palm branch. The same calumny was somewhat later transferred by the Christians themselves to the account of the Gnostics. Not being acquainted with the Egyptian beast, they mistook, perhaps intentionally, the head of the jackal for that of the ass, which in truth it strongly resembles in the rude drawing of our gems. Thus we find at the close of the 4th century Epiphanius asserting that the Gnostic Sabaoth has, according to some, the face of an ass, according to others, that of a hog, on which latter account he hath forbidden the Jews to eat swine's flesh. This second notion was a very ancient one, being alluded to by Petronius in Judaeus licet et porcinum numen adoret. Now, Sabaoth being held by the Gnostics as the national god of the Jews, it seems probable that this same confusion of one beast with the other was the real source of the opinion so prevalent amongst the ancients, and quoted by Tacitus. The sacred object so zealously guarded from profane eyes within the sanctuary at Jerusalem was the figure of the wild ass, by whose guidance they had relieved their thirst and their distress, Moses having, through the observation of the movements of a troop of these animals, discovered the spring, the waters of which saved his followers from perishing in the desert. This legend was furthermore connected with the belief that the real god of the Jews was Bacchus, for the ass was sacred to the god of wine. For this dedication Pliny finds a singular reason in the fact that the ass was fond of fennel, a deadly poison to all other quadrupeds, but a plant specially consecrated to Bacchus. Again, the spurious gospel, the genealogy of Mary, assigns for the cause of the death of Zacharias, son of Barachias, that once entering the temple he beheld standing within the sanctuary a man with the face of an ass, and when he was rushing out to cry unto the people, Woe unto you! Whom do ye worship? He was smitten with dumbness by the apparition. But afterwards, when he had recovered his speech, and revealed what he had seen unto the Jews, they slew him for a blasphemer. And this they gave as a reason wherefore the high priest had bells fastened around the hem of his garment, in order that this monstrous deity might by their tinkling be warned of the approach of man, and so have the time to conceal himself. This wild story is preserved by Epiphanius alone, for the original work is entirely lost. It was ascribed to Saint Matthew and was taken for their special textbook by the Collyridians, who got their name from their custom of sacrificing cakes to the Virgin Mary, whom they pretended was also born of a virgin. Faustus, Bishop of Riez, cites this same gospel concerning the parentage of Mary. But the apocryphal gospel, the birth of Mary, still extant, is of a totally different character, being a mere monkish invention of the most orthodox stupidity, and which, coupled with the Protevangelion, became the source of all the medieval pictures and sculptures that set forth the history of the Madonna. To the same Egyptian family likewise belongs the boy Harpocrates, or Horus, the vernal sun, having the symbol of fecundity monstrously exaggerated and seated upon the lotus, which expressed the same idea by its abundant seeds, and also perfection, because for its flower, fruit, bulb, all exhibit the form of the circle, as Iamblichus observes. Macrobius too remarks that Horus is the Egyptian equivalent for Apollo, who gave his name to the 24 hours of day and night. And this acceptation of his character is recorded by the Alexandrian plasma, which identifies him with the Grecian sun god, Megak Orok, Apollon, Arpocratix, Euialatok, To Phorounti. He often appears accompanied by Anubis in the character of his messenger. Again, Horus is seen adored by the kneeling cynocephalous baboon, the animal consecrated to Luna. This last curious animal also belonged to Thoth, scribe of the gods, and makes a favorite Gnostic device performing his devotions before a pillar covered all over with inscriptions and supporting a triangle, symbol of the moon, whose influence was supposed singularly to affect his constitution. This pillar clearly enough denotes those pillars of Hermes, by means of which Iamblichus solved all the questions propounded to him by Porphyrius. To make the illusion more certain, these beings are even designated in the spells by their proper name of Titans. Ficcaroni has given in his Forme No. 4 a mold for casting the reverse of a metalette, of the 3B size, bearing the Dioscuri facing each other, holding their spears point downwards, in token of amity, in their left hands, each a situla. Behind, vertically, cav out, in 2 lines, in the exergi titan, space not admitting the remainder of the title, too well known besides to require more than such a reminiscence. Horus is often figured sailing through the heavens in the sacred boat, the Beris steered by 2 hawks, solar emblems with sun and moon overhead, and taking the same titles, Ia Wao, Avlanathanalva, etc., as the great Abraxas god himself, and with reason, the same idea being couched in the 2 personifications. Horus, as Heliodorus records, was also applied to the Nile, whose Greek name Nalos also contained the mystic solar number 365. This voyager in the Boreas is analogous to the Hindu Narayana, the child floating in his arga leaf upon the face of the waters, having his whole body colored blue, Nila. To complete the resemblance, the situla regularly carried from a cord in the hand of Anubis is the very lotta, brass drinking cup, of the modern Brahmins. Those common emblems, the Beris and the coiled serpent, have their Gnostic meaning fully explained by a remarkable passage in the Pistis Sophia. And the disk of the sun was a great dragon whose tail was in his mouth, who went up into the 7 powers on the left hand, being drawn by 4 powers having the similitude of white horses. But the going of the moon was in the shape of a boat, the rudder whereof showed a male and female dragon, with 2 white cows drawing the same, and the figure of a child on the stern guiding the dragons, who drew away the light from the rulers, the regular synonym in the book for the rebellious eons, lords of the zodiac, and in front of the child was the similitude of a cat. The regeneration of the spiritual man occasionally decorates these talismans, being symbolized in the most materialistic manner by the solar lion impregnating a naked woman, the recognized emblem of the soul who, quadrupedum ritu, submits with joy to the vivifying operation. And the spiritual man thus regenerate is again depicted under the form of a human outline holding up by the neck a huge serpent, both of them entirely filled up with inscribed letters, amongst which the mystic 7 vowels largely predominate. Scaliger, however, as cited by Salmasius in the above-quoted work, takes this figure to be the representative of the combined 365 eons, all whose names are supposed to be condensed within his outline. In short, he is the emblem of the pleroma, and stands for the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists, the primal man, the Ophite Adamus, after whose image the second Adam was made. Or again, this same combination may have been intended to display the 7 vowels with their 49 powers, the virtues whereof are so wondrously exalted by the inspired writer of the Pistis Sophia, whose words are cited in another place. But as the fact bears directly upon the sigh before us, it may be mentioned here that the same gospel makes the Savior open his prayer with the ejaculation, Aye u I au a ioia, which, as enveloping the mystic name of God, were the most obvious spell to be selected to fill up so important a talisman. Neither is it out of place to conclude this inquiry with the notice that the motto of the medieval house of Habsburg was the Latin vowels A, E, I, O, Vi. These enigmatical letters were interpreted by the arrogance of succeeding generations, puffed up with imperial dignity, into the initials of the prophecy Austriae est imperare, Orbi Universe. But I more than suspect that the 5 Latin letters were adopted by some illuminato amongst the ancient dukes, perhaps acquired during his alchemical studies, as containing the same transcendental virtues with the Gnostic 7 of the Greek alphabet. The winged goddesses Hathor and Sate, representing the Roman Venus and Juno, sometimes are found accompanied with such legends as makes it evident they too had been pressed into the Gnostic service as representatives of certain amongst the feminine eons. But another shape repeatedly presents his monstrosity to our astonished gaze, whose true character almost sets conjecture at defiance, but evidently the offspring of very diverse ideas, most strangely commingled. He is an aged man, Priapian, 4-winged, with 4 hands grasping as many scepters. He has likewise the spreading tail of the vulture, and stands in the Baris, or upon the coiled serpent, or on a tree trunk horizontal, whence Project 5 lopped off branches. Some potent savior must he be, for he is addressed, like Abraxas himself, by the title Avlanathanalva. But the most prominent symbol in the monstrous collocation suggests an explanation of its hidden meaning, supplied by the following exposition of Justinus, that wildest teacher in all the Gnosis. For this cause said he unto Eden Mother, Behold thy son, meaning his animal and carnal body. He himself, however, having commended his spirit into the Father's hands, ascended up unto the Good One. Now this Good One is Priapus, he that created before anything existed. On this account he is called Priapus, because he first made all things, epriapoisi. For this reason is he set up in every temple, being honored by all nature, and likewise in the roadways, having the fruits of autumn hung about him, that is, the fruits of the creation, whereof he is the author, inasmuch as he first made the creation which before was not. That very frequent type, a mummy swathed in the coils of a vast serpent, is easily explained as an allusion to the protection in the next world of the ancient Agatho-demon, or the spiritual naos of the more recent Ophites. The same belief also generated that more graceful allegory, the woman enthroned on the back of the same reptile, like the Atargatis of Phoenicia. Interesting above the rest for the part it played in medieval superstition is the Osiris, or Old Man, with radiated head, a terminal figure always shown in front face, with arms crossed on the breast, the true Baphomet of the Templars. Sometimes he is borne aloft upon the heads of 4 angels, upon whom 2 streams pour forth from his sides. This group has been explained as Ormuzd, borne up by the 4 elements. Although it may possibly refer to the notion the prophet Enoch mentions, I also beheld the 4 winds, which bear up the earth and the firmament of heaven. The idea, in truth, has rather an Assyrian than Egyptian cast, for in Assyrian works, Ather, Melita, often appears pouring out from her extended arms the waters of life. And again, the Persian female Ized Arduisher is, by interpretation, the giver of living water. A curious specimen of ancient form, borrowed in a more spiritual sense, is furnished by a pretty sard, found in the Punjab, Major Pierce, engraved with 2 figures of the Roman Providentia, facing each other, in the field between them the heads of Sol and Luna, and below Chaya, the Hebrew for life. The common figure Thi may be explained by Eusebius's description of the Egyptian hieroglyph for the world, as a circle colored sky blue and besprinkled with flames, in the center an extended serpent, the whole being carelessly imitated by the letter T in the diagramma of the Ophites. An armed man, the Mithraic soldier, one of the figures regularly set up in the mystic cave of the solar god, often decorates a talisman holding a spear tipped with the head of a cock, a mark of honor granted by the Persian kings to distinguished valor, as by Artaxerxes to the Carian who slew Cyrus the Younger, or else grasping a serpent in each hand. A sect that sprung up in Egypt, the Fibionites, took the title militant, Stratiotiki. Another figure, the 3-headed, 3-bodied god, who, standing like Priapus, grasped with one hand the symbols of fecundity, with the other asps and scorpions, must be the visible embodiment of the great Tridunamis, who figure so prominently in the celestial hierarchy of the Pistis Sophia. The trees sometimes enlisted in the talismanic core may find their motive in the almond tree of the Phrygian mysteries, in which the Naseni discovered the name of the great creator of all, or else to the mystery of the 5 trees, mentioned in that oft-quoted revelation, on whose true nature light is thrown by Justinus's exposition, making out the trees of paradise to be the angels generated between the demiurgus Elohim and his daughter Eden. There is a sigil of this class that from its frequency must have been considered of peculiar virtue. It represents a fish with immense head and shoulders, but diminutive body, as if seen from above, the reverse of the stone thus inscribed. One of the 3 sacred fish of the Nile must figure here, and in this talismanic character passed, with an appropriate mystic interpretation, into the symbolism of the Alexandrine Christians. 2. Abraxoids, or gems confounded with the true Gnostic. Our invaluable and most charming guide, Hippolytus, when describing the astrotheoscopy, seekers of God in the stars, begins with a simile more apposite than complementary to the fashion which then prevailed for combining astrology with every species of religion. He compares these inquirers to that silly fowl, the bustard, which suffers itself to be caught by the following device. When a man discovers a flock, he begins to dance and make grimaces in front of them. The birds stand motionless, staring at him in wonderment, until his confederate steals up to them from behind and knocks them on the head. In the same way, adds the good saint, evidently much refreshed by his joke, do the people seduced by such teachers stare up at the stars, until at last they find themselves hopelessly caught in the snare of the heresy. As an example of this most curious system of theology, it will suffice to quote their exposition of the doctrine, conveyed by one constellation out of many. Ophiuchus represents with his stars a man on his knees, in appearance oppressed with fatigue, a posture for which that great authority in astrology, Aratus, is at a loss to account. But rightly understood, he is Adam engaged in watching the dragon's head underneath him, which is biting his heel. Over his head are seen the lyre and the crown. The lyre was the invention of the infant Hermes, who is in reality the Word of God. Their position therefore announces that whosoever gives heed unto the Word, he shall obtain the crown. But if he refuses to hearken unto the Word, he shall be cast down below with the dragon. In another place Hippolytus observes, "The doctrine of the Chaldeans concerning trines, quadrates, benignant and malign stars, Euphrates the Paratist applies to Christianity by changing the concord and discord of the stars into the constitution of the eons, the transition of good powers into evil ones, and the harmony of their respective particles. From the same source he gets his tauparchs and presidents, and all the other imagery of the astrologers." Such being the nature of the actual foundations of Gnosticism, no wonder that it should so frequently be impossible to decide whether a talismanic sigil be the expression of some semi-Christian tenet, or merely the imagined similitude of some astral power whose influence was thus secured for the wearer's protection. For the gods of Magianism, the religion that has so deeply tinged all Gnostic doctrines, were no other than these starry powers. The Agathodaemon himself gave his name to one of the 3 decani of Cancer, as Hephaestion hath already informed us. The very title Decanus, Salmasius, with some reason derives from the Chaldee decan, inspector, and thereby makes it equivalent to the Greek horoscopos, the god that looks down upon the nativity. The common Latin derivation, in its military sense of sergeant, Salmasius rejects as foreign to the idea conveyed. Again, Charchnumus is named as the first decanus in Leo, and this title actually appears around a serpent with human and radiated head, figured by Salmasius in the same chapter. This name is sometimes written Holchen Uvus, which the same authority explains as the All-Golden One. A Greek astrologer quoted without name by Salmasius gives this curious piece of information. There are appointed in each one of the signs 3 decant of different forms, one holding an axe, the others represented variously. These figures engraved in rings are amulets against all mischance, as Telmer asserts with other great astrologers of his times. This, alas, too scanty notice of their attributes shows at least one of their number to be the old Babylonian god described by the prophet Baruch. He hath a scepter in his hand, like a man, like a judge of the kingdom. He hath in his hand a sword and an axe. But not merely the decant of the signs were thus worn in rings, but equally so the signs themselves, and the stars rising together with them, technically called ovi paratelontes. Such images were termed stichia, whence those who made a business of engraving then got the name stichiomatiki. They performed their work with many ceremonies, and always under the inspection of the particular decanus, or star, whose sigil they were embodying. On this account Epiphanius speaks of the sun, moon, and planets as stichia, terming morphoses the figures of the constellations formed by the imaginary collocation of the stars. The same writer uses the expression, "the stars that be vainly imagined in the shape of figures, which are called signs of the zodiac." As Diodorus distinguishes between planets and stoichia, it follows that the term was equivalent to our constellation. All this evinces that the Arabian writers were correct in translating stichiomatiki by talisman makers. How these later astrologers thought proper to portray the ascendants of each sign in their Table of the Myriogenises will be described in my chapter upon talismans. A curious prawn gem represents Mercury enthroned and bearing the attributes of Jupiter, with the strange legend Epta, Chrysos, which has been absurdly interpreted as referring to his seven-stringed lyre. Moro probably was the gem the signet of some hebdomadarian, or votary of the number 7, a sect of sufficient importance to get from Hippolytus a separate section for themselves in his great work. The identification of Hermes with the Christian Logos was one grand feature in the doctrine of the Gnaseni, so lucidly set forth by that learned father. He was of opinion that this hebdomadarian doctrine, derived from ancient Egyptian philosophy, was the true source of every form of Gnosticism. This potent numeral is illustrated by another device of frequent occurrence in cameo, the Delphic E crowned with a phylla, and below the legend Chrus U. This can be no other than that most holy of numerals, the Delphic Psi, or 5, on the mystery whereof Plutarch has left a very curious dissertation, and it represents the golden figure of that same numeral dedicated by Livia Augusta at the shrine of her husband's peculiar patron. And similarly, the gem above referred to exhibits Hermes invested with supreme dominion and accompanied by his own special number, Testudo resonare septem callida nervis, the Magian method for symbolizing the different powers of heaven, which shall be explained in its due place when we come to treat of the 7 voices. The oddest adaptations of the imagery of the old religions mark the earliest preaching of the Gnosis. Its first apostle, Simon Magus, who passed himself off upon the Samaritans as the third manifestation of the Christ, was worshipped as late as Hippolytus's times in statues made in the form of Jupiter. His famous concubine Helena, in whom Simon has discovered the lost sheep of the parable whilst carrying on her profession in a brothel at Tyre, was similarly adored under the forms of Minerva and the moon. The main doctrines of the Gnaseni were supported by ingenious applications of the symbolism employed in the Eleusinian, Phrygian, and Samothracian mysteries, of which Hippolytus has given a full and very interesting account. Phoenicia, again, furnished our talisman makers with a copious repertory in the exaggerated symbolism of the figures whereby their priesthood had expressed their notions of the divine power. Taught, the great god of the Phoenicians, says Samaniathon, in order to express the character of Kronos, made his image with 4 eyes, 2 in front, 2 behind, open and closed, also with 4 wings, 2 expanded upwards, 2 folded downwards. The eyes denoted that the Godhead sees when sleeping and sleeps when waking. The attitude of his wings, that he flies in resting and rests in flying. Upon his head are 2 wings, denoting reason and the senses. It is very provoking that Diodorus should have given no further description of the famous Kronos, Melkarth of Carthage, than the brief remark that it held the hands open, palm upwards, but sloping downwards, so that the child sacrificed, when laid upon them, should roll off into a pit of fire at the foot. When Agathocles was pressing hard the siege, and hope was almost lost, no fewer than 300 children of the nobles were offered to Melkarth at one and the same time. Inasmuch as the genius of the planet Saturn, or Kronos, was held by the Talmudists to be good and pure, contrary to those of the other planets, the 4-winged image, so common upon Gnostic gems, may reasonably be considered as a copy from the ancient original devised by Tout. Saturn, the sole inspirer of the law and the prophets, had special claims to the veneration of the Alexandrine Kabbalists, and this belief explains wherefore Valentinus fixed upon this planet for the abode of Ildabaoth, the giver of the law to the children of Israel in the wilderness. It sounds like a paradox to assert that our Gnostic gems are not the work of the Gnostics, but taking that appellation in its strictest sense, the thing is perfectly true. The talismans we are considering never exhibit any traces of that admixture of Christian and pagan doctrines which properly constitutes the Gnosis, that subject of the descriptions and the attacks of the Fathers of the Church. Their elements are drawn from the ancient religions of Babylon and Egypt, mixed at times with the formulae of the Jewish Kabbalah. The Gnostic stones are in reality the paraphernalia of magicians and dealers in charms, charm doctors in modern phrase, and only belong to the Ophites, Valentinians, and other subdivisions of the Christian Gnosis, insofar as those theosophists were especially given to the cultivation of the black art, as the notices above cited abundantly declare. This delusive study prevailed at the period of the grand development of Gnosticism to an extent which no one can credit who has not studied the historians of the later empire. The accusation of magical practices proved a ready weapon for destroying an obnoxious individual against whom no tangible crime could be charged. What stronger proof of this than its being effectually employed, as Ammian tells us, to expel that pattern of orthodoxy, the great Athanasius, from the patriarchal throne of Alexandria? The same historian notices that under the timid Valens it sufficed to establish this capital charge if the suspected person had been seen walking at night-time in the neighborhood of any cemetery where he might possibly have gone to hold conference with the demons of the dead. But to exhibit the true source and nature of these Gnostic inscriptions, I shall transcribe a spell from the magic papyrus, to which I shall have occasion frequently to refer. The author of this wondrous manual of necromancy was unmistakably of the old unmixed Egyptian religion, and very probably a priest of Isis. Nevertheless, he not merely employs the very words found on our talismans, but even the same peculiar arrangement of them. Anyone desirous of preserving so valuable a charm in a more durable material than papyrus or lead had only to order a lapidary to copy it for him upon a jasper, and a regular Gnostic monument would have been bequeathed to our times. The maker, having carefully specified the virtues of composition, gives us to understand the value of similar forms still existing on stones. 7. Take a sheet of hieratic paper, or a leaden plate, and an iron link of a chain, krikos, and place the link upon the paper, and mark both inside and out, with a pen, the form of the link. Then, having described the circular outline of the link, write upon the same outline, inscribing upon the paper the name and the characters on the outside, and inside the thing which you wish not to happen, or that a man's mind may be bound, so as not to do such and such a thing. Then, placing the link upon its outline which you have made, and taking up the parts outside the outline, sew up the link with thread, so as to completely conceal it, piercing through the characters with the pen. And when you wish to bend, say, I bend such a one not to speak to such a one, let him not resist, let him not contradict, let him not be able to look me into the face, or to answer me, but let him be subject unto me, so long as this link is buried. And again I bind his mind, his senses, his desires, his actions, that he may be sluggish towards all men, in case a certain woman marries such a one, or else, in order that she may not marry such and such a one. Common, i.e., to be said in Greek. Then taking it to the grave of one untimely deceased, dig 4 fingers deep, and put it in, and say, O departed spirit, whosoever thou art this. I deliver unto thee such a one, that he may not do such and such a thing. Then cover it up and depart. And you will do this best when the moon is on the wane. The words to be written within the circle are these: Aroamathraerek, Kigalach, Izanta, Iaroni, Aki, Iao, Darunko, Maniil, Mi Prachthito, To, Veina, Pragma, F, Okon, Chronon Kechotsti, Okrikok Outok. Let not such and such a thing be done for so long a time as this link is buried. Bind it with knots, making a twist of them, and so deposit it. The link may also be cast into a disused well, or into the grave of one dead before his time. And after the characters, write also these words below the link as a plinth, or a square. Archool, Layaam, Semakilamf, Amophorion, Ioai, Phthouth, Eofri, Omeliktok, Daimon, Iao, Kavaoth, Arvath, Iao, Lailam, Okornofri, Emfri, Friftha, chroio, iao, vavuri, thimamen, frivi, nouchi, kavaoth, varvathiao, thachra, ochieth, ekornofri, and the inscription at the top of the page, which also you must place within it. Iaio vafrenemo unothilaricrifiai uearifik, raithon fuo menrefavaoeai. This spell is repeated at the foot of the page, inscribed in one continuous circle to show that it reads either way. It occurs also on a gem followed by dotai charin hieronima, proc pantak. Give to Hieronima favor in the sight of all men, and also on another, figured by Montfaucon, a proof of the importance attached to it at the time. And the same arrangement may be written upon a leaden plate, and having put the link within it, fold it over, and seal with gypsum, and afterwards the base beneath, upon which EIO as before directed, and also these words, Vakaxuhuch, Meneva Ihuch Avraxaxao, prevent such and such a thing. But in the original, the names are found as follows, Amfool Lailam Kemetialam, Iaio Lovakaxihuch, Arakaxao, Archom Elach Menetialam, Iaio O Vakaxihuch Arakaxao, prevent such and such a thing. On the reverse of a Chnufus plasma, Lewis collection, Ki CNV and Navik, prophet, occur, as also on the Bosanke gem. The last words may be corrupt Greek, restore the sight, the object of the talisman. 3. The true Abraxas gems. Having in the preceding sections cleared the ground of the innumerable usurpers of the title Abraxas gems, we can conveniently proceed to consider the wondrous sigil, the invention whereof is universally ascribed to Basilides himself. And for this assumption there are very good grounds, for it is certain that such a sigil never occurs executed in a style that bespeaks a date anterior to the grand heresiarchs, the first years of the 2nd century. This figure, which has given its name to the whole family, is designed to represent the god Abraxas, for so his name is written invariably on the gems, although the Latin fathers, to suit the genius of their own language, have transposed the final letters. The etymology and value of the name require a whole section to themselves, so deep are the mysteries that they contain. The purpose of the composition was to express visibly, and at once, the 365 eons, emanations from the first cause, whose number was probably first suggested by its own numerical signification, and consequently, the figure may be taken as a speaking type of the pleroma, the one embracing all within itself, an idea fittingly embodied in a name containing the sum of all its component powers. To shadow forth, therefore, this grand doctrine, the image in question, is a pantheos, or a combination of many discordant attributes expressing the amalgamation of many different ideas in one and the same figure. Hence he is depicted with the head of a cock, sacred to Phoebus, or else of a lion, symbol of Mithras and Belus. His body, human and clad in armor, indicates his guardian power, for he is a virtue militant, putting on the whole armor of God. His legs are the sacred asps, types of the agathodaemon, likewise indicating swiftness. For in this way, says Pausanias, was Boreas pictured upon the coffer of Cypselus. In his right hand he brandishes a scourge, the Egyptian badge of sovereignty. On his left arm a shield, usually emblazoned with some word of power, declaring his perpetual warfare against the rebellious angels, the gods of death. Bellarmine has proposed with much ingenuity an interpretation of this pantheos in the more spiritual sense, better consonant with the esoteric teaching of its inventor. According to him, the whole represents the Supreme Being, with his 5 great emanations, each one pointed out by means of an expressive emblem. Thus, from the human body, the usual form assigned to the deity, forasmuch as it is written that God created man in his own image, issue the 2 supporters, nous and logos, symbols of the inner sense and the quickening understanding, as typified by the serpents, for the same reason that had induced the old Greeks to assign this reptile for an attribute to Pallas. His head, a cock's, represents Phronesis, the fowl being emblematical of foresight and vigilance. His 2 hands bear the badges of Sophia and Dynamis, the shield of wisdom and the scourge of power. This Pantheus is invariably inscribed with his proper name, Iao, and his epithets, Abraxas and Sabaoth, and often accompanied with invocations such as Samus Ilum, the Eternal Son, Avlanathanalva, Thou art our Father, sometimes curtailed but generally so arranged as to read the same both ways, or Adonai, the Lord. In all this, a further relationship to the ancient idea of the sun god is readily to be discovered. Phoebus, as the god of day, is similarly furnished with a whip, and the serpent, according to the Egyptians, hieroglyphically expressed his tortuous course through the zodiac. Adonai was the Syrian title of the sun, whence Adonis or Thammuz denoted that luminary at the winter solstice. Moreover, the Gnostic epithets above are the very words composing that short prayer, from the use of which at all sacrifices Macrobius makes out that the influence of the sun is the power supreme over all. O Sun, Father of all, Spirit of the world, Strength of the world, Light of the world. But the god adored under the name of Abraxas is clearly shown by the Bosanquet jasper, more particularly described elsewhere, exhibiting the Pantheus in the very car and attitude of Phoebus, and by the Alexandrian coin of Hadrian presenting Serapis similarly engaged. That the latter was the solar deity, all mythologists were agreed, and this identity of action would lead one to suspect that Abraxas was no more than the mystic name of the tutelary god of Alexandria. The older Knuphis was occasionally, though rarely, erected with Abraxas on the same talisman, an example of which is offered in one of the most remarkable of the class ever brought under my notice. It was brought from Bombay by a Jew, 1874, and sold to Monsieur Gaston Fouardon, whence it came into the possession of the Reverend S. Lewis. Red jasper of fine quality, 134 x 114 inch, with figure of Abraxas, holding whip and shield, engraved in unusually good style upon the convex face. Round the edge, beginning over the head, runs continuously. At the back of the head, R under beak, I over right shoulder, probably nexus of Avalon. Across the field, each side of waist, again, across field, on a level with his loins, on each side, perhaps Eoia, the serpent, in Syriac. Between the serpent legs, on the other side, which is almost flat, is the Knuphis serpent, erect, with the 7 vowels inserted between the rays of his head. Across the middle of the field, Enel Ich, thy God. Over his head 3 scarabaei in a row, to the right 3 goats, and 3 crocodiles above each other, to the left as many ibises and serpents so arranged. Gnostic plaque. The most remarkable specimen of the class known to me was obtained, January 1876, from Sambon, a noted antiquario at Naples. It is a circular bronze disc, 2 3/4 inches, the ancient palmus, in diameter, with a small projection to top, perforated for suspension. The surface of the obverse bears a genuine patina, and the characters of the legend have the true antique formation. But for reasons hereafter to be stated, the reverse strikes me as an addition of later times, not indeed a forgery to entrap the antiquarian, but something intended in all good faith to augment the virtues of the original talisman. The Abraxas god, advancing to the right, with arms extended crucifix fashion, holding sword and shield above his head and arms, on each side of figure. The whole enclosed within a coiled serpent. Reverse, king with hand on breast, seated on throne, seen in front face. Over his head, Kafragic Kalomonok. On each side of the figure. Under the footstool, similarly surrounded by the coiled serpent, this Solomon is a truly medieval piece of drawing. The lettering, too, evidently differs from that of the obverse, and as the surface of the plate is fresher on this side, it is probable that the whole has been added upon the empty back of the original plate. Some legends, following the rule of the famous Avlathanalava, read indifferently from either end. A good example occurs on the reverse of a serapis, carried in the baris between Sol and Luna. Horus seated in the baris, on prow and poop are perched the sacred birds, neatly engraved on dark green jasper, Pliny's Malachites, on the reverse. Amongst the various contents of a tomb at Saintes, discovered in 1885, was a metal ring set with a heliotrope engraved with the agathodaimon, furnished with a human trunk, standing. On the reverse, a novel formula. Rukul, Spirit of God, is known as the name of an angel, but the other words defy interpretation. The best executed of such talismans known to me belongs to Mr. Webb Ware, of Cork. It is an elliptical sard, about 1¾ inches long and wide, engraved very neatly, with Serapis seated on the baris, busts of Osiris and Isis on prow and poop, above Alda, below Vane. On the reverse, finely cut. There is no distinction between A and L in the original, but I have made it where clearly required. The Alda is a novelty, but many words in the long formula are of common occurrence in other gems. 4. The god Abraxas as described by the Christian Fathers. That the pantheos upon our gems was really intended to picture forth the deity styled Abraxas can be established by the indirect evidence of many contemporary writers. Irenaeus remarks of the Basileidans that they use images, incantations, and all other things pertaining unto magic. Further on, he adds their custom of giving names to their images of pretended angels. And what bears more directly on the subject, Tertullian, after laughing at the god of the heretics as biform numen, evidently in reference to the serpent legs, biformes being the classical synonym for the giants similarly equipped, then goes on to say, "They have taken unto themselves gods with wings, or with heads of dogs or lions, or else serpents from the legs downwards." Here we have unmistakable reference to the Magian, Egyptian, and Mithraic idols, so common upon these talismans, and in the last words to the serpent-legged and veritable Abraxas god. Lastly, Epiphanius, after stating that Basilides had taught that the Supreme Being, out of whom proceeded mind, intelligence, providence, strength, and wisdom, was named Abraxas, proceeds to describe in what manner the idea was embodied by the heresiarch. Having taken their vain speculations, he and his followers have converted them into a peculiar and definite form as a foundation for their own erroneous, idolatrous, and fictitious doctrines. Further on, he adds, "With respect to their Kavlakav, what person with any understanding would not laugh at their converting a Hebrew word into a bodily shape in order to represent their idol, at their personified principalities, in a word, at their fondness for images, whilst through these fancies they sow error in the minds of the ignorant for the furtherance of their disgraceful and lying trade." Then proceeding, it would appear, to the analysis of the figure itself, he exclaims, "It is a spirit of deceit, which, like the playing upon a pipe, leads the ignorant into many sins against the truth. Yea, even his legs are an imitation of the serpent, through whom the evil one spake, and deceived Eve. For after the pattern of that figure hath the flute been invented for the deceiving of mankind. Observe the figure that the player makes in blowing his flute. Both he not bend himself up and down to the right and to the left, like unto it, the serpent? These forms hath the devil used to support his blasphemy against heavenly things, to destroy with destruction things upon earth, to encompass the whole world, taking captive right and left all such as lend an ear to his seductions." 5. Abraxas, etymology of. Of this great name, many etymologies have been proposed. Of all these, the most satisfactory is perhaps the one offered by Rabbi Abraham Geiger, making it the Grecized form of Habracha, the blessing. For there is good reason for believing that the X had the sound of SH, which explains the strange metamorphosis of the Persian Artashir into Artaxerxes. By the same rule, the rabbi interprets the talismanic El Shai as representing El Chai, the living God. The same interpretation is again confirmed by the true solution, so long sought in vain, and now suggested by Mr. W. A. Wright, of the mighty spell Abracadabra, which receives a most fitting sense when rendered by Habrachadabarata, pronounce the blessing, where blessing stands for the name of the Blessed One, that most potent of exorcisms. Another derivation, extremely acute but probably untenable, had been previously offered by Bellarmine in the Coptic compound, signifying the blessed name, made of the word ab or of, let it be, ra, adore, and sax for saj, name. This formula would agree in a remarkable manner with the regular Jewish synonym for the ineffable name Jehovah, vis-a-vis Shem HaMepharash, the Holy Word, which the rabbins compress into the name or the word. It is besides a singular coincidence that the Egyptian word Abrak should be used by Moses, Genesis 41:43, where Pharaoh commands that Joseph shall ride in his own chariot and that they shall cry before him, Abrak, kneel down, where the Coptic word is actually retained in the Hebrew text and not rendered by an equivalent in that language. A precedent for expressing a sacred title in an unknown tongue is furnished by St. John, Revelation 19:12. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and upon his head were many crowns, and he had a name written upon them that no man knew but himself. And he was clothed in a vesture dipped in blood, and his name was called the Word of God. And again, he that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go no more out, and I will write upon him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God. All this supplies a reason for the occurrence of the word Abra in so many sacred titles. A very remarkable instance is to be seen in the wall painting of the tomb of Vincentius and Vibia, in the catacomb of Praetextatus at Rome. Now this Vincentius is described in his epitaph as priest of Sabazius, a title connected with the Iao worship, and the name Abracura is inscribed over the head of the consort of Dispater, the two rulers of the shades into whose presence Vibia's soul is ushered by Hermes. In the first title, Cura is plainly the Latinized Curi Virgin, the regular synonym for Proserpine, whilst Abra seems to have the same deeper meaning in which it was employed by the talisman makers. The efficacy of a mystic name is set forth in the Book of Enoch, 68:19. This is the number of the Kesbal, the principal part of the oath which the Most High dwelling in glory revealed unto the holy ones. Its name is Beka. He spoke to holy Michael to deliver to them the secret name, that they might understand that secret name, and thus remember the oath, and that those who pointed out every secret thing to the children of men might tremble at that name and oath. This is the power of that oath, for powerful is it, and strong. And he established the oath of Abrak by the instrumentality of the holy Michael. These are the secrets of this oath, and by it were they confirmed. Heaven was suspended by it before the world was made forever. By it has the earth been framed upon the flood, whilst from the concealed parts of the hills the agitated waters proceed forth from the creation unto the end of the world. By this oath the sea has been formed, and the foundation of it. By this oath the sun and moon complete their progress, never swerving from the command given to them forever and ever. By this oath the stars complete their progress, and when their names are called, they return an answer forever and ever. And with them he establishes this oath by which their paths are preserved, nor does their progress perish. Great was their joy. 6. Abraxas, its numerical force. To find out some deep mystery expressed by the numerical value of the letters in a name is the grand foundation of the famous science of the Kabbalah. Although the Jewish Talmudists now engross all the honor of the discovery, it is but consistent with the known character of that very uninventive race to suspect that they borrowed the first notion from a foreign source, Chaldea, the real fountainhead of all their spiritual knowledge. The earliest instance that can be quoted of this way of expressing a name is St. John's so much discussed number of the beast, employed to screen from vulgar curiosity some dangerous secret. What though its analysis has supplied good Protestants like Bishop Newton with a deadly weapon, in their own eyes, against the Pope, after the sum total has been reduced into its integrals Latinos. Yet a prosaic non-controversialist will be more inclined to suspect that the Kabbalistic number shrouds the name of some potentate of the times who had happened to make himself especially formidable to the beholder of the vision. But the titles Iau, Abraxas, and the like, instead of being recent Gnostic inventions, were in all likelihood recognized holy names, and borrowed from the most ancient religions of the East. Pliny must be alluding to something of the sort when he mentions with a sneer the miraculous powers ascribed by the Magi to amethysts engraved with the names of the sun and moon, names certainly from the nationality of his authorities, not inscribed in either the Greek or the Latin tongue. In the Shemesh Elam, Adonai, Abraxas of these talismans, we may reasonably recognize the words of power referred to by the great naturalist. The Alexandrine Greeks, proceeding upon the axiom that things equal to the same thing are equal to one another, spied out the sacred number 365 in many holy names, and thus proved the identity of the several personages so denominated with one another. To give a few examples, the same sum is obtained by adding up the numerals in Mithras and in Abraxas, and whether we interpret the latter as blessing or holy word, both are equally applicable to the Persian god. Again, the Egyptians, says Heliodorus, discovered the same value in Nilos, appellation of that earliest god and father of their land, entitled in their hymns Horus also, properly the name of the sun. In the new coined religions of Egypt, other and stranger mysteries were extracted out of sacred names by following the old process. Kircher publishes a gem inscribed Chnumus, and supposes, with much apparent reason, the last syllable to be added in order to make up a sum equivalent to Christos, 1480. That most ingenious of the Gnostics, Marcus, based his whole system upon these numerical deductions. According to him, the Savior calls himself A and O, because these letters stand for 801, which is the sum of those in Peristera, the dove, assumed in virtue thereof for the vehicle of the Holy Ghost. But the profoundest mystery that rewarded his researches is the fact, certainly a very curious coincidence, that all the 24 letters of the Greek alphabet added together yield the exact number of the name Iesus, 888. But his own words well deserve to be quoted. Now Jesus had this ineffable origin. From the mother of all things, the first tetrad, proceeded another tetrad, and there was an ogdoad, whence proceeded the decad, so there were 18. The decad, therefore, having come together with the ogdoad, after that it had decoupled the same, produced the number 80. And again after that it had decoupled the 80, it begot the number which is 800, so that the whole number of the letters proceeding from the ogdoad according to the decad is 880 and 8. The same is Jesus. For the name Iesus, by the value of its letters, is the number 888. And verily the alphabet of the Greeks has 8 monads, and 8 decads, and 8 hundreds, producing the number 888, which is made up by all the numbers. The same is Jesus. For this cause both he called himself A and O, to set forth his generation from the All. At first sight it will strike the reader, accustomed only to Arabic numerals, as a work of incredible laboriousness to discover numerical values, so aptly tallying in different words, of totally different components. But the difficulty was in truth much less than it appears. The Greek, accustomed perpetually to use the letters of his alphabet indifferently as symbols of number and of sounds, perceived the two forces at the same glance in every word that caught his eye, and easily estimated the total value of each proper name, more especially when he made it his business to attend to such coincidences. The same operation would be equally familiar to ourselves were our Arabic numerals exchanged for the first 10 letters of the Roman alphabet, instead of being what they are, the ancient Palmyrene, somewhat modified by the wear of ages and a long course of travel. The use of the numerical value of names is remarkably exemplified by a midrash, which makes the 318 men of Abraham's household, with whom he defeated the 5 kings, to be no more than his one servant, Eliezer, the numeral letters in whose name exactly make up that sum, a coincidence, though accidental, truly astonishing. That genuine Gnostic, Dante, employs with great effect this numerical expression of a name in that most mystical prophecy with which his Purgatorio closes. Che io veggio certamente, e però il narro, a darne tempo già stelle propinque, sicuro d'ogni intoppo e d'ogni sbarro, nel qual un 510 messo di Dio anciderà la fuia, e quel gigante che con lei delinque. The interpretation whereof is found in the word DVX, formed out of the Roman letters, and applying to the general of the Ghibelline League, from whom such great things were expected by the poet for the chastisement of the papacy and the restoration of the imperial power. The Abraxas religion. That most philosophic of the fathers, Hippolytus, commences his account of the systems of Basilides and his successors with this ingenious and appropriate simile. It behoves all their hearers, as they see that the doctrines of these heretics are like unto a sea tossed into waves by the fury of the winds, to sail by them without heeding them, and to look out for the tranquil harbor for themselves. For that sea of theirs is both full of monsters and difficult to traverse, and may be likened unto the Sicilian, wherein are the fabled Cyclops, Charybdis, and Scylla, and the rock of the Sirens, which the Grecian poets tell how Ulysses sailed it past when he craftily baffled the cruelty of those inhospitable monsters. For the Sirens, singing clear and musically, used to beguile all sailing by, through the sweetness of their voice, seducing them to cone to land. Ulysses, learning this, is said, Io have stopped with wax the ears of his crew, and having tied himself fast to the mast in this way, sailed past the Sirens, and overheard all their song. Which same thing it is my advice that all who fall in with these seducers should do, and either to stop his ears on account of his own weakness, so to sail by unheeded the doctrines of heresies, without even listening to things too easily capable of seducing him by their sweetness, like the melodious siren's song, or else faithfully binding himself fast to the tree of Christ, to listen to them without being shaken, putting his trust in that whereunto he hath been tied, and stand fast without wavering. The Abraxas deity, his titles, nature, and form already having been discussed, it remains now to give a sketch of his great apostle and his doctrines. To begin with the earliest notice of them. Clemens Alexandrinus lived in the same city and in the same century with Basilides, the reputed founder of the Abraxas religion. During some years of that period, they were contemporaries, and it is more than probable that Clemens was personally acquainted with Basilides, he being a very remarkable personage of his times. On this account, Clemens' testimony to the character of the Basilidan doctrine deserves infinitely more reliance than the statements of the later fathers, whilst at the same time he passes a more judicious and also a more favorable judgment upon its nature. He describes the system as consisting in a constant attention to the soul and intercourse with the deity considered as the fountain of universal love. In his own words, the Basilidan doctrine consists of 2 parts. The first part busies itself with divine things and considers what is the first cause through which all and without which nothing is made. Of what constitution are the things that pervade or include each other, the forces which exist in nature, and unto what they tend. The other part relates to things human as to what is man, what things be consistent or inconsistent with his nature, what he has to do and to suffer. In this department Basilides includes virtue and vice, what is good, what is evil, and what is indifferent. In short, we are here reminded of a description of a Buddhist missionary. The amiable but fanciful Clemens, whose own Christianity was no more than a graft upon the congenial stock of his original Platonism, could see very little to blame in the transcendental speculations of Basilides. In his eyes, the latter was not a heretic, that is, an innovator upon the accepted doctrines of the Catholic Church, but only a theosophic speculator who sought to express old truths by new formulae, and perhaps to combine the same with the new faith, the divine authority of which he was able to admit without renouncing his own creed, precisely as is the case with the learned Hindus of our own day. But far different is the picture of Basilides, as drawn by the pen of bigoted orthodoxy in the 2 next centuries, after his doctrines had been taken up and carried out to monstrous precision by the swarms of semi-Christian sects that sprung up in the very bosom of the Church. These notices are subjoined in chronological order, for they give in a few words the grand features of the perfected system. Hippolytus has left an excellent analysis of the Basilidan doctrine, well deserving of careful study, although it is hard to see how it bears out the assertion at the opening that this heretic took his entire system ready-made from Aristotle, with his genus, species, and individual, but pretended to have received the same from St. Matthew, who had communicated to him the esoteric doctrines which he alone had received from Christ when on earth. The philosophic bishop, however, is mild in censure, nay, seems rather captivated by the ingenuity of the Alexandrine mystic. But Tertullian, with no sense of the beauty of a clever piece of sophistry, launches out like a true African barrister. After this, Basilides the heretic broke loose. He asserted that there was a supreme god named Abraxas, by whom was created mind, whom the Greeks call nous. From mind proceeded the word, from the word providence, from providence virtue and wisdom. From these two again, virtues, principalities, and powers were made, from these infinite productions and emissions of angels. By these angels the 365 heavens were created. Amongst the lowest angels, indeed, and those who made this world, he sets last of all the God of the Jews, whom he denies to be God, affirming that he is one of the angels. Similarly, the still later Jerome has, "So Basilides, who called Almighty God by the portentous name of Abraxas, saying that the same word according to Greek numeration and the sum of his annual revolution are contained in the circle of the sun, whom the heathen, taking the same amount, but expressed in different numerical letters, call Mithras, him whom the simple Iberians worship under the names of Balsamus, Balsamon, Lord of Heaven, and Barbalus, son of Baal, and that this wondrous title Abraxas had long before been applied to the sun god in the formulae of the mysteries may be inferred from various incidental allusions of ancient writers. Thus Theosebius the philosopher, says Photius, in his Life of Isidorus, drove a devil out of a woman by merely invoking over her the rays of the sun and the name of the God of the Hebrews. The same explanation is much supported by the words of Augustine. Basilides asserted the number of heavens to be 365, the number of the days in the year. For this reason he used to glorify a holy name, as it were, that is the word Abraxas, the letters in which, taken according to the Greek method of computation, make up this number. The Basilidan doctrine of emanation was greatly refined upon by Valentinus, whose muster roll of the celestial hierarchy shall be given in its proper place. Suffice it here to observe that the entire theory resembles the Brahminical, for in that theogony each manifestation of the one supreme being, regarded by the vulgar as a separate self-existing deity, has a female partner, the exact counterpart of himself, through whom, as through an instrument, he exerts his power, to express which doctrine this other half is styled his Durga, active virtue. This last name, virtue, actually figures in all the Gnostic lists of emanations, and the great Aeon, Pistis Sophia, in her second confession, perpetually upbraids herself for having quitted her male Sousichos, partner, in her proper habitation, to go in quest of the supernal light, whilst she equally reproaches him for not descending into chaos to her aid. The system of dualism, in fact, pervades the whole of that wondrous revelation. Brahminical inspiration is possible in many other points of the doctrine of Basilides, as will appear by the following extracts from Irenaeus, whose judgment was not warped, like that of Hippolytus, by the mania for deriving his system from the Aristotelian. Basilides, according to him, lived at Alexandria under Trajan and Hadrian, the first half of the 2nd century, and commenced life as a student of the Oriental Gnosis, an epithet sufficiently indicating the source of that philosophy. Being converted to Christianity, he attempted, like many others, to combine his new faith with his old, for the explanation of things both spiritual and natural. To do this, he invented a terminology and symbolism of his own. In the promulgation of his peculiar notions concerning God and the divine attributes, the Word, the creation, the emanation of spirits and worlds, the architect of the universe, and the multifarious forces of nature, he took the same road with his contemporary Saturninus in Syria. His system was a combination of Christian, Jewish, Persian, and Egyptian notions, but the entire coin position was molded by the spirit of the Oriental Gnosis. These tenets their author zealously promulgated. For many years he taught in the school of Alexandria. He was also a most prolific writer. Clemens says he published 24 volumes of interpretations upon the Gospels, besides odes and spiritual songs, all of which have perished. The doctrines he thus disseminated his contemporary Irenaeus represents in the following manner. Basilides, in order to invent something more refined and plausible in the Gnostic speculative philosophy, pushed his investigations even into the infinite. He asserted that God, the uncreated eternal Father, first brought forth nous, or mind, and mind, the logos, word, this in turn, phronesis, intelligence, whence came forth Sophia, wisdom, and dynamis, strength. Irenaeus understands Basilides as making a quaternion of beings or personal intelligences external to the Godhead, but Bellarmine, with more reason, takes them as signifying personified attributes of the supreme forms of his working internally and externally. According to this explanation, Basilides would only have borrowed his system from the Kabbalah. It is, however, equally likely that he drew the whole from a much more distant source, and that his untreated and quaternion stand in truth for the first Buddha and the successive 5. When the uncreated eternal Father beheld the corruption of mankind, he sent his firstborn, Gnos, into the world in the form of Christ for the redeeming of all that believe in him out of the power of those who fabricated the world, namely the Demiurgus and his 6 sons, the planetary genii. Nous appeared amongst men as the man Jesus, and wrought miracles. This Christ did not die in person, but Simon the Cyrenian, to whom he lent his bodily form, suffered in his stead, inasmuch as the divine power, the nous of the eternal Father, is not corporeal, and therefore cannot die. Whoso therefore maintains that Christ has died is still the bondman of ignorance, but whoso denies the same, he is a freeman, and hath understood the purpose of the Father. From this tenet the Basilidans got the opprobrious title of Docetai, illusionists. Similarly, the pious Brahmins explain away all such of their legends as are inconsistent with our notions of divine dignity by making them all Maya, illusion. The same is also the doctrine of the Koran upon this point, and for that they have not believed upon Jesus, and have spoken against Mary a grievous calumny, and have said, Verily, we have slain Christ Jesus, the Son of Mary, the Apostle of God. Yet they slew him not, neither crucified him, but he was represented by one in his likeness. And verily they were disagreed concerning him, were in a doubt as to this matter, and had no true knowledge thereof, but followed only an uncertain opinion. They did not really kill him, but God took him up unto himself, and God is mighty and wise. The system just described coincides to a remarkable degree with the Brahminical, where the first principle produces in succession the 5 powers, Mahasiva, Sadasiva, Rudra, Vishnu, and Brahma, who are held by some for mere attributes of the Godhead. By others are taken in a materialistic sense for aether, air, fire, water, earth. But possibly, as Mosheim so long ago maintained, the whole Gnostic system is derived not from the Kabbalah, nor from the Greek philosophy, but from the theosophy of the Brahmins. Another circumstance in the Basilidan practice, mentioned by Irenaeus, will receive abundant illustration from the study of these talismans. Furthermore, the sect have invented proper names for these angels, and class them under the first, second, third heavens, and so on. Besides this, they endeavor to explain the names, origin, powers, and eons of their pretended 365 heavens. Similarly, they give its own name to the terrestrial sphere, which they say the Savior, whom they call Kavlikov, has visited and then abandoned. Who understands this rightly and knows the eons with their respective names, the same shall be invisible unto and beyond the power of those aeons, in the same manner as the Savior Kavlikov himself was. As the Son of God remained unknown in the world, so must also the disciple of Basilides remain unknown to the rest of mankind, as they know all this, and nevertheless must live amongst strangers. Therefore must they conduct themselves towards the rest of the world as beings invisible and unknown. Hence their motto, "Learn to know all, but keep thyself unknown." And for this cause they are accustomed to deny the fact of their being Basilidans. Neither can they be detected as Christian heretics, because they assimilate themselves to all sects. Their secret constitution, however, is known to but a few, perhaps to 1 in 1,000 or 2 in 10,000. The local situation of their 365 heavens they parcel out just like land surveyors. Their doctrine is contained in a sacred book, and likewise in symbolic figures. The Supreme Lord, the head of all things, they call Abraxas, which name contains the number 365. So much virtue being involved in a perfect knowledge of the names of the eons, it would be unpardonable not to subjoin them, as far as they can possibly be procured at present, and the following may be taken for their most authoritative roll call, having been drawn up by Valentinus himself, the profoundest doctor of the Gnosis, and who had elaborated to the highest degree the system first sketched out by Basilides. He arranges there in pairs, male and female, in the order of their successive emanation from Bethos, the pre-existing eternal principle. The number of pairs is 15, or the sacred number 5 3 times repeated. Their names, it will be seen, are Hebrew words, the va preceding some of the female powers, being merely the copulative and. Matter supposes Valentinus to have been of Jewish origin, although born at Alexandria. Tertullian states that he was first of all a Platonist, then a convert to Christianity, but having been disappointed in his aspirations to a bishopric, he founded a religion of his own. 1. Amsiu Uran, depth, silence. 2. Bukua, Thartun, mind, truth. 3. Ubukua, Thardedia, reason, life. 4. Metaxas, Artababa, man, church. 5. Udua, Kasten Udu, Vakastend, comforter, faith. 6. Amphian, Esumen, fatherly, hope. 7. Vananin, Lamer, motherly, charity. 8. Tarde, Athames, eternal, intelligence. 9. Susua, Allora, light, beatitude. 10. Bucidia, Damadara. Eucharistic, wisdom. 11. Allora, dammo. Profundity, mixture. 12. Oren, lama spex. Unfading, union. 13. Amphifools, empsbosch baud, self-born, temperance. 14. Asiwasha, Belin, only begotten, unity. 15. Dexaricia, Massimo, immovable, pleasure. Epiphanius has evidently copied one pair twice over, misled by a slight difference of spelling, and thus adds one pair to the proper 15. It will be very instructive to compare this Valentinian system of emanation, which makes all to proceed in pairs, male and female, out of the first cause, with that Indian theosophy which this very feature indicates as its real source. In the latter, every principle is divided into a male and female energy, each exactly alike the other, the same, distinguished by their sex alone. Each deity exerts his power through the agency of his female principle, or Sakti, which in turn possesses a Vahan vehicle, that is, an instrument or attribute, which is fixed and represented in a material form. Of the persons in the Supreme Triad, the Saktis and their Vahans are 1. Of Brahma, Saraswati, goddess of harmony and the arts, the Jewish wisdom. Her Vahan is a swan, or goose. Hence Juno's Capitoline bird, afterwards explained by an historical fiction. 2. Of Vishnu, Lakshmi, goddess of prosperity, she has the title of Kamala, lotus-bearer. Her Vahan is Garuda, the man-eagle. Vishnu in one avatar takes the name Varaha, and his consort Varahi, in which case her Vahan is a buffalo. 3. Of Siva, the changer or destroyer, the Sakti is Bhavani, goddess of fecundity, and consequently of death, for the first implies the second, nascentes morimur, finisque ab origine pendet. Nothing perishes, things only take a new form, called by the ignorant death. Compare the title Gods of Death, which the Opites were so fond of giving to the gods of the nativity, the astral genii ruling the horoscope. Bhavani's appropriate vehicles are the bull, emblem of generation, and the tiger, of destruction. And before going further, I cannot resist observing how these names and symbols manifest the far-spreading influence of the nations they embody. The Sasanian queens, in their gem portraits, generally bear the lotus in the hand. Varenas is a common name for the kings of that line, and the Brahmanic bull, the commonest of all signet devices with their subjects. But as the dominions of the later Persian kings extended as far as the Indus, Hindu princesses doubtless entered their harems and communicated their own religion to their children. Again, many of these Sanskrit titles bear a resemblance, certainly not accidental, to words frequently occurring in the Gnostic inscriptions. Thus, Sumitri, wife of Vishnu in his seventh avatar, may explain Sumarta, and Natha, a title of Vishnu and Krishna, the equally common Naftita. Isa, Lord, feminine, Isi, lady, is perhaps even the origin of Isis, and Nila, dark blue and epithet of Parvati, is more appropriately transferred to Father Nilus. Vishnu in infancy as Narayana, floating in his vat, leaf boat over the face of the waters, and colored all over blue, may be compared to the child Horus wafted in the Baris. The most ancient of all creeds having, as above shown, made the lotus the symbol of plenty, the reason becomes obvious for the introduction of its seed vessels, always mistaken for poppy heads, amongst the wheat ears in the cornucopia of Ceres. The above-quoted Sumarta seems to have been applied by the Gnostics to the sun god, for Montfaucon gives a figure of soul so inscribed, with Keruvi on the reverse, a manifest invocation to all the angelic host. And as the protection of this celestial hierarchy is so perpetually sought by our talisman makers in their voluntary humility and worshipping of angels, I subjoin the names of the Hindu guardians of the Jahabs, quarters of the world, which may perhaps lurk in their Grecized form amongst these interminable strings of titles. East, Indra. Southeast, Agni. South, Yama. Southwest, Niriti. West, Varuna. Of the center, Rudra. Northwest, Vayu. North, Kuvera. Northeast, Jasana. Above Brahma, below Naga. The ineffable name in the Hindu form. We have already seen how important a part the notion of an ineffable name, denoting the inconceivable supreme, plays in the machinery of the Gnosis. And here again, the original idea is to be found fully developed in the practice of the Brahmins. This awful name emblazoned in 3 Sanskrit letters within a cartouche formed by a coiled serpent, that normal enclosure for a holy name in Gnostic art, is fittingly borne up by the elephant-headed Ganesha, god of wisdom. The word being triliteral is rather aum than om, as usually written in English. It is never to be uttered aloud but only mentally by the devout. Of the characters, A signifies the creator, U the preserver, M the destroyer, that is, the triad, Brahma, Vishnu, Siva. If pronounced aloud, the sound much resembles Amen as drawled out by a country parish clerk. In fact, it is used for Angikar, so be it, in token of approbation, Moor, Hindu pantheon. And here a very curious analogy is to be pointed out in the assertion of the Talmudists that the word Amen, if shouted aloud, is of power to open the gates of heaven. In the Pistis Sophia, the 3 Amen, and again the 4 Amen, are repeatedly mentioned amongst the other mysteries revealed by the Savior in his esoteric teaching. On this account, the word may be suspected to have some connection with the Hindu sacred name, unless indeed Valentinus had got it nearer home from the 4 Amenti, guardians of the dead and sons of Osiris. The common explanation that Amen signifies truth in some Eastern dialect does not seem to rest on good foundation. The Kabbalist Marcus discovered a great mystery in Amen. Taken numerically, the number 99 became formed by the union of the 11 and the 9, and therefore set forth by the parables of the piece of silver and the 99 sheep, which is the reason why we use Amen in prayers. Other Hindu titles of the deity are Tat and Sat, os virtue. These are recognizable in the Egyptian gods Tat, or Hermes, and Sate, truths. It is likewise more than probable that the mighty Aum itself often lies enshrouded amidst the lines of vowels filling our talismans. Certainly the prawn Chalcedony bearing on one side the Delphic Apollo in a good style of art, or the other, by a later hand, a man dancing with his apron filled with fruits, presents in its legend, Perspaio aum oli, the Sanskrit triliteral in the only form in which Greek characters could express the sound. The origin of this ineffable name is thus related: Brahma milked out, as it were, from the 3 Vedas, the letter A, the letter U, and the letter M, together with the 3 mysterious words Bur, Bhava, Swar, or earth, sky, and heaven. From the 3 Vedas also the Lord of creation, incomprehensibly exalted successively, milked out the 3 treasures of the ineffable text, beginning with the word Tat, and entitled the Savatri, or Gayatri. A priest who shall know the Veda, and pronounce to himself both morning and evening that syllable and that holy text, preceded by the 3 words, shall attain that sanctity which the Veda confers. And a twice-born man who shall 1,000 times repeat those 3, apart from the multitude, shall be released in a month, even from a great offense, as a snake from its slough. The 3 great immutable words preceded by the triliteral syllable and followed by the Gayatri, which consists of 3 measures, must be considered as the mouth, or principal part of the Veda. In this doctrine lies the very origin of all talismanic inscriptions, for their essence is the stringing together of sacred names. Nay more, the actual 3 words, disguised by Coptic pronunciation, or purposely sealed from profane eyes by a duplication of vowels, very probably exist in the midst of certain Gnostic formulae. In the spell of Battus, hereafter to be quoted, words of the same sense as the Hindu three do in reality occur. The Gayatri, or holiest verse of the Vedas, is, "Let us adore the supremacy of the Divine Son, the Godhead, who illuminates all, who recreates all, from whom all proceed, unto whom all must return, whom we invoke to direct our progress, aright in our progress towards the holy seat." Another is, "Earth, sky, heaven. Let us meditate upon that most excellent light and power of that most generous, sportive, and resplendent sun, that it may guide our intellects." In all this there is something that irresistibly reveals the Gnostic invocations whenever they can be interpreted, and the Divine Sun finds its counterpart in the Shemesh Elam, so perpetually repeated. This Gayatri is contained in the Confession of Faith of the Brahmin. This new and excellent praise of thee, O splendid playful Sun, Pushan, is offered by us to thee. Be gratified by this my speech. Approach this craving mind as a fond man seeks a woman. May that Sun who contemplates and looks into all worlds be our protector. Let us meditate on the adorable light of the divine ruler, Savitri. May it guide our intellects. Desirous of food, we solicit the gift of the splendid Sun, who should be studiously worshipped. Venerable men, guided by the understanding, salute thee, Divine Sun, with oblations and praise. Moore hereupon makes the very pertinent remark, "It is difficult to conjecture why this text should be so studiously kept secret, for its exposition, unconnected with any idea of mystery and affectation of profundity, does not appear likely to have the effect so dreaded by all priests of guiding the intellect of mankind to the discovery of truth." As already remarked, our Gnostic formulae, when expressed in Greek, have a spirit and a rhythm that strikes the ear as the echo of these primitive invocations. Witness the legend upon the plasma, described by Cruiser. Within the serpent-formed cartouche is an inscription of many lines, the first half an undecipherable medley of letters, which, like Marcus's 30-syllabic appellation of the Supreme Tetrad, must express the name of the unknown God, who in the following portion is invoked as the primal Father, incorporeal, pervading all things, self-existing, the seal of Solomon. Then come more mystic epithets ending with lion-headed, evidently the Mithraic figure of that kind. The declaration that the unknown legend is the seal of Solomon is extremely interesting, as showing the early date of the celebrity attained by that most famous of talismans, which, be it remembered, was reported to derive its virtue from the mighty throne of God engraven on the gem. Many further analogies between the two theosophies may be detected in the Hindu forms of worship published by Moore. Of the persons in the Supreme Triad, Brahma represents the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Siva the destroyer. But the last is more truly the changer, all death being only change. Siva, therefore, in one of his characters becomes identified with Yama, god of the shades. Now, seeing that the first two persons are symbolized by the elements fire and water, the analogy of the Hellenic triad, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, becomes at once apparent. Here also we find the originals of the great Tridunamis, who hold so high a place in the hierarchy of the Pistis Sophia. The famous inscription of Buddha Gaya, Bengal, dated the year 1005 of the era of Vikramaditya, BC 57, contains this remarkable passage. Amaradeva, son of Sandrakatas, having heard this voice, caused an image of the Supreme Spirit Buddha to be made, and he worshipped it, according to the law, with perfumes, incense, and the like. And he thus admired, magnified the name of that Supreme Being, an incarnation of a portion of Vishnu. Reverence be unto thee in the form of Buddha, reverence be unto thee, Lord of the earth. Reverence be unto thee, an incarnation of the Deity and the Eternal One. Reverence be unto thee, O God, in the form of the God of mercy, the dispeller of pain and trouble, the Lord of all things, the Deity who overcomes the sins of the Kali Yuga, Iron Age, the guardian of the universe, the emblem of mercy towards all them that sue thee, Om, the possessor of all things in vital form. Thou art Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesa, Siva. Thou art the Lord of the universe. Thou art the proper form of all things, movable and immovable, the possessor of the whole. And thus I adore thee. Reverence be unto thee, the bestower of salvation. Reverence be unto thee, the destroyer of the evil spirit, Kisi. O Damodara, show me favor. Thou art he who resteth upon the face of the milky ocean, and who lieth upon the serpent Sesha. Thou art Trivikrama, who at 3 strides encompasseth the earth. I adore thee, who art celebrated by 1,000 names, and under various forms, in the shape of Buddha, the God of mercy. Be propitious, O thou Most High. Having thus worshipped the guardian of mankind, he became like one of the just. He joyfully caused a holy temple to be built of a wonderful construction, and therein were set up the divine feet of Vishnu, forever purifier of the sins of mankind, the images of the Pandas, and the descents of Vishnu, avatars, and in like manner of Brahma and the rest of the divinities. It may here be observed how extensively this symbol of the divine foot has pervaded the religions of the West. Feet either in relief or in kavo, cut in stone, are common about Hindu temples. According to tradition, they are memorials of Sutis, the self-sacrificing widow having mounted from that stone upon the pyre. This usage supplies the connection of the symbol with Serapis, the translated Yama, god of Hades. Compare the colossal foot dedicated to the Serapis of Alexandria as his special attribute, and recently exhumed from the ruins of his temple. It is richly sandaled, and on the top sits enthroned the god himself, with his attendants Cerberus and the serpent Tricassa and Sesha, in Grecian disguise. The same foot, winged and girt with the serpent placed between 2 seated lions, is cut on the altar, inscribed Deo Serapi M. Vibius Onesimus ex Visu. The same idea produced in Ceylon the print of Adam's foot upon the summit of the peak, bearing his name, whence he had ascended to his Creator, and equally, in the very metropolis of Christianity, that of Christ himself, stamped in the basalt paving stone of the Via Appia, still worshipped in the church and entitled Domine Quo Vadis. An ancient silver plate, found in a pit at Islamabad, at the northern end of the Bay of Bengal, records the hallowing of the site of a projected temple, there in the deposit, in that pit of 120 small bronze images called Tahmudas, 20 of larger size, Languda, 1 large in stone, Languda Gari, and a brass vessel containing 2 of the bones of Thakur. This last title, noble, is the regular style of a god, or a deified mortal. In medieval ecclesiastical usage, which probably still continues, it was indispensable for the consecration of any altar in a church that a relic, bone, of some saint should have been deposited under its base. The same silver plate contains this account of the birth and infancy of Buddha. This coincidence, if accidental, is very curious. When Buddha Avatar descended from the region of souls and entered the body of Mahamaya, the wife of Suntala Dana, Raja of Kailas, her womb suddenly assumed the appearance of clear, transparent crystal in which Buddha appeared, beautiful as a flower, kneeling and reclining on his hands. When born, he had on his head 2 feet, and on his hands the marks of wheels. Brahma, attending at the birth, received the infant in a golden vessel and delivered him unto Indra. This intimate connection of the theosophies of India and Greece was originally, before the period of direct commerce, kept up through the medium of the Persian Magi, as the classical writers themselves show by casual but trustworthy allusions. Their notices were till lately reckoned amongst the other fictions of Gracia Mendax, but better acquaintance with Sanskrit and Pahlavi records have revealed their truth. For it is now accepted as certainly proved by the oldest portions of the Zendavesta, the Gathas, or hymns, that the primitive religion of the whole Aryan race, previous to the Great Division, was a simple worship of the powers of nature. This religion was reformed by Zoroaster, who retained the old names for his angels, but superadded the idea of the One Supreme. Ammian, in his account of Julian's Persian expedition, gives the following curious, though oddly blundered, details upon this subject. In these tracts are situated the fertile lands of the Magi, in Media, concerning whose profession and pursuits, since we have come upon them, it will be fitting to give here some brief information. Plato, that greatest authority upon celebrated doctrines, states that the Magian religion, known by this mystic name of Machagestia, is the most uncorrupted form of worship in things divine. To the philosophy of this religion, Zoroastres, a Bactrian, in primitive times, made many additions drawn from the mysteries of the Chaldeans, as did still later Hystaspes, a very learned prince, father of Darius. This King Hystaspes, when he was boldly penetrating into the unknown regions of Upper India, had come upon a certain wooded solitude, the tranquil silence of which is occupied by those incomparable sages, the Brahmins. Instructed by their teaching in the science of the motions of the world and heavenly bodies, and also in pure religious rites, as far as he was able to gather them of the notions thus acquired, he transfused a certain proportion into the creed of the Magi. The latter, coupling these doctrines with their own peculiar science of foretelling the future, have handed down the whole through their descendants to succeeding ages. Thenceforth, in the course of many generations to the present time, a multitude, sprung from one and the same stock, dedicates itself to sacred offices. It is said they preserve unextinguished the sacred fire, which first of all fell down from heaven, a portion whereof used always to be carried before the kings of Asia as a good omen. The number of persons so descended was at the first but small, and they were exclusively employed by the Persian kings for the performance of religious services. It was considered a great offense to approach the altar or to touch the sacrifice before a magus, after reciting the appointed prayers, had poured upon it the preliminary libation. But through gradual increase they are grown into the name and dimensions of a distinct people, and inhabit villages unprotected by walls, being allowed to follow their own laws, being respected on account of their religious character. It was from this race of men that the seven, as ancient history records, usurped the Persian throne upon the death of Cambyses, and were crushed by the conspiracy of that Darius who gained the kingdom through the neighing of his horse. The worthy but pedantic old soldier, in his anxiety to show off his historical reading, has committed certain very ludicrous blunders in this account. The father of Darius was no ancient king of Persia, but merely governor of that province, Eparchos, under Cambyses. His name, derived from Gushtasp, the planet Venus, was doubtless common enough wherever Magism was the established religion. And yet more ludicrously does Ammian convert the one Magian usurper, Smerdis, into 7, the actual number of the Persian nobles who put him down. Nevertheless, the tradition has great value, as proving the previous existence of the Magi in a community of diviners and seers, like the ancient Jewish fraternities, sons of the prophets, and the subsequent modification of their doctrines by the importation of Brahminical ideas, following upon the conquest of Indian provinces. Such being the case, one need not be surprised at finding Sasanian kings named after Hindu deities, like the numerous Varanas, from Varani, Vishnu's title, just as others of their line assume that of the proper Persian god, Ormuzd, in the form of that favorite royal appellation, Hormizdas, Ahurmazdi. Abraxas gems, their materials, workmanship, and nature. Following the axiom that the body is more than the raiment, the foregoing chapters have been devoted to the consideration of the notions which our talismans have invested with visible form. These visible forms, therefore, their materials and manufacture, now come before us for explanation, a wide field for curious research, and extending into many diverse regions of archaeology. The genuine Abraxas gems, that yet fill our cabinets came originally, for the most part, out of Egypt. Others, as their differing style shows, from Asia. Others again from Syria, where many Basileidons had established themselves at an early period. Amongst these philosophizing semi-Christian sects, the figure of Abraxas was held in high esteem. They used it, says Bellarmine, as a teacher in doctrine, in obedience to whom they directed their transcendental researches and mystic instruction, as a token and a password amongst the initiated to show that they belonged to the same fraternity, as an amulet and a talisman, and lastly, as a seal to their documents. Gnostic intagli are almost the sole productions of the glyptic art during the time it was dying out, all through the last 2 centuries of the Western Empire, if we accept a few rude figures of the goddess Roma, victories, and eagles made for legionary rings. As may easily be supposed, the art displayed in these designs is at its lowest ebb, being itself a degenerate successor to the debased Egyptian school of Alexandria. The engraving seems to have been entirely executed by means of a coarse wheel, like that characterizing the Sasanian stamp, then commonly used in Persia, a country which, by the by, was the source of many of the ideas expressed in these figures and inscriptions. The choice Indian sards, nicolai, and amethysts, which embellished earlier periods, are replaced by coarser materials, the native productions of the countries which had engendered the new creed, the jasper of Egypt dark green, or sometimes mottled with yellow and red, the plasma, usually of bad quality, passing from a dirty olive green into common chalcedony, and quite as abundantly the fibrous hematite, more or less magnetic. Indeed, the opaque jasper and the lodestone, those special materials for signets at the fountains of the magic art, Egypt and Assyria, had from time immemorial engrossed the reputation of the most fitting vehicles for talismanic figures. The former was Pliny's malachites, opaque and of the color of a mallow leaf, of innate power as an amulet to protect children. Its black variety was his antipathes, recommended by the Magi as a sure defense against witchcraft of every kind, whilst the hematite is the Persian kamhahen, perhaps the true etymology of cameo, a word that came into Europe in the ages when every engraved stone passed for a talisman. So constant is this rule of unmitigated barbarism that Gnostic types, when found well executed, and in fine stones, as sometimes is the case, will on examination always prove to emanate from the Cinquecento school, a period when anything pertaining to astrology or the Kabbalah was reproduced in vast abundance under the impulse of the revived spirit of mystic speculation. To this and the following century must be referred the authorship of those large jaspers, not unfrequent in collections, presenting the terminal figure of Osiris, the field occupied with astrological ciphers and modern Hebrew letters. Of these imitations, betraying themselves by their own excellence, the most conspicuous was a large amethyst, obtained by me at Florence, engraved with an erect figure of the hawk-headed Frey, Priapian, holding the cynophilus upon his hand, and standing on the coiled serpent, an intaglio in the best Roman manner that no era of Gnosticism had been capable of producing. Antique pastes with subjects do not exist, and for a very sufficient reason, the material of a talisman being quite as essential to its virtue as the sigil engraved upon it. The mystery whereof the profound Camillo de Leonardo shall hereafter declare in his own words. Again, the genuine stones were in themselves so cheap, and the work upon them produced so expeditiously and with so little care as to leave small temptation for counterfeiting them in a baser substance. The only exception that has come under my notice to the inferior quality of the stones employed by the Gnostic engravers is the singular garnet tablet of the Hertz cabinet, of which a description will be given in its proper place when we come to treat of inscriptions. The lettering of the legends upon these talismans has a peculiarity of execution that of itself serves to identify almost every stone belonging to the Gnostic series. The letters are all formed by straight lines, the Th, O, and S, being quite square, either from the rudeness of the instrument employed to cut them, or because want of skill prevented the engraver from attempting curvilinear characters, to do which neatly requires the utmost dexterity and long practice, being in fact the most difficult task that can be demanded from the wheel. For it was with this newly invented instrument, as the equality of their lines demonstrates, that these ill-shaped characters were faintly traced upon the stone. In all likelihood the same artists were the Alexandrian glassworkers, famed long before for their engraved vases, Martial's Tepide Toriumata Nili, for Pliny uses the significant expression vitrum aliud torno territur, aliud argenti more caelatur. Some glass vessels are cut out by means of the drill, others carved in relief in the same manner as silver plate. The X in these inscriptions is invariably formed by drawing a short line across the diagonal of a zed, so that, in rude work, it cannot be distinguished from the latter character. These inscriptions are often found superadded upon the backs of gems of much earlier date, evidently for the purpose of converting them into talismans. Of such conversions the most remarkable known to me are a fine cameo, Marlborough cabinet, a bust of Commodus, on the reverse of which has been rudely cut the Abraxas god, surrounded by a legend, unintelligible though sounding like Greek words. Thugenaio demenai Vasiliskos. Another cameo, royal cabinet, with the helmeted heads regardant of Constantine's two elder sons, has received the very unorthodox addition of Anubis, also surrounded by a long legend in huge characters, so barbarous as to defy transcription. A third, a fine head of Hercules, lapis lazuli, has received the Gnostic baptism by the addition on the back of a scarabæus with expanded wings, recognized emblem of the Creator, and the word of power, Abraxas. The extremely debased style of all such additions plainly indicates a period long posterior to that of the originals, whilst the position they occupy, necessarily concealed when in use, proves that the whole object of such improvements was the supernatural protection of the wearer. The finest example of Gnostic conversion is an onyx cameo, Vienna cabinet, representing some young Caesar under the form of Jupiter Axur, standing in front face with the thunderbolt in his left hand, his right resting on the scepter, the aegis hangs down his back for paludamentum. At his feet the eagle on one side, a trophy with seated captive, hands tied behind. All in a good style, in low relief. The talisman maker has cut a line of square characters, resembling palmyrene, down each leg from hip to foot, a nimbus of the same round his head, others on the field, and, to make all sure, has covered the back of the gem with 16 lines in the same abstruse lettering. It is carefully figured in Arneth's Camine des KK Cabinets, who suggests Julian for its subject, without considering that the philosopher wore a long beard during the period when such a representation of him as this was permissible. Besides, for the 2 centuries before Julian's times, Serapis was the only type under which the reigning emperor was allowed to be complimented, the Old Latin Jovus Axur having grown obsolete. The hero of this apotheosis is much more probably Titus, or even his brother. The cameo is of respectable dimensions, being 2 3/4 inches high by 2 1/2 wide. As regards the history of glyptics, these inscribed gems have a value of their own, as fixing the date when the wheel came generally into use in the engraver's atelier. For the minute and elegant lettering of earlier times will be found, when examined with the microscope, to have been incised in the gem with the diamond point, whence its perfect regularity and freedom. Of these Gnostic inscriptions in general, Raspe has given accurate transcripts from an immense collection belonging to every shape and period of Gnosticism. Chabouillet has more recently done the same for the very large series in the French cabinet, in his valuable Catalogue des Camées de la Bibliothèque Imprendies, Parnus 282. In the Gorlé Dactyliotheca, Nostirn 326, Forst 86, are entirely Gnostic and astrological designs, and include the greater part of those first published by Chifflet in his Macari Abraxas Proteus, whose plates were re-engraved for the purpose on a reduced scale, but with large additions, apparently made by the learned editor of the work, Gronovius. But the most extensive series of actual representations of the whole class are the plates to the section Les Abraxas of Montfaucon's grand work L'Antiquité expliquée. Many of his examples were drawn from the fine cabinet of gems belonging to the library of Saint Geneviève, besides others, and very interesting specimens, from a previous work by Capello. Though roughly engraved, they seem to have been copied with laudable attention to accuracy. Legends and formulae. Foremost in the rank of words of power stands the mystery of the 7 vowels, so important as to demand a separate section for its discussion with befitting reverence. Though inferior to these, great no doubt was the virtue of those interminable strings of letters that fill both faces of many a Gnostic stone, later refinements upon the celebrated Ephesia Grammata, as Clemens aptly remarks. Amongst these interminable formulae lurk, no doubt, those potent spells composed by Solomon himself, by repeating which, and at the same time applying to the sufferer's nose his ring, under whose gem was placed the herb prescribed by the same oracle of wisdom, the Jew Eleazar drew out through their nostrils the devils possessing many people, in the presence of Vespasian, his tribunes, and chief officers. The sapient Josephus adds that to make sure of the exit of the diabolical occupant, the exorcist commanded him to overturn in his flight a basin of water placed at a considerable distance, which was forthwith done, to the consternation and conviction of all the heathen spectators. The Ephesian spell, the mystic words graven on the zone of the great Diana, were commonly used by the Magi of Plutarch's times for the same purpose, and there can be no doubt that such invocations were often efficacious. Demoniacal possession was nothing more than epilepsy, its very name, signifying possession, being derived from that same belief. For Galen, after rationally discussing the natural causes of the malady, remarks that the vulgar universally attributed it to the agency of devils. Now our experience of mesmerism, so far as there is any reality in that pet science of charlatans, clearly shows what inexplicable effects can be produced upon persons laboring under nervous derangement by words of command authoritatively pronounced. How much greater the effect of those words in old times when uttered in an unknown tongue by a person of imposing presence, and over patients already filled with the belief of his power to relieve them. Hence the casting out of devils became the grand staple of their trade with all the thaumaturgists, both old and new, of the ages with which we are dealing. That the cure should be permanent was a thing perfectly immaterial. It sufficed the exorcist's purpose if the manifestation of his power should be successful for the moment, to the edification of the awestruck crowd of believers, and to the confusion of the few rationalistic doubters amongst the crowd. Such spells gave power likewise over demons ranging about unconfined in fleshly prison. Eucrates, in Lucian's amusing Philipsaudes, boasts that he is so accustomed to meet thousands of them roving about that he has come not to mind them at all, more especially since the Arabian has given me a ring made out of the nail from a cross and taught me the spell composed of many names. The last remark is valuable for our purpose. It proves that the legends in an unknown tongue on our talismans are sometimes to be explained from the Arabic, and also may consist of strings of titles of the one deity invoked. Virgil's Crines effusa sacerdos ter centum tonat oredeos, eribumque, caiosque, ter geminamque hecaten, tria virginis, ora dianae. Distinctly refers to the same superstition, for Servius explains these 300 gods in the spells of Dido's Massilian sorceress as not meaning so many different deities, but only so many epithets of Hecate herself. whose very names he, for the same reason, fancifully derives from the numeral ekaton. The same idea yet survives in the religious exercise of the devout Moslem, the mental repetition and reflection upon the 99 Arabic epithets of the One Almighty. The great object of these adjurations was to address the deity by the names under which he was known to all the nations of earth, in this way making sure of addressing him by the appellation wherein he most delighted. This is the fundamental principle of, and sufficient explanation of, the entire class of these talismanic legends, and of their syncretism. Number 10 of the Magic Papyrus affords a most valuable illustration. I call upon thee that didst create the earth and bones and all flesh and all spirit, that didst establish the sea, and that shakest the heavens, that didst divide the light from the darkness. Thou, the great, directing mind, that disposest all things, eye of the world. Genius of genii, daemon daemonion, God of gods, the Lord of spirits, iao ui, hearken unto my voice. I call upon thee, the master of the gods, O loud thundering Zeus, O sovereign Zeus, Adonai, Lord iao uye. I am he that calleth upon thee in the Syrian tongue, the great God Zalair if fu. And do not thou disregard my voice in the Hebrew language, Habla Nathanalva Avrasiloa. For I am Silthohoch Lelam Vlasaloth, Iao Nevuth Saviotharvoth Arvath, Iao Savaoth Paguri Raguri Varuch, Adonai Eloi Iavram, Varvaravo Nafsif. O lofty-minded, ever-living crown of the world, containing all, si episakti etiviu, heasfi, fos, nui, siethi, chthethonirinch, o iaioat, a oiao, asial, sa pialso, ethmurisinisem, lavlulurinch. This spell looses fetters, causes blindness, i.e. makes one invisible, procures dreams, gives favor, for whatsoever purpose thou wishest. One circumstance, very unaccountable, connected with these inscriptions, is wherefore the Pahlavi character, the national writing of the Magi in those times, should never be used in formulae so often embodying the doctrines of that profession. Neither are any complete legends to be found written in Punic, although that character with the last mentioned was at the time universally employed in various modifications all over Asia and Africa. In the latter country, Punic was not superseded by Latin until a very late period of the empire, for in the 2nd century, Apuleius, Apology, wishing to prove the neglect of his stepson's education by the boy's uncle, who had taken charge of him, the family belonged to the large city Madara in Numidia, declares that, though arrived at the age of 16, he could speak nothing but Punic, and the little Greek he had picked up from his mother, Praeter Punice, et sequid adhuc amatre gracisat. And some years later, the Emperor Severus, a descendant of Hannibal's, had to blush for his sister when she came from his native place, Leptis, to court, vix Latine loquens. It is true the characters which are often scattered over the field of these gems have much the look of Punic, others again of Palmyrene Syriac, whilst some are obviously the same with the strange Nubian characters to be seen in abundance graven on the rocks at Silsilis upon the Upper Nile. As for the square, modern Hebrew, all works presenting them are mere fabrications of the astrologers and Rosicrucians of the 16th and 17th centuries. Hieroglyphical writing, though naturally to be looked for in the manufacture of Alexandria, hardly occurs at all. It is probable that even its modification, the Demotic, had long before been superseded, in that capital at least, by the Greek alphabet. The only exception known to me is the agate published by Caelus, presenting the common four-winged priapic genius in the sacred boat, the reverse bearing a long vertical line of neatly cut genuine hieroglyphics. The Arabic Qamar moon, sometimes found in these formulae, illustrates Pliny's remark that the Magi ordered the name of the sun or moon to be engraved on emeralds or amethysts in order to convert them into amulets against witchcraft and giving success at court. An emerald, praun, of very bad quality, however, inscribed Iao Savaoth Abraxas, may represent the very kind of amulet alluded to, but that Alexandria was the grand fabrique of talismans is equally apparent to the mineralogist, from the materials, as to the archaeologist from the lettering employed in their construction. Nevertheless, it still remains unexplained why the Magi should not have written their own spells in the character then solely current in the vast dominions of the Sasanian kings. The language of these inscriptions is never Latin, rarely Greek, frequently Syriac, but most commonly corrupt Hebrew. For this choice, the sufficient reason is given by Iamblichus in a letter to Porphyrius, where he expressly states that the gods are well pleased with prayers addressed unto them in the Egyptian or Assyrian tongues, as being ancient and cognate languages to their own, and moreover, those in which prayer was first made unto them, and therefore they have stamped as sacred the entire speech of those holy nations. It is a singular coincidence that Justinus Kerner, in his extraordinary work, Die Zeherin von Prevorst, in reading which one continually fluctuates between the conviction of its being an impudent fiction and the uncomfortable suspicion that it may be a revelation of the profoundest truth, assigns a similar reason for the writing used by the visitant from the spirit world so greatly resembling Arabic, because that had the best claim to be considered the primitive language of mankind. This seer was a peasant girl, worn out by long sickness to that degree as to belong more to the next world than to this. Consequently, she had become sensible of the presence of spiritual visitors and acted as a medium of communication between them and those in the flesh. Kerner, a physician, took her into his own house the better to observe these singular phenomena, and kept a regular diary of her health and of her disclosures during several months until her death, with a minuteness of which only a German is capable. He writes evidently in all good faith, and, amidst heaps of nonsense, puts down some startling occurrences beyond the flights of forgery and confirmed by one's own experience. But as concerns the language of the other world, in every country, opine ignotum pro magnifico has ever been the maxim of priestcraft, the soundness of which has been demonstrated by the experience of all time. More particularly does this apply to forms of prayer. Thus Orpheus, then, whilst the cauldron bubbles o'er the flame, address each Godhead by his mystic name. Full well the immortals, all are pleased to hear their mystic names rise in the muttered prayer. Of such mystic invocations it will be advisable to adduce examples from writers contemporary with their use, before proceeding to the consideration of actual remains of similar nature. Of the numerous specimens cited, the following are the most noteworthy. The Pistis Sophia makes the Savior, standing upon the shore of the sea, the ocean, call upon God with this prayer, saying, Hear me, O Father, thou Father of all fatherships, infinite light, aenuo iao aoi oia, psinother therinops nopsither, zagnuri paguri, methmomouth, nepsiomouth, marachachta, thovaravath, tharnachachan, rorokothora, ieu savaoth. And again in this valuable description of the Gnostic sacrament, Then said Jesus, Bring me fire and vine branches. And they brought them unto him, and he, placing upon them an offering, set 2 vessels of wine, the one on the right, the other on the left of the offering. He set before them the offering. He put also a cup of water before the vessel of wine which was on the right hand, and he set a cup of wine before the vessel of wine that was on the left. And he set loaves of bread, according to the number of his disciples, in the middle between the cups. He set likewise a cup of water behind the loaves. And Jesus, standing before the offering, made all the disciples to stand behind him, being all clothed in linen garments, having all of them in their hands the number of the name of the Father of the treasury of light. And he cried aloud, saying, Hear me, O Father, Father of all fatherships, boundless light, iao iuo iao aoi oia, psinother therinops nopsither, nephtomarachta I anamenaman, amani of heaven, Israel aminamin suve, vayapai aminamin vera, areapai aminamin sasarsartu, aminamin kukemin me, aminamin iae, ietuap aminamin menmari marin mari, aminamin amin. Again, Irenaeus copies out a formula couched in Hebrew words to inspire greater awe into the Gallic neophyte, at lugdunum, as used by certain Gnostics there in administering baptism. Vase machamose va eanoma mata thee aruada, custa vava for colachthé. I invoke thee, supreme over every virtue, the light of the Father by name, the good Spirit, the life, because thou hast reigned in the body. Another of their formulae was, Messia ufareg namemsemen chaldean mosemedia akfranepsawa isu nazaria. I do not separate the Spirit, the head, and the supercelestial virtue, the merciful one. May I prosper in thy name, O Savior of truth. But as regards the expression of divine mysteries by means of letters of the alphabet, Marcus stands preeminently first amongst the Gnostics, as the following extracts from his revelation will conclusively attest. The supreme tetrad came down unto me from that region which cannot be seen nor named, in a female form, because the world would have been unable to bear their appearing in a male figure, and revealed to me the generation of the universe, untold before either to gods or men. When first the Father, the inconceivable, beingless, sexless, began to be in labor, he desired that his ineffable should be born, and his invisible should be clothed with form. He therefore opened his mouth and uttered the word, like unto himself. This word standing before him showed that he was manifesting himself as the form or type of the invisible one. Now the uttering of the name came to pass in this wise. He, the Supreme, spake the first word of his name, the which is a syllable of 4 letters. He then added the second syllable, also of 4 letters. Then the third, composed of 10 letters. Finally the fourth, made up of 12 letters. Thus the utterance of the whole name consists of 30 letters and of 4 syllables. Each letter has a form pronunciation and writing of its own, but neither understands nor beholds that of the whole name, nay, not even the power of the letter standing next to itself. Now these sounds united make up the beingless, unbegotten aeon, and these are the angels that always behold the face of the Father. Thus the Father, knowing himself to be incomprehensible, gives unto each of the letters, called aeons, its own proper sound, inasmuch as none of them singly is competent to utter the entire name. The substance of the revelation brought down to Marcus by truth is to be found in the Kabbalah, which makes the mystic names of God to consist of 4, 12, 42, and 72 letters, respectively. The Kabbalists go so far as to assert that the 42 victims offered by Balaam in order to obtain a favorable response were consecrated to one of these great names. If indeed Moses was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, the magic virtues of numerals would have formed an essential part of his learning, as we see from the doctrine of Pythagoras, confessedly derived from Egypt. It looks very much like as if the framers of the genealogy of Jesus had the same object in view when they forced the generations to the required number by omitting 3 of the kings in the 2nd division, being able to deal with the 3rd in whatever manner they pleased. On counting the number of the vowels that evidently have some deep purpose in occurring without consonants on so many talismans of the age of Marcus, we should, I expect, often find it tally with that of one or the other of these holy names. A subsequent revelation of the same tetrad to Marcus serves to account for the frequent appearance of the naked woman, the Venus Anadyomene, of earlier times, upon Gnostic monuments. After having declared these things, the tetrad added, I will show unto thee truth, whom I have brought down from the celestial mansions, that thou shouldest behold her naked, acknowledge her beauty, hear her speaking, and be astonished at her wisdom. Look up therefore at her head, A and O, at her neck, V and Pix, at her shoulders with her hands, E and Hech, at her breasts, D and R, at her chest, E and U, at her back, Z and T, at her belly, P and S, at her thighs, Th and R, at her knees, I and P, at her legs, K and O, at her ankles, L and Kex, at her feet, M and N. This is the body of truth, this the form of the letters, this the character of the writing. Whereupon truth looked upon me, Marcus, and opened her mouth, and uttered a word, and that word became a name which we know and speak, Christ Jesus. And having named him, she held her peace. This figure of truth is made up, it will be perceived, by taking successive pairs of letters from each extremity of the alphabet, perhaps thereby constituting the male and female, and thus making them types of so many eons. All this suggests a rational question, whether the primary application of the name Logos to the divine emanation was not at first a mere interpretation of the rabbinical synonym name or word, the respectful substitute for the ineffable name Jehovah, the Shem HaKodesh, and that later the secondary meaning of Logos, reason, suggested to the Platonizing Jews of Alexandria its analogy to their own Sophia Achamoth, the firstborn of the supreme cause. And finally, the composition of this holy name, extending to 30 letters, illustrates the purport of that interminable polysyllabic title which runs either in one unbroken circle or sometimes in the outline of an erect serpent around the margin of so many Gnostic gems, and circumscribes the mystic device engraved in the center. In the latter arrangement of the inscription, one is tempted to recognize that good and perfect serpent of the Naseni, that Messias whose visible type in the heavens, their eyes, sharpened by faith, discovered and adored in the constellation Draco. To come now to the actual remains of Gnostic manufacture, which preserve to us formulae of the nature just considered, the most important, to judge from its frequent occurrence, and the evident care bestowed upon its engraving, is the one here transcribed. My copy is taken from an example formerly in the state collection, probably the finest talisman known. It is a thick plaque, somewhat heart-shaped, of dark garnet, 234 x 112 inches in its greatest dimensions, bearing on the one side 14 lines, on the other 11, neatly cut in the Greek character in the 3rd century, but making no distinction between the A and the L. Amongst the titles on the obverse, several familiar names may be detected, such as Alon, Shemesh Ilam, Abraxas. The long style filling the 4th line is clearly the correct spelling of the abbreviated Agrama Iamareg, addressed in another part of the prayers of the Savior, as the first of the invisible gods. The next line Shemgan Salf arranges, they who stand before the Mount of Paradise can be no other than the eons, just described by Marcus, as the angels who always behold the Father's face. Whilst in this Jewish hierarchy of heaven, the old god of Egypt, Anubis, oddly intrudes himself under his Coptic title of Ambo. Both inscriptions agree literally with those upon the large oval chalcedony figured by Chiflet, except the addition, in the letter, of a few words enclosed within a coiled serpent placed at the top of the obverse. Out of these inscriptions his friend Wendelin, by taking the language as good Greek, had contrived to elicit a most orthodox invocation to the Trinity, which, however, was evidently far from satisfactory to the skeptical and more sagacious canon. Amongst the Townley gems is a large sard, agreeing in all except a few letters with shiftless specimen, convincing attestation to the supposed virtue of the formula. For the purpose of comparison, I insert another, lately discovered, engraved on a much more minute scale than any of the preceding Wieland's copy. Doubtless such immense and overcharged pieces of mystery served in their time the purpose of pocket prayer books, out of which the owner recited the due invocations at the sacred rites. To some such manual of devotion the pseudo-Orpheus possibly alludes by. Pray with the flowered petrusses in thy hand, when hecatombs before the altar stand. The Orientalist, desirous of exercising his ingenuity upon the deciphering of these, for the most part unexplained monuments, will find an immense collection of them in Raspa, copied with scrupulous accuracy. The reason he there gives for the attention he has paid to a class previously so neglected is a very sound one. All these sects have evidently borrowed their symbols, and probably also their respective explanations, from the iconology and mysteries of the Egyptians and other nations of the East. If, as regards the meaning of hieroglyphics and symbols, they had no better information, the Gnostics of Egypt and Syria had at least national tradition to depend upon, a point assuredly of some weight. If therefore the more recent sects of Gnostics, with their symbolical learning, have established new opinions and fresh modifications of religion upon the basis of the old, we are not therefore to conclude that they knew nothing about, and wantonly gave a new meaning to, the symbols which they thus misapplied. This is the only rational point of view in which these amulets and engravings ought to be studied. Raspa's collection I shall now proceed to supplement by copies of several unpublished examples, the most interesting that have come under my notice in a long course of study, and such as serve best to illustrate the theories proposed in the foregoing pages. And to show the curious and puzzling nature of the whole class, they often present the critical examiner with signs and siglae, now supposed the exclusive property of national religions, the most diverse from one another, as they were remote from the recognized metropolis of Gnosticism. Intermingled with the regular Greek characters appear strange signs analogous in form, often identical with the caste marks of the Hindus, and which in their turn became the parents of those used by the medieval alchemists and Rosicrucians, and, during the same ages, of the true professors of Masonry. The consideration of these sigla, of which I have collected a large series belonging to all ages and countries, has proved sufficiently fruitful to supply materials for a separate and important subdivision of this treatise. One example, described under Talismans and Amulets, presents unmistakable evidence of the use of runes in the Alexandrine studio, whilst another, shortly to be noticed, demonstrates that the Gnosis may dispute with Hibernia her supposed peculiar invention of the mysterious ogams. A tablet of aquamarine communicated to me by the Reverend Greville Chester bears the inscriptions in well-formed characters. A string of titles ending with Lord of Hosts, defend me. Sapphirine chalcedony, the size of a pigeon's egg. Foreman collection. The concluding word, phulaxon, do thou protect, clearly evinces that this elegantly engraved invocation was addressed to some one deity rejoicing in many titles and styled propitious by its opening eleo. A very thick stone of sapphirine chalcedony, this is purely Jewish, perhaps the wear of some magna sacerdos arboris, sold to the Roman ladies, for it puts the buyer under the protection of the archangels. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, who stand before the Mount of Paradise of Jehovah. A remarkable exemplification of the mixture of two opposing creeds is found in the Aurori Ut, Light of Lights, accompanying the figure of a globose vase with bands hanging from the neck. This is evidently the small golden vessel shaped like a cow's udder containing the libations of milk, mentioned by Apuleius as carried in the Isiac procession by the same official who bore aloft the hand of justice. The gridiron-like object often laid upon it is the regular Egyptian door key made of wood. In one example, figured by matter, the key is shown of the regular Roman form in the same position, which places the meaning of the more usual figure entirely out of doubt. This shows the reason for kleidouchos, the key-bearer, being a priestly title. Other types, purely Egyptian, offer some curious improvements upon the old qualia demens Egyptus portenta colat. For example, one, Proun, exhibits Anubis, but now equipped with 2 heads and 4 hands holding torches and daggers, styled on the reverse para, amvo, ivaka, kasik, ike. In another, Nelthrop, the cat-headed goddess, Tafnith, stands lotus-crowned and is addressed as Kevi Harve, Kichve, Kachia, Vazakach, Kachia. Again, Anubis with the superadded heads of Pan, Mendes, and a cock, Frey, with arms outstretched in the form of a cross. His body, supported upon the legs of an ibis, has over the heads respectively written the initials Thi, Pi, Ek. On the reverse sleeve, OPCEC, CVNO, Horeoi. But the most curious composition of this nature known to me is presented by a large elliptical mottled jasper, measuring 118 plus 134 inch, very boldly cut and better drawn than usual. Apparently a solar talisman, Mr. Topham, Rome. The obverse shows a gryllus in the outline of a cock having the head of Pan, scorpions for tail feathers, and the whip of Saul stuck in his rump to complete that appendage, standing upon a serpent. Overhead are the sun star and crescent. On his back rests a tailed globe, a comet. In front A. In the field below, the astral sigle. On the reverse, Og over the agathodaman serpent uncoiled and crawling, a star and A. Below the serpent, Edog Io, the letters inverted, then another line, Ivom Koi. Below this again the triple S on the bar that always accompanies the agathodaimon, Ia-I-O, Io-Voi, reading thus in the impression. In the last word, the great Ieu, special title of the Supreme Being in the Pistis Sophia, may easily be detected, whilst the triple-headed deity previously described very probably expresses the conception of those mighty tridunamis theoi, who play so important a part in the theology of the same Book of Wonder. The following examples are the more genuine offspring of the Kabbalah, consisting of letters alone, uncontaminated by the presence of the idols of Misraim. First, for beauty of material and engraving, stands a large citrine, occidental topaz, formerly in the Prawn Cabinet, now in the Gnostic series, British Museum. On one side is an oval enclosing RI, perhaps denoting the Ogdoad and Decad, the base of Marcus's scheme, an I, emblem of Osiris, a square bisected, and D, which last letter, may also numerically represent the tetrad of the same doctor. The other face of the gem presents, the next is a legend which, with trivial variations, frequently occurs. Caylus gives it very rudely added upon the reverse of a female portrait. The present copy is from a large chalcedony, somewhat coarsely executed, having on its other face the triple S and bar, prawn. The Hebrew patriarch figures in this legend, and in many more of the same kind, as the divinely inspired founder of a Gnosis, a reputation he enjoyed even amongst the heathen, who put him in the same category with Orpheus, first institutor of mysteries. Severus Alexander in Larario Suo, omnes sanctiores in quibus Apollonium, et, quantum scriptor, horum temporum dicit, Christum, Abraham, et Orpheum, et ejus modi ceteros habebat. To the same family belongs a yellow jasper, masculine, displaying a perforated quatrefoil over the name Iao-Ao, then the mystic vowels Aio-Wei, then Gavaoth, sick, and on reverse Mixaha. The quatrefoil is originally the symbol of Sitala, the 10th Trithakur, or deified Jaina saint, whence it found its way along with the other Buddhistic machinery into medieval symbolism, in which it resembles an angel. Very remarkable on account of its adjuncts is a green jasper, prawn, bearing a long, neatly cut legend, the central portion of which is circumscribed by two lines cut by short strokes at different angles, exactly after the fashion of the Irish Oghams. In the latter, as is well known, all the letters of the Roman alphabet are represented by the different positions of very short lines in relation to one continuous line in the middle, and it is impossible to imagine any other purpose subserved by the similar contrivance on our talisman. The Ogham is supposed to be an invention of the first missionaries to Ireland. It was used as late as the Civil War by Lord Glamorgan in his correspondence with Charles I. It is, however, very possible that the monks carried this simple stenography from Rome to their Celtic mission. A minute figure of Abraxas, green jasper, prawn, takes a new title, Abrachars, in the invocation Avrachark, Agrawa, Oarionie. Thoth's caduceus, within a wreath, is accompanied by the legend on the reverse acryophy on a brown chalcedony in my collection. Of all agathodaman talismans, no more elegant specimen has come to my knowledge then a large emerald-like plasma, Bosanque, displaying the serpent, the good and perfect one, erect above his invariable concomitant sigla, and whom the reverse propitiates by the beautifully cut address O Cor, Murph, Fergamara, Friedrich, Hunufik, Navik, Kiknith. True green jade, very convex on back in the field, each side of serpent. With me, in pure Chaldee. Reverse in 2 lines round the usual symbol, all cut with unusual precision and neatness of work. The legend has many words in common with Mr. Bosanque's plasma. Jerome's Pater Bromius of the Mithric Cave has probably some share in the title Sabaoth, so often coupled with Adonai, for Bacchus rejoiced in the epithet Sabazius, derived from the shout Sabaoi, raised by the celebrants of his orgies, a word identical with the Hebrew Sabi glory. Certain sectaries of our own day, who bellow out the same word at their revivals, are little aware what an ancient and congenial authority they have for their vociferation. Adonai, our Lord, is converted by the Greek into Adonaios, a synonym for Pluto, and Orpheus, as already quoted, points out the identity of Bacchus, Pluto, and Sol. This is the foundation for the ancient exposition of the Syrian rite, the mourning for Adonis, the women weeping for Thammuz, as really applying to the sun's loss of power at the winter quarter. Adonaios, or Idonius, becoming interpreted according to Greek etymology, was supposed to signify him that walketh unseen, whence spring the helmet of Adonaios, that rendered the wearer invisible, and Catullus's application of the title to the intrigue-loving Caesar. Perambulabit omnium cubilia ut albulas columbus aut Adonaios. The same Adonis had the name Sal Anbo, which often occurs in Gnostic legends, as appears from the statement in Lampridius, that Heliogabalus exhibited Salanbo with all the lamentation and tossing of head proper to the Syrian ceremony, whereby he gave the omen of his own impending fate. The Delphic E has already been noticed, but its importance demands further particulars of its history, which have been preserved by Plutarch in his curious treatise upon the subject. The Greeks, with their usual fondness for explaining all mysteries rationistically, considered the letter as the simple numeral 5, set up in the temple to denote the original and proper number of the far-famed wise men, but which in later times had been raised to 7 by the addition of 2 more who had small claims to the honor. The legend went that these 5 wise men, to commemorate the accidental meeting of them all in Delphi at the same festival, had dedicated the numeral carved in wood which, decaying through age, the Corinthians replaced by a facsimile in bronze, which last was finally transmuted by Livia Augusta into another of gold, as more consistent with the dignity of the god of the place whose son her husband claimed to be, and whose received image he represented in his features. Others, more profoundly, interpreted the letter as representing by its proper sound in the Greek alphabet the declaration F thou art, as addressed to the Godhead, thus making it equivalent to the title O on, the living God, so frequently given to Jehovah. But it is much more consistent with the simplicity of antique times to understand the figure as merely standing for the number 5, a number sacred for itself, not for its reference to the fabled sages of a later period. The idea of its virtue may have come from an Indian source, where it is the cause of the 5-headed shape assigned to Brahma. From India it would find its way to Delphi in company with the Gorgon heads, themselves masks of Bhavana the Destroyer, which guarded the actual oracle, a singular connection noticed by Euripides in his Ion. But it should be remembered that the Hyperboreans, reputed founders of the oracle, were placed between the Caspian and the frontiers of India. The omphalos itself, shaded with garlands and encompassed with gorgons, was no other than the Brahminical lingam, as its figure demonstrates, whether as repictured in the early vase paintings when embraced by Orestes seeking sanctuary there from the pursuing Eumenides, or with Apollo seated thereon, stamped on the money of the Seleucidae, direct descendants of the god. In form reduced to an obtuse cone, the emblem had nothing obscene in appearance, its hidden meaning being a matter of revelation to the initiated few. The same conically shaped stone was the solo representative of Venus in her most ancient temples, Paphos, for example. Again, that earliest of all statues of Apollo, the Amyclean, described by Pausanias, was a veritable Hindu lat, a bronze column 50 cubits high, to which later art had added a head, hands holding bow and spear, and toes, acruipodes. But his throne, in the middle of which the idol stood erect, was an afterthought of the best times of Greece, covered with elaborate figures and reliefs, the work of Bathyales, or of Myron, with his scholars. And in truth, this very lunar shape seems to belong to the same class of Indian importations, and to have been originally a mere caste mark. Indeed, if placed horizontally, it becomes at once the badge of the sectaries of Vishnu. What strongly confirms this explanation is the fact that this symbol had been consecrated at Delphi many centuries before that shape of the letter came into the Greek alphabet, a change only dating from the age of Antony and Cleopatra, upon whose modals, struck in Asia Minor, the lunar shape is first observable. In the earliest dawn of Grecian philosophy, we find Pythagoras building his whole system upon the mystic properties of numbers, and declared by tradition to have been taught the science in Egypt. Nay more, Plato himself has penned in his Republic a certain section in the same line, worthy of any Alexandrian Kabbalist. In our own day, with the Sikhs to hold a punch, or a council of five, was the formal mode of deliberating upon all matters of state. And inasmuch as the most serious things have a ludicrous side, this sacred numeral only preserves its reputation amongst ourselves from having given the name to the well-known beverage, by reason of the 5 ingredients that go to its concoction, perhaps 2, because its brewing was the inevitable result of the coming together of the same number of Englishmen in the times when our language was enriched by so many loans from the Hindustani. A remarkable feature in the theogony of Valentinus is curiously illustrated by a prawn chalcedony, elegantly engraved and mounted in a gold frame by some later Oriental owner who justly deemed the gem a talisman of uncommon power. The Father at last sent forth a mighty aeon, called the Cross, and who contained within himself all the other 30 eons. The same was likewise denominated terminus, inasmuch as he served for boundary between the fullness, pleroma, and the deficiency, hysteroma. Our gem presents the Egyptian Tau as a deus terminus, topped with a human head and surrounded by a continuous legend composed of vowels interspersed with rare consonants, probably expressing the 30 eons contained within the sigil's self. On the base of the terminus is the legend Nikaroplik, often occurring on talismans. The same words are found at the foot of a cruciform trophy, above which is the Christian Ash, upon a stone in the French cabinet, also followed by EORI upon the back of a gem, Silex, published in the Göttingische Anzeiger, Noster 35 AB, which clearly emanates from Mithric notions, for it represents the usual lion-headed, serpent-girt man, a torch in one hand, in the other a sword, serpent, and crown of victory, soaring aloft from the back of a lion, under which lies a prostrate corpse. A very curious instance of the employment of Gnostic figures in the art of medicine is offered by the stone which Matter has published. The obverse displays the agathodaimon serpent, placed between Frey, Sol, and a female in the act of adoration. Overhead are the mystic vowels. Below the under-shaped vase, already noticed, placed upon a low altar, the whole encompassed by a legend in some unknown tongue. But the other side explains in lucid Greek the object of the composition. Takon tin mitran, tik theina eix, tonidion toponoton kiklon tu iliou. Place the womb of such or such a one into its proper region, O the circle of the sun. Mater, in his explanation, has fallen into a ludicrous mistake. By interpreting mitron as mitera, he converts the words into a prayer for the soul of the mother of a certain Dina. But the real translation shows that the gem was made for any purchaser to be worn as a preservative against the prolapsus uteri, a female complaint very common in ancient times, owing to the abuse of the hot bath, so relaxing to the internal muscles, and also to the general employment of abortiva whenever thought desirable. In fact, the very definite expression of the object myrikon, uterine, is found on other gems, and places the correctness of the attribution of the former one quite out of doubt. The circle of the sun means the navel, which marks the natural position of the organ concerned, for the navel in the microcosm was supposed to coincide with the sun in the universe. This idea produced the far-famed hallucination of the Byzantine anchorites respecting the mystical light of Tabor, which shone upon the devotee in virtue of long-continued fasting, and unintermitted fixing of the eyes upon the region of the navel, whence at length it streamed forth, as from a focus, the true creation of an empty brain and an empty stomach. Another circumstance bearing upon this employment of the sigil is that Isis, the peculiar goddess of maternity, is often figured in Roman sculpture, holding up in her hand a conical object, pouch-shaped, exhibiting a triangular orifice. This object some have taken for the Persia plum. Much more probably does it represent the organ in question, the most natural and expressive symbol of that divinity's peculiar function. In her mystic coffer were carried the distinctive marks of both sexes, the lingam and yoni of the Hindus. Their Isis, Parvati, who in this character takes the name of Diva, the goddess, preeminently, bears in her hand for distinctive badge the yoni, or bhaga, often a precious stone carved into that shape. Similarly, her consort, Siva, carries the lingam, or phallus. For example, the Nizam's diamond, the largest stone of its kind known certainly to exist, exhibits evident traces of the native lapidary's clumsy endeavors to reduce the native crystal to the proper shape for the hand of the great goddess. Ugly omen to happen under a female reign, this diamond was accidentally broken in two just before the outbreak of the Sepoy revolt. Deva's mark, as borne upon their foreheads by Parvati's sectaries, is formed by 3 strokes, the 2 outside white or yellow, the center always red. It is interpreted as representing the womb, Mithra, of Bhavani, another of Parvati's names, out of which proceeded all that exists. The close relationship between the Egyptian and Hindu goddesses cannot fail to strike the observer. Isis carries the very same attributes with Parvati, the kid and cobras, upon the talisman published by Kailas. But the Egyptian goddess, having but one pair of hands, is forced to clasp in each the several attributes borne singly by her many-handed Indian prototype. A singular union of 2 contrary deities in one body is presented by a hematite, prawn, representing Anubis, who, besides his proper jackal's head, is equipped with another, maned on the neck, and unmistakably that of an ass. As Typhon, the evil one, was depicted. Moreover, one of the feet, too, of the figure is clearly hoofed, so as to leave no doubt as to the ownership of the second head. The same discordance of characters is still further set forth by what he bears in his hands, the 2 of Anubis holding up torches, the 2 of the malignant Typhon, swords. This odd combination probably expressed the same idea as did the Anubis seen by Apuleius, who exhibited at one time a face black as the night, at another golden as the day, in order to express his functions exercised both in heaven and in hell. The reverse bears an inscription containing the Coptic name of the god, Pera, Amvo, Ivaya, Kaksik, Las Partosam, the figured monuments of Gnosticism. Toi Nikonti, dosoi toi fagein, apo tu mana tu kekrimenu kei. Δοζόι το ψηφόν λεϊκήν και έπι, την ψηφόν όνομα κέινον γεγράμεν. Oidei signoi mi olavanon. The figured monuments of Gnosticism. Gnostic sigle, symbols, legends explained. The inscriptions in Greek characters upon Gnostic talismans are frequently interspersed with mystic figures, formed out of straight lines, set at right angles to each other, and intermingled with dots. These lines Bellarmine plausibly enough supposes to represent the sacred lots, of the same nature as the celebrated sorts Antiats, held in the hands of the much-consulted Fortuna of Antium. In their usual form, these lots were only little sticks and balls, taken up by the handful from an urn and thrown at random on the ground. The diviner examined the patterns thus produced by their casual collocation, and predicted the future from them according to the rules of his art. Bellarmine goes on to suppose that the figures on our talismans represent certain configurations of the lots, regarded as peculiarly lucky to the consulter. This explanation is supported by the geomancy of the modern Arabs, where lines drawn at haphazard on the sand by a stick held between the fingers are interpreted by persons professing that method of divination. Our own divination, by means of tea grounds, is carried on upon the same principle, the fortuitous arrangement of the particles producing to the experienced eye definite pictures and letters of the alphabet. These siglae, however, may possibly have had another origin. The regular badge of the magus, as prescribed in the Vendidad, is a bundle of divining rods, 3, 7, or 9 in number. Hence the rebuke of Hosea, "My people ask counsel of sticks, and their staff declareth it unto them." These same divining rods placed upon the altar are commonly represented upon the Magian signets, bearing for official type the mobed at his devotions, and may therefore be supposed to have passed down to the talisman makers of later times. That others amongst these angular forms are numerals is certain from the nature of the case, and from Horapollo's express declaration that the Egyptians represented 10 by the figure and 100 by the same, 4 times repeated in the form of a square, thus: 10 being the perfect number of the Valentinian Creed, whose fountainhead was Alexandria. Its frequent appearance amongst the religious formulae of the sect is naturally to be looked for. The primitive Egyptian numerals were of the simplest kind, but their abbreviated combinations ultimately became distinct symbols for the different days of the month, and out of these the Arab astrologers concocted their own system. This circumstance affords reason for another solution, that some of these siglae indicate the particular days connected with the astrological intention of the talisman. And besides all these, there is every probability that these siglae include actual cuneiform letters belonging to the Assyrian alphabet, but their forms somewhat corrupted by the semi-Greek wizard who employed them in ignorance of their true nature. The Assyrian language being considered as late as the times of Iamblichus, peculiarly grateful to the heavenly powers, what more reasonable than that some, at least, of these invocations should continue to be couched in their original ciphers? Be it remembered, the cuneiform character was the national one of the whole Persian Empire down to the Macedonian conquest, and must have been preserved in religious usages long after that event by the Magi. They, at least, were a very unlikely class to trouble themselves about the Greek alphabet or Greek literature, professing, like the Talmudists, a pious horror for both. This is well exemplified on the restoration of the native dynasty under the Sasanians. Greek, employed for 4 centuries by the Parthian line, is at once expelled from the coins by the Pahlavi character, true daughter of the primitive cuneiform. There is, moreover, one all-sufficient reason for seeking the origin of these inexplicable siglae at Babylon. They constituted a religious stenography. The Babylonians attached to each god a certain numeral, which may be used in the place of his proper emblem, and may even stand for his name in an inscription. To give those of the principal deities, first triad, An, 60, Bel, 50, Hoa, 40, second triad, Moon, 30, Sun, 20, Air, 10, Beltis, or Melita, 15, Nergal, or Mars, 12. Nu, or Saturn, 10. Of the other planets, the numerals have not been discovered, but their names are Nebo, Mercury, Merodach, Jupiter, Ishtar, Venus. The great gods are Anu, Pluto, Bel, Jupiter, Hoa, Neptune. Their consorts are respectively Anat, Beltis, Davkana. The minor gods are Sin or Herc, answering to the later Lunus Deus, San, the sun, Vid, the ether. Their respective consorts are the Great Lady, Gula, or Anahit, Tula, or Shula. The Pythagoreans had a symbolism of the same nature, denoting Minerva by an equilateral triangle, Apollo by unity, strife by the numeral 2, justice by 3, and the Supreme Being by 4. I find a very strong confirmation of my belief that the Gnostic powers were similarly designated by their numerals in Raspa's gem, number 601, where Sengen is inscribed in the exurg under a serpent coiled into a cartouche containing several of the siglae under consideration. Now this legend, to be explained farther on, is, when written in full, always followed by the names of the archangels, whence it may justly be inferred the same names are still here, but represented in their mystic form. The great names constitute the very essence of every Gnostic spell. To begin, therefore, with their consideration is obviously the most appropriate and propitious mode of approaching this part of our work, Pandere res alta terra et caligine mercas. There are 3 titles perpetually occurring, and consequently to be supposed denoting beings of the highest importance in the Gnostic hierarchy of heaven. Their meaning was unknown until the fortunate discovery of the Grand Valentinian Gospels. The Pistis Sophia informed us that they are the holy names of the 3 Tridunamis, who are Ifsanta Chain Cheuch, a power emanating from whom resides in the planet Mars, Vein Koch in Mercury, and Pictic Kophia in Venus. Above this triad is one still higher, the 3 unseen gods, Agramachamareg, Varvilo, the heavenly mother of Jesus, and Vdeli. The 5 words written upon the shining vesture sent down to Jesus at his glorification were Zama Zama, Oza, Rachama, Ozai, the robe, the glorious robe of my strength. The same revelation furthermore imparts to the faithful the mystic names of the planets. Hearken now, I will tell unto you the incorruptible names of the planets, which be Oromouth, Saturn, Munachoaphor, Mars, Tarpetanov, Mercury, Chosi, Venus, Honval, Jupiter. These be the incorruptible names of the same. Of these, the names from each triad are to be recognized upon talismans, Vein Hawk most commonly of all. But no example of these planetary appellations has hitherto come to my knowledge. The Gnaseni, says Hippolytus, taught that the universe could not hold together unless the names of the great ones, Tamegathi, were uttered. These were Kawakau, Sawaasau, Zaisar. The first is the name of the Adamus who is above, the second of him who is below, the third of the Jordan that floweth upwards. Above are Mariamne the sought-after, and Jothor the great and wise, and Sephora she that seeth, and Moses. According to the textbook of another sect, the Perite, Chozar, is the power whom the ignorant and profane call Neptune. Karphakosimocher is the steward of the east, Ekavakara of the west, called by the vulgar the Curetes. Arava is the ruler of the winds. Sonklam, or Osiris, rules the 12 hours of the night. Enyo, or Isis, those of the day. Her sign is the dog star. Vina is Ceres, or the left-hand power of God, presiding over nutrition. Min is the right-hand power that presides over the fruits of the earth. In the same doctrine, Chozar, called by the ignorant Neptune, who converts into a sphere the dodecagonal pyramid and paints with many colors the gate of that pyramid, has 5 ministers, Aou, Ioie, Owo, O-Ov, the name of the 5th being lost. Hence it is probable that the strings of vowels, so often found on these stones, may contain the names of elementary genii similarly expressed. Origen quotes Celsus to the effect that the Egyptians made 6 and 30 or more daemons or ethereal powers preside over the several parts of the body, giving some of their names: Chumis, Chuachumis, Kanat, Sichat, Bu, Eru, Eribiu, Romanor, and Reanor. Whoever therefore prefers being in health to sickness and happiness to trouble ought to pay all possible honor to these powers. Origen therefore accuses Celsus of attempting to divert men from the worship of the one God to that of 6 and 30 daemons only known to Egyptian magicians, because he cannot understand how the name of Jesus, pronounced by the truly faithful, can cure the sick and those possessed by devils, the evidence for which is far stronger than that of the effect of the names of Chnumas, Sichat, and the rest of the Egyptian catalogue. In another place he shows it was not Moses only that knew the name of Abraham and his friendship with God, for that others, pagans, use the words, the God of Abraham, when they are driving out devils. And again the Egyptians use in their rites, from which they promise wonderful effects, the names of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Israel. Also Origen mentions the use of the form, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, in incantations, and that the same is often to be met with in books of magic. He adds that the formula, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, who didst overwhelm the Egyptians and the king of the Egyptians in the Red Sea, was in common use against demons and the powers of evil. All this goes to prove that the talismans inscribed with the name of Chnumas and the other 35 daemons named, who now by this assistance may be hereafter recognized, were of a medicinal character, whereas those with Abraham, equally common, were more properly of the nature of talismans. In the book of Enoch, the archangel Uriel gives us the mystic names of the 2 great luminaries. The names of the sun are these, one Ariares, the other Thomas. The moon hath 4 names, the first, Asonga, the second, Ebla, the third, Benace, and the fourth, Erai. The Pistis Sophia furnishes the adept with the key to the most important of the numerical ciphers. These be the names that I will give unto thee, even from the infinite one downwards. Write them with a sign, cipher, that the sons of God may manifest, understand, them out of this place. This is the name of the immortal one, Ea-a-o-o, and this is the name of the voice through whose means the perfect man is moved. These likewise are the interpretations of the names of the mysteries. The first is A-a-a, the interpretation thereof F-F-F. The second, which is M-M-M, or which is O-O, the interpretation whereof is A-a-a. The third is Fa-Fa-Fas, the interpretation whereof is O-O-O. The fourth is Fa-Fa-F, the interpretation whereof is N-N-N-N. The fifth is Thee-Da-Dee, the interpretation whereof is A-La-A, the which is over the throne, Ah-Ah. This is the interpretation of the second Ah-Ah-Ah, which is Ah-Ah-Ah, and the same is the interpretation of the whole name. To pass from the ciphers, where all is guesswork, to the actual inscriptions, engraved legibly enough in the Greek character, but presenting us with what Jerome aptly terms mere tormenta verborum. Many of the more common formula, Bellarmine, by the aid of Hebrew, Coptic, and Syriac, has satisfactorily explained. Of others, his interpretations are manifestly absurd. Amargia seems to be the Chaldee Amarshel, a president. Anochol Chanuvik, I am all the good spirit, or the universal genius of good. Ain Tharai, the eye shall behold. Adonai Lantala, Lord, thou art the Lamb. Chocha Milaoth exactly represents the Hebrew words signifying he hath seen the pleroma. Is rendered by Stichel, Salama Zebam Jatzael, peace unto the army of these, of the celestial eons. This agrees with the benediction pronounced by the Marcosians in administering the holy unction. Peace be unto all upon whom this holy name rests. Some of these inscriptions display an evident affectation of obscurity by their transposition of parts of the same word front one line to another, the only key to which is the observing the different sizes of the characters employed, and taking those of the same size as belonging to the disjecta membra of the same word. A most instructive example of this artifice is supplied by the legend cut on the reverse of a magnificent Serapis head, wood, which reads thus. This will only be translatable if transposed as follows: Iavator, Thonatik, Lailam, Arvath, Iao. Jehovah, the pure ether, the fire, forever, the four, Iao, where the four signifies the tetrad, so conspicuous in the Theogony of Marcus. This legend seems much of the same nature as the Greek one, cut on a piece of copper, communicated to me by Professor Ch. Babington. O diapandon nous ethir, per pneuma, Elohim, Elohim, Elohim. The only word in the first legend not reducible to Hebrew is thonat, but it seems to correspond to the ether of the copper piece, Arlana, Thamaka, Salvana, Chamkim. Our light, let thy goodness grant unto us a full lap. Whence the object of such a talisman would seem to be the procuring of fecundity. Anakla ak da thoioi. Pursue then, my foes, unto destruction, O Lord, is found very appropriately engraven on the reverse of a sphinx, the recognized emblem of power and slaughter. Varia zasta iao, Jehovah the Creator, the Destroyer. Chaldi slightly corrupted. Iathai, the providence of God. Mathane, the honor of God. Reuile, the will of God. Home, the power of God. Sava, wisdom. These Coptic words thus designate the five emanations from the Godhead, vis-a-vis, phronesis, logos, nous, dynamis, Sophia. Me'ayir Ani, enlightening mine eye, or Ma'ireni, E, enlightening me, Mireni, Mireni. If Inamero and Maroini are really the same, it will be conclusive against the T, where the ENI is an affix. The form then might be Ani mi ayir, Enamir. Query what of the O? Ethi placed on each side of the Chnufis serpent, engraved in green jade, S.S. Lewis, is correct Hebrew for with me, which gives an appropriate sense if understood as a prayer for the constant presence of the protecting spirit. Mes Hanalo, the Messiah be propitious unto me. Maroini, enlighten mine eyes. Kaulakau. The Basilidan name for the Savior is written by Epiphanius Kaulakauch, who ridicules it as an expression taken from Isaiah 28:10, without any regard to the real meaning of the words. Bellarmine, however, thinks he has found a more sensible derivation for the title in Arabic, signifying strength upon strength, that is, the all-powerful, or else in the Coptic cav, a lamp, and so implying the burning and the shining light. Moth, mother, Plutarch informs us, was a title given to Isis. This word contains a plain allusion to the earth, lutum prometheum, whence man was taken. Muf and Ioad are translated by Sanconiathon as Hades and only begotten, the offspring of the Phoenician Kronos. Naut for the Coptic Naut, God. Maimum uchlum oi, being found, salvation, food, Iao, implying that Iao is the source, food, life, and salvation of the soul. Ororiouth, light of light. Tala arayo o araoro, tokon vai, protector, creator, rule, speak, O Lord, is a very common formula. Sesamen varangin iao, written with many variations, and followed by the names of the great angels, has been ingeniously deciphered by a learned Hebraist, Revenar Sinker, as representing the sound of Shengab Hor Anje Jehevo, they that stand before the mountain of God, that is, the angels of the presence. Chaya, life, is seen on a field of the Roman gem bearing two figures of Providentia, with the sun and moon on the field overhead, Major Pierce. Three Greek characters often occur in juxtaposition, vis-a-vis, the E set on its back, a vertical line crossed by two horizontal strokes, and Z. They stand for the numerals 5, 3, and 7, the triad, pentad, heptad, lucky and sacred numbers in the religious notions of the East. For the same reason, the inscriptions on our gems will be found to be arranged for the most part in either 3, 5, or 7 lines. This also accounts for the name Yao being often written with its elements repeated Oi-Iau, for the sake of obtaining the venerated numeral 5. And again, by introducing another vowel, I, the holy name is repeated under 5 different forms: I-A-I, I-E-I, E-Yo, I-Yo, E-A-U-O. The priest officiating, commonly figured in these designs, wears upon his head the kalantika, a square of purple cloth whence spring 2 flamingo feathers, a badge which made Pterophoros a synonym for the Egyptian priesthood. The staff in his hand, emblem of his office, has the serpent coiled 5 times about it. This sceptrum sacerdotal furnishes the true explanation of the meaning of many ancient insignia, beginning with Moses' wand, then the club of Aesculapius, and closing with its derivative, the rod in the spiral of SSS that so constantly goes with the agathodaman serpent upon the Knuphis gems. As for the geometrical figures so often introduced, they may be supposed to have had much the same import here as in the formulae of the Rosicrucians, who obtained these with other Gnostic paraphernalia, probably by tradition from the Arabs. For their pretended founder, the great unknown A.S., is declared to have acquired his small learning at the College of Damascus. In their system, the square stands for the 4 elements, the triangle for the body, the spirit, and the life, and also for sun, moon, and Mercury. The last triad, Paracelsus interprets by salt, sulfur, quicksilver, the 3 radical forces of nature, according to his system. The rhombus represents the Orphic egg, out of which issued the whole creation. Phoenician numerals may, from the very nature of the case, be looked for amongst the marks that cannot be referred to the Greek alphabet. The notation was simplicity itself, 1 to 9 being expressed by vertical strokes so many times repeated, 10 by a horizontal one, 20 by 2 such parallel to each other, sometimes slightly curving together. In the Palmyrene notation, 5 has a special cipher, a sloping line upon which, in the middle, stands another at right angles. It was to be expected that Samaritan characters should make their appearance upon the productions of a religion of which the reputed founder was a Samaritan, whose professed followers also formed an important sect as late as the times of Hippolytus. Stekel interprets the reverse legend on his above-quoted gem as having its commencing words written in this alphabet, thus. He also points out that the important word auth sign or token is written in these legends in 4 different ways, THVO, EVO, EIW, VE. It is possible that in certain legends the letters, taken in an order known to one having the key, would give a definite meaning, and this suspicion is supported by the reversing of some of the characters. Certain it is that the Donatists adopted such a device in order to disguise their prescribed war cry from the victorious Catholics. A door lintel at Tebessa exhibits the well-known formula, thus, to be read by the brethren Deo laudes dicamus. A second lintel bears the same in monogram. The most famous spell of all, Abracadabra, is first mentioned by Cyrenus Sammonicus, the most learned Roman of his times, and physician to Caracalla, to whom he dedicated his poetical Guide to Health, entitled De Medicina Praecepta Saluberrima. This work, remarks Spartian, was the favorite study of the unfortunate Caesar Geta, for attachment to whose cause this true son of Apollo was afterwards put to death by the imperial fratricide. Severus Alexander also, who had known and loved Cyrenus, greatly admired his poetry, putting him on a level with Horace, as Lampridius's expressions seem to intimate. This high authority orders the word to be written out in the form of an inverted cone, and declares it a virtue against all diseases. Thou shalt on paper write the spell divine, Abracadabra called, in many a line, each under each in even order place, but the last letter in each line efface. As by degrees the elements grow few, still take away, but fix the residue, till at the last one letter stands alone, and the whole dwindles to a tapering cone. Tie this about the neck with flaxen string, mighty the good twill to the patient bring, its wondrous potency shall guard his head, and drive disease and death far from his bed. The belief in the virtue of this recipe flourished through the Middle Ages. It seems alluded to in the Dialogue on Masonry, ascribed by Leland to Henry VI, for amongst the things that Masons conceal is the winninge of the faculty of Abrax, perhaps signifying the possession of this mystical arrangement of letters, unless indeed one chooses to suspect in this faculty a deeper sense, some traditionary knowledge of the ancient Abraxas religion. Again, Defoe mentions how people commonly wore the word written in the manner above prescribed as a safeguard against infection during the Great Plague of London. As for the etymology of the word, the most satisfactory yet offered is the compound of the Hebrew habrasha, blessing, and dobara, speak, meaning the blessing of the mystic name, that is, utter the tetragrammaton, invoke the holy name of Jehovah, itself the mightiest of charms. It is very remarkable, considering its high repute, that no Gnostic stone bearing such an inscription should be known to exist. On the other hand, that normal address to Iau, Havlantha Alva, Thou art our Father, is so found on talismanic jaspers arranged in the exact pattern recommended by Serenus for the paper spell, and probably so done in compliance with his directions. One is strongly tempted to discover in this same Habracha the real origin of the equally famous title Abraxas. The Greek letters, constantly in use for numerals, at once presented their numeric value in every word to the practiced eye of the Kabbalist. The celebrated letter of Christ to Abgarus was, according to Cedrenus, sealed with the initials of the 7 Hebrew words, whose Greek interpretation was Theos, Theothen, Thauma, Theon. At the mere sight of the seal, the king was healed of his gout and of his blade leprosy, all but a slight trace upon the face remaining to be cleansed by the waters of baptism. Cedrenus's Greek reads like a popular formula, and may serve to explain the legend on the reverse of an Abraxas gem in my possession, Ich thethoi iao, as to be read Jesus Christos Theos ek Theu iao, Jesus Christ, God of God, Jehovah. This inscription encloses the letters Ei placed conspicuously in the center, and which probably represent, as nearly as the 2 discordant alphabets allow, the Hebrew letters Jod, He, the Kabbalistic name of the Tikkun, express image, or first emanation of the Godhead. The crescent and 7 stars, amongst which are scattered the mystical 7 vowels, has for reverse this formula. Its first line, but written aktheophi, is cut in beautiful characters on the reverse of a caduceus within a wreath. Sinker reads it as kar y pi, essence beauty. Probably the rest are names of virtues. It is inconceivable that the Sephiroth, mightiest spell of all, should be omitted in these gems. It is made up of the 10 attributes of Jehovah, vis-a-vis, the crown, wisdom, prudence, security, magnificence, goodness, glory, victory, fortitude, kingdom. There is consequently a probability that these names often lurk in the phonetic Hebrew, enveloping all in darkness. We have for guide the analogy of the present Arab talismans, consisting of the 99 epithets of Allah written on a scroll. The name Iao. Diodorus Siculus, when enumerating the different legislators of antiquity, says, amongst the Jews, Moses pretended that the god surnamed Iao gave him his laws. And this is elucidated by the remark of Clemens Alexandrinus that the Hebrew tetragrammaton, or mystic name, is pronounced Eaou, and signifies he that is and shall be. Theodoret states that the same 4 letters were pronounced by the Samaritans as Eava, Jave, by the Jews as Iao. Jerome, upon Psalm says, The name of the Lord amongst the Hebrews is of 4 letters, Iod, He, Vau, He, which is properly the name of God, and may be read as Iaio, Iaho, that is in Latin characters, which is held by the Jews for unutterable. The author of the Treatise on Interpretation says, the Egyptians express the name of the Supreme Being by the 7 Greek vowels Iaio, Ua, which sufficiently explains the mighty potency ascribed to this formula by the inspired author of the Pistis Sophia, and equally so its frequent appearance upon the talismans now under consideration. Rabbi Tryphon, who could remember the Second Temple, noticed that the ineffable name, though occurring 100 times in the course of the daily service, was rather warbled than pronounced. A precious hint this, as indicating how the Gnostic strings of boneless vowels give an approximation to the audible and yet unuttered sound. Since the destruction of the temple, the name has never been heard in prayer or pronounced aloud. It is communicated indeed to every rabbi after his ordination, but not in full. 1/2 of it is told. The rest he is left to make out for himself. The first idea of an ineffable name, and all its inherent virtues, evidently came to the Egyptians, from whom the Jews borrowed it, from the Hindu doctrine respecting the title Aum, itself, like the Aeo, trilateral, representing the triad, Brahma, Vishnu, Siva, a standing for the Creator, U for the Preserver, M for the Destroyer. The connection between Indian and Egyptian mythology is certain, however difficult to account for, the names of the principal deities in the latter having the appearance of pure Sanskrit. Thus Isis signifies in that tongue the mistress, Tat and Sat, virtue and power, Serapis, Sripa, the blood drinker, Nila, blue water, etc. The original identity of the 2 religious systems no one can doubt who has intelligently studied the monuments of each. But which country instructed the other? The balance of probabilities is strongly in favor of India, the confinement of the peculiar system within the narrow limits of Egypt betokening an importation by a colony from some very remote source. Traces of a very ancient intercourse between the 2 countries are discernible, though very dimly, in history. The Periplus of the Red Sea mentions that, as late as Caesar's time, the town Endaman on that coast was the entrepot where the Indian and Egyptian traders used annually to meet. In prehistoric times, therefore, it is conceivable that Brahminical missionaries may have labored amongst the aborigines of the valley of the Nile. This religious analogy manifests itself in the meanest details, in the sacred titles as well as attributes. For example, as the Brahmins teach that each of the letters A, U, M envelops a great mystery, so does the Pistis Sophia interpret the E, A, O as the summary of the Gnostic or Valentinian creed. I signifies all goeth out, A, all returneth within, O, there shall be an end of ends, thus expressing the grand doctrines of the emanation, the return, and the annihilation, or rather reabsorption, of the universe. To turn now to Greece, in the same way as Abraxas is no other than a numerical title of the solar god, so does Iao actually make its appearance as an epithet of the same divinity. Macrobius, whilst laboring to prove that the sun worship was in truth the sole religion of paganism, under whatever name it was disguised, gives a notice very much to our purpose. The Apollo of Claros, when consulted as to the true nature of the god called Eos, gave the following response. The sacred things ye learn, to none disclose, a little falsehood much discretion shows. Regard Eos as supreme above, in winter Pluto, in spring's opening Jove, Phoebus through blazing summer rules the day, whilst autumn owns the mild Eos's sway. Here we find Iao expressly recognized as the title of the supreme god whose physical representative is the sun. Again we have Dionysos or Bacchus added to the list by Orpheus, who sings, Jove, Pluto, Phobos, Bacchus, all are one. A distinct recognition this of the grand principle of Brahmanism, that all the different deities are but representations of the different attributes of the One. The same truth is curiously expressed upon a talisman, Hertz collection, which at the same time sets forth the triune nature of the Supreme Being whose visible type is the sun. It is a heart-shaped piece of basalt engraved with seated figures of Ammon and Ra, the Zeus and Helios of the Greeks, with the sacred asp erect between them. The reverse bears the invocation neatly cut in characters of the 3rd century. Eisi vait eix athor, miaton via eix, veachori heire pater, kok mou heire trimorphe, theok. There is one Bait, one Athor, their power is one and the same, there is one Achori. Hail Father of the universe, hail God under 3 forms. Concerning the 3 figures, a word is necessary in explanation of their titles. As for the hawk-head Ra, Apollo gives for reason of the type. The hawk stands for the supreme mind and for the intelligent soul. The hawk is called in the Egyptian language Bayeth, from by soul, and Eth-heart, which organ they consider the seat or enclosure of the soul. A sufficient explanation this for the shape in which the talisman is formed. Achareus, the virtuous priest-counselor of the last of the Ptolemies, see Lucan, derives his name from the sacred serpent here invoked. That Aios was recognized by the Greeks as an epithet for the sun in the autumnal quarter has been shown from Macrobius. The philosophical interpreters of the ancient mythology discovered in Dionysus also a mere type of the same luminary. One is Zeus, Hades, Helios, and Dionysos, and Serapis is substituted for the last in an oracle quoted by Julian. Nor must it be forgotten that the main object of Macrobius in the above-quoted dissertation is to prove that Serapis is a representative of the various powers of the solar deity all combined in one figure. Again, to the same effect, comes Virgil's famous apostrophe. Vos, o clarissima mundi, lumina labentem, qui celo ducitis annum, liber et alma seres, where Bacchus and Ceres do no more than interpret Osiris and Isis, the sun and moon. Here lies the reason for equipping Bacchus with horns in some of his statues. Accident capiti cornua Bacchus eris, says Sappho to Phaon. For in Hebrew a radiated and a horned head is expressed by the same word. When Moses came down from the mount, cornuta erat facies ejus, according to the version of the Vulgate, and on the strength of this mistranslation, Christian art hath ever graced the Jewish lawgiver with these appendages. In this very title, Yao undoubtedly lies the origin of the universal persuasion of the ancients that the Jehovah of the Jews, whose name was thus expressed in Greek letters, was no other than the Egyptian Bacchus. For this notion they found strong support in the golden vine, which formed the sole visible decoration of the temple, in the blowing the trumpets at the new moon, and the custom of keeping the Feast of Tabernacles in huts made of leafy boughs, accompanied with many of the ceremonies used at the Grecian Dionysia. Quia sacerdotes eorum tibia, tympanis, consinebant, hedera vincibantur, vitisque aurea templo reperta. This opinion as to the real nature of the Jewish worship Tacitus quotes as the one generally held by the learned of his own times, although he cannot bring himself to accept it as satisfactory, although merely on the grounds that the gloomy and unsocial character of the religion seemed to disprove its relationship to the merry worship of the god of wine, the only character in which the Romans recognized Bacchus. Nevertheless, this ancient theory has found supporters in modern times, notably in the overlearned Dr. Stanley, rector of St. George the Martyr, who, without giving much scandal to his own easy-going generation, advocated this heterodox opinion in an elaborate treatise which puts to shame the boldest flights of the essays and reviews, or even the interpretations of our indiscreet apostle to the Zulus. Ludicrously enough, the German Jews still celebrate the Feast of Purim and the fall of Haman by getting as royally drunk as their means afford, and thus to the present day do their best to perpetuate the old Roman aspersion. Amongst the later Gnostics, indeed, some rites were unmistakably borrowed from the Bacchanalia, singularly modified by Christian doctrine. Epiphanius relates how that they kept a tame serpent in a chest or sacred ark, and piled loaves upon a table before the same, and then called upon the serpent to come forth. Whereupon, opening of himself the ark, he would come forth, mount upon the table, and twine about the loaves, which they broke in pieces, and distributed amongst the worshippers, calling this their perfect sacrifice and their Eucharist. Another explanation as to the true character of the god named Iao must not be passed over in silence, however little foundation it may have in truth, seeing that it is supported by the authority of the learned historian of Gnosticism, Jacques Matter. The moon to the Egyptians, as to the Orientals of today, was of the masculine gender, and was designated by the phonetic name Aa or Io. Thoth was sometimes identified with this deity, and therefore Thoth's emblem, the ibis, accompanied with the crescent, bears the legend Io, because, says Plutarch, Mercury attends the moon in her journey round the earth in the same way as Hercules, both the sun. When Thoth Tat appears as Mercury, he has the head of an ibis, but in his character of the moon god, or Deus Lunis, he shows the face of a man supporting the lunar crescent, enclosing the sun's disk, and surmounted by a double plume. Hence came the notion, mentioned by Plutarch, that the Egyptians call the moon the mother of creation, and say it is of both sexes. And to the same effect, Spartian explains that the Egyptians in the Mysteries, Mystis, call the moon a male, though designating it a female in ordinary speech. He adds that the people of Karhal, famed for its great temple of Deus Lunis, hold that whatsoever man thinks the moon should be called of the feminine gender shall pass his life a slave unto women, whereas he that holds it to be a male deity shall rule over his wife and be secured against all female treachery. A very sufficient reason this for the fondness of Spartian's contemporaries for wearing in their signet rings the vera effigies of the Karhine god, a youth in a Phrygian cap, his bust supported on the crescent that gives his name. This elegant, effeminate lunar genius is in truth no other than the modernized and tasteful version of the grim old Assyrian Sin, pictured in the Ninevitish monuments as an aged man leaning on his staff as he floats through the heavens on the crescent, presenting a ludicrous resemblance to our popular idea of the man in the moon. A blue chalcedony in my possession fully illustrates Plutarch's title of Mother of Creation. It exhibits a perfect hermaphrodite figure wearing the Egyptian headdress and squatting down so as more clearly to display its bisexual nature. Below creeps a snail surmounted by a butterfly, the well-understood emblems of lasciviousness and life, the fount of propagation. All this brings us to Matter's theory, based on a statement of Origen's, that Yao, Adonai, Sabaoth signified the genii of the moon, the sun, and the planets, being far inferior in power and even antagonistic to Abraxas, who is the actual representative of the supreme source of light. Matter therefore explains the warlike attitude in which the Abraxas god is regularly depicted as declaring his office of scaring away the adversary or demon Yao, who is expressed by his name alone, placed in the lowest part of the scene to denote his inferiority. But the authority of the monuments themselves is more than sufficient to upset such an interpretation of the meaning given to them by the actual manufacturers. The doctrine mentioned by Origen was, it cannot be denied, that of the more recent sect, which set itself above all old Egyptian or Hebrew tradition, but it most assuredly was not of the immense body of primitive Kabbalistic Gnostics who excogitated and put their trust in the sigils that they have bequeathed to us in such fantastical profusion. These talisman makers evidently held Thoth and Moses in equal reverence. They had nothing to do with the Valentinians, who had an obvious motive for exalting their newly invented invisible tetrad, by so immeasurably degrading below it the most venerated names of the old religion. The Valentinians were Greeks by education, really drawing their inspiration from Pythagoras and Plato, and only too well pleased with the opportunity of venting their natural spite upon the most cherished ideas of the Alexandrine Kabbalists, the grand fabricants of our talismans, those veritable Pierre d'Israël. The Pistis Sophia continually introduces, as a most important actor in its scenes of the judgment and purification of the soul, the great and good Yao, ruler of the middle sphere, who, when he looks down into the places of torment, causes the souls therein imprisoned to be set at liberty. The very collocation of the words on our talismans clearly denotes that Adonai, Sabaoth, are equally with Abraxas the titles of Yao, who is the God actually represented by the symbolical figure these words accompany. What else would be the motive for their collocation in a prayer like this, on a gem published by Matter himself? Yao, Abraxas, Adonai, holy name, holy powers, defend Vibia Paulina from every evil spirit. And again, these same names perpetually occur united together, and followed by the address Avlanathan Alva, Thou art our Father, Semek Elam, Eternal Son, a mode of adoration that could not possibly have been applied to beings of a discordant, much less of an antagonistic, nature to each other. Besides, if Abraxas were the opponent and ultimate destroyer of Iao, it would have been absurd to put the names of the two in such close union, the latter even taking precedence, each two being equally invoked in the accompanying prayer and honored with the same epithets of majesty. Moreover, the composite figure, or Pantheus, which as all writers agree represents the actual god Abraxas, is much more frequently inscribed with the name Iao than with Abraxas, and nevertheless, though the former name stands alone, it is followed by the same glorification, Thou art our Father, etc., as when the two names are engraved in juxtaposition. It is, moreover, quite opposed to all the rules of symbolism to represent the one actor in a scene by his proper figure or emblem, and to indicate the other by the simple letters of his name, and equally repugnant to common sense to depict the figure of the god with the name of his adversary, placed in the most conspicuous portion of the tableau. The absurdity is as great as though in Christian art one should paint a crucifix with Satan's name in the place of the holy I-N-R-I, and give for explanation the hostility of the two personages. And lastly, it has been already shown that the numerical or Kabbalistic value of the name Abraxas directly refers to the Persian title of the god Mithras, ruler of the year, worshipped from the earliest times under the appellation of Iao. Matter himself publishes a gem that should have convinced him of his error had he not overlooked the force of its legend. The type is Horus seated on the lotus, inscribed Abraxas Iao, an address exactly parallel to the so frequent Eic Zeus Karapi on the contemporary heathen gems, and therefore only to be translated by Abraxas is the one Jehovah. The great name, with its normal titles, is often to be observed interpolated by a Gnostic hand upon works of a better period and creed, but whose subjects were fancied analogous to the ideas conveyed by the Iao Pantheus, such as Phoebus in his car, the lion, house of the sun, the Sphinx emblem of royalty, and the Gorgon's head of the destructive force, or of providence. But the most interesting of such adopted types that has come to my knowledge, as unmistakably pointing out the deity really understood by the name Abraxas, is a work discovered by myself amongst the miscellanea of a small private collection, Bosanquet. In this we behold the familiar Pantheus with head of cock, cuirassed body, and serpent legs brandishing the whip and driving the car of Saul in the exact attitude of its proper occupant, Phoebus. In the exurgy is the salutation Kav'ao, glory unto thee, on the reverse, in a cartouche formed by a coiled asp, precisely as the Hindus write the ineffable name Aum, are engraved the titles Abraxas, attesting that one deity alone is meant, and that one to be the ruler of the sun. Abraxas, new type of. A most singular variation upon the normal type of the Abraxas Pantheus gives him the head of Serapis for that of the usual cock. In the field between the serpents are the genital organs, of disproportionate size, represented in a state of rest, not as the fascinum properly appear on amulets, and unmistakably displaying the seal of circumcision. This circumstance is another proof to be added to all those previously observed, that the fabricators of this class of talismans were the Egyptian Jews. As the distinguishing principle of the Gnosis, in all its forms, was the reprobation of the doing the work of the demiurgus, that is, the propagation of the species, it is evident that the object of this symbolism was not of a religious kind. It is probable that the idea was to produce a talisman of medicinal use, perhaps for the cure of impotence or other affections of the parts represented. Of medicinal talismans, expressing their purpose by the legends they bear, numerous examples have been already published. The one now described was made known to me through an impression brought by the Rev. S. Lewis of a jasper in the Bourguignon collection at Rome. Another very uncommon subject in the same collection is a skeleton seated on a throne holding a lance, or perhaps scepter. Although perfectly corresponding with the medieval representation of death, yet the spirited though rude extension of the intaglio is that of the earlier Gnostic period, and the idea intended was that of a larva, not that of the destroying power. In the Stosch cabinet is a similar figure borne along in a car by steeds as fleshless as himself, like the wild hunter of the German legend. Original purpose of these formulae. The interpretation of Gnostic legends and the nature of the deity to whom they were addressed have been thus far the subjects of our inquiry. The next step is to search contemporary writers for information as to the special purpose for which the talismans so enriched were originally manufactured. The motive for placing in the coffin of the defunct Illuminato these words of power, graven on scrolls of lead, plates of bronze, the gems we are considering, and doubtless to an infinitely greater extent on more perishable materials, derives much light from the description Epiphanius gives of the ceremony whereby the Heracleonitae prepared their dying brother for the next world. They sprinkled his head with water, mingled with oil and opobalsamum, repeating at the same time the form of words used by the Marcosians in baptism, in order that his inner man, thus provided, might escape the vigilance of the principalities and powers whose domains he was about to traverse, and mount up unseen by any to the pleroma from which he had originally descended. Their priests therefore instructed the dying man that as he came before these powers, he was to address them in the following words: I, the Son from the Father pre-existing, but the Son in the present time, am come to behold all things both of others and of my own, and things not altogether of others, but belonging unto Achamoth, wisdom, who is feminine, and hath created them for herself. But I declare my own origin from the pre-existing one, and I am going back unto my own, from which I have descended. By the virtue of these words he will elude the powers, and arrive at the demiurgus in the eighth sphere, whom again he must thus address. I am a precious vessel, superior to the female power who made thee, inasmuch as thy mother knoweth not her own origin, whereas I know myself, and I know whence I am. And I invoke the incorruptible wisdom who is in the father and in the mother of your mother, that hath no father, nay, not even a male consort, but being a female sprung from a female that created thee, though she herself knows not her mother, but believes herself to exist alone. But I invoke the mother. At this address the demiurgus is struck with confusion, as well he might be, and forced to acknowledge the baseness of his origin, whereupon the inner man of the Gnostic casts off his bondage as well as his own angel, or soul, which remains with the demiurgus for further use and ascends still higher into his proper place. For every man is made up of body, soul, and inner man, this last being the more spiritual nature. This same belief was the popular one of the Jews, as appears from Rhoda's exclamation at the unhoped-for reappearance of Peter, whom she supposed already put to death. The Achamoth here mentioned is the Sephandomad of Zoroaster, the wisdom of the later Jews, so fully described by the pseudo-Solomon under that title. She is the spirit of the virtue of God, the pure emanation of the brightness of the Almighty, the brightness of the eternal light, the mirror without spot of His majesty, the image of His goodness. Wisdom hath made her house upon 7 pillars. The naked woman, or Venus Anadyomene, so often seen on these gems, is the same idea expressed by the ancient Greek type. One given by Kailas explains its destination in terms sufficiently clear, despite their corrupt Byzantine orthography. Iao kavao Adonai ikai elaxeion to uartaro kekotin. Yehovah Sabaoth, Lord, come and deliver me from the darkness of hell. Could the long legends covering so many of these jasper tablets be interpreted, most probably their purport would be found of the same nature with the just-cited Heracleonitan passport for the Pleroma. It were but a natural precaution on his friend's part to supply the deceased brother with a correct copy of such long-winded, involved professions of faith, and which otherwise would be extremely apt to escape his memory, the more especially as being only confided to him by his spiritual guides when he was already at the last gasp. Of the practice itself, the origin undoubtedly lay in the very ancient Egyptian rule of placing in the mummy cases those elaborate litanies of the dead, of which so many have come down to our times, papyrus scrolls containing the prayers to be addressed by the soul to each god whose gate it has to traverse on its way to final rest. To prevent mistakes, the portrait of each deity is prefixed to the column of prayers due to him, and this same arrangement is found in the leaden scrolls belonging to the heterogeneous doctrine of the Gnostics. The same custom yet holds its ground in India, probably its pristine source. Tavernier notices that the Brahmins placed on the breast of the corpse 7 pieces of paper, inscribed with the prayers to be uttered by the soul as soon as released from its corporeal envelope by the flames of the funeral pile. The gem talismans that remain in such varied abundance are themselves recognized in the few surviving writings of the Gnostic teachers. The Pistis Sophia is full of allusions to the seals and numbers of the different eons and the other powers, and with the repeated promise of the Savior to reveal these all unto his hearers, a promise which, unfortunately, is not fulfilled in the book as it has come down to us. Nevertheless, the very allusion sufficiently declares the sense in which we are to understand the Kafragic so frequently to be seen on the talismans. The motive for providing the defunct believer with a good supply of these imperishable credentials is sufficiently explained by the Scheme of the Ophites, published by Origen, which details the prayers to be addressed to the 7 planetary powers by the released soul in its upward flight. The prayer to Ildebaoth contains this indication: O principal spirit of the pure intelligence, perfect work in the eyes of the Father and of the Son, in presenting unto thee, in this seal, the sign of life, open the gates closed by thy power unto the world, and freely traverse thy domain. Again, in saluting Yao, here taken from the lunar genius, thou that presidest over the mysteries of the Father and of the Son, who shinest in the night time, holding the 2nd rank, the first Lord of death, in presenting thee with this thine own symbol, swiftly pass through thy dominions. To Sabaoth, receive me, on beholding this pure symbol against which thy genius cannot prevail. It is made after the image of the type. It is the body delivered by the pentad. To Orai, Venus, let me pass, for thou seest the symbol of thy power annihilated by the sign of the tree of life. Is this sign the cross, as matter supposes, or the actual tree occasionally to be found on Gnostic gems? And it must be remembered that the primary meaning of symbolism is the impression of a signet, which makes it more probable that such is the sense in which the word is used in all these passages. It may further be conjectured that in this conversion of the symbolism into a passport to heaven originated the theological use of the word to signify a creed or summary of the articles of faith. This same service of talismans in the next world is clearly recognized in the Pistis Sophia, where Mary Magdalene gives this curious version of the business of the tribute penny. Thou hast said that the soul giveth an account of itself, and likewise a seal unto all the rulers that be in the regions of King Adamas, and giveth the account the honor and the glory of all the seals belonging unto them, and also the hymns of the kingdom of light. This therefore is the word which thou spakest when the stater was brought unto thee, and thou sawest that it was of silver, and likewise of copper. Thereupon thou didst ask, Whose is this image? And they answered, Of the king. Then when thou sawest that it was of silver, and also of copper, thou saidst, Give the part which is the king's unto the king, and the part which is God's unto God. The which meaneth this, After that the soul hath received the mystery, it giveth an account of itself unto all the rulers, and unto the dominion of King Adamas, and also giveth the glory unto those that pertain to the light. And thy saying that it shone, when thou sawest it, of silver and copper, it is the image and likeness of the soul. The power of the light which is therein, the same is the fine silver, but the counterfeit of the spirit, conscience, is the material copper. The grand doctrine of Gnosticism was this: the soul, on being released from the body, its prison house and place of torment, has to pass through the regions of the seven powers, which it cannot do unless impregnated beforehand with knowledge. Otherwise it is seized upon and swallowed by the dragon-formed ruler of this world, Satan Ophiomorphus, and voided forth through his tail upon earth again, where it animates a swine or some such beast, and repeats its career once more. But should it be filled with knowledge, it eludes the seven powers, and tramples upon the head of Sabaoth, of whom they say he hath the hair of a woman, and mounts up unto the eighth heaven, the abode of Barbelo, the universal mother, and who, according to the Pistis Sophia, is the celestial mother of the Savior. Epiphanius quotes from the Gospel of Philip another formula, intended to extort a free passage from the same planetary genii. The Lord hath revealed unto me what words the soul must use as it ascendeth up into heaven, and how it must make answer unto each one of the celestial virtues. I have known myself, I have collected myself from all parts, neither have I begotten sons unto the ruler of this world, but I have plucked up the roots, and gathered together the scattered members. I know thee who thou art, for I am one from above. But if convicted of having left any offspring upon earth, the soul is detained there until it shall have collected all and attracted these into itself. This self-collection was only to be effected through the observance of perpetual chastity, or rather inevitable compromise, the practice of the various unnatural vices that regularly spring from such an article of faith. If, however, a woman of the congregation should, through want of precaution, allow herself to become pregnant, the elders produced abortion, took the fetus, and pounded it up in a mortar, along with honey, pepper, and other spices and perfumery. Then this congregation of swine and dogs assembled, and everyone dipping his finger into the mess tasted thereof. This they called their perfect Passover, saying, We have not been deceived by the ruler of concupiscence, but have gathered up again the backsliding of our brother. The very plain-spoken Epiphanius gives exact particulars, not to be put into a modern tongue, of the mode in which the faithful observed in one sense their vow of perpetual chastity without renouncing the joys of Venus. This he illustrates by the singular explanation then current of the ancient myth of Saturn's devouring his own offspring, against which interpretation and the practice thereon founded, even Clemens had found it needful to warn the Orthodox 2 centuries before. To exemplify the punishment ordained for having done the work of the Demiurgus by leaving offspring upon earth, the Ophites told a wild legend how that Elias himself was turned back from the gates of heaven, although to his own conscience a pure virgin, because a female demon had gathered up of his seed during his sleep, and formed infants therewith, which to his unutterable confusion she then and there produced in testimony of his sin. Hence springs the medieval notion of the succubae, nocturnal temptresses of the continent. Although these were supposed to do the work of their father the devil in a different way, by procuring him the needful supplies for his amours with the witches to whom he stood in the ex officio relation of paramour. All this is in strict accordance with what is found in the fragments of the Gospel to the Egyptians. For Clemens quotes therefrom this dictum of the Saviour's: "When Salome asked the Lord, How long shall death prevail? He answered unto her, So long as ye women do bring forth children. Wherefore she said, Then I have done well in not bearing children, seeing that there is no necessity for generation. To which the Lord answered, Feed upon every herb, but that which hath bitterness eat thou not." Again, when Salome asked when the things should be known concerning which she inquired, the Lord answered, "When ye shall not need a covering for your nakedness, when the two shall become one, the male with the female, neither male nor female." It is to these overstrained rules of morality that St. Paul alludes when he expostulates with the Colossians, asking them, "Why are ye subject to ordinances, or rather, make laws for yourselves without any warrant, namely, touch not women, taste not flesh, handle not things unclean?" From the consideration of the value and use of these Gnostic symbols in the world to come, we are naturally led to inquire in what manner they were employed by their owners in this. The meaning of the word itself has gone through many transitions. Symbolism properly signified the contribution of each member towards the expenses of a Greek drinking party. For this purpose each pledged his signet ring to the caterer, and afterwards redeemed it by paying his quota of the bill. For this reason, Plautus transfers the name of symbolum to the ring itself. The signet being considered the most trustworthy of all credentials, the word came to signify any token serving for the purpose of a credential. For example, Kailas figures, a bronze right hand, the natural size, inscribed on the palm, Sumvolon pros Oelaunious, credentials to the Valauni, a Gallic tribe whose seat was round Antibes. The wrist at the section is closed, forming a base, so that the hand could stand upright of itself. A pair of clasped hands, symbol of faith, still called in Italy fee, was the common present from one nation or army to another on making alliance. Miserat civitas, lingonum veteri, instituto, dono legionibus, dextras, hospiti, insigne. From the nature of the case, such presents must have been made in the precious metals, and consequently, none have been preserved. This connection of ideas shows plainly why, in ecclesiastical language, symbolum stands for a profession of faith, a creed, i.e. symbolum apostolicum. And so by degrees the word degenerated into its present sense of any token denoting an idea, more especially a religious one. Emblem again has passed through equal vicissitudes. At first, a little silver chasing intended for letting into plate as an embellishment of the surface, which the term emblema neatly expresses, the designs being always mythological. Its name remained, after the fashion had expired, to denote any representation of that nature. There is, however, a distinction in the real meaning of emblem and symbol, the former expressing by actual representation, the latter by hieroglyphs, the idea they convey. Thus, the emblem of victory is a winged female holding a palm. The symbol of victory is the palm by itself. The bambino, the favorite idol of the women of Rome, bears, in its type and decoration, the most convincing of all testimony as to the real source of the religion in whose pantheon it plays so prominent a part. It is a wooden figure, about 2 feet high, now passing for the vera effigies of the infant Jesus, but to any eye acquainted with Indian art, an unmistakable copy of the infant Buddha. The figure, in almost full relief, stands in front face, with arms crossed on the breast and holding the lotus flower in the one hand, in the regular attitude of the Hindu god. But the most striking feature in the design is the shape of the background, which has no prototype in Roman art, but is cut into the so-called pineapple outline, which invariably accompanies the sacred images of India. On the head is a crown, in the Oriental style, and the close-fitting garment, reaching from neck to ankle, and now passing for the swaddling clothes of the baby, is profusely studded with precious stones, the offerings of a later time. The very tradition as to its place of manufacture supplies an inkling of the truth, for it is said to be the work of a monk at Jerusalem and carved out of one of the sacred olive trees. The pious artist must have been inspired by the sight of the Indian prototype, for the resemblance is far too close to be accidental, if indeed the whole affair be not another instance of a christened Jove. The very nature of things renders it a necessity for the members of every secret society to possess means for mutual recognition that shall escape the observation of the outer world. The partakers of the Eleusinian mysteries appear, from certain allusions in the classics, to have been furnished by their sponsors with something of the kind. The refusal to wear a garland at a feast was accepted as the sign of a Mithric brother. Certain it is that our popular notion about the Masonic grip was equally current as applied to the Gnostics in the times of Epiphanius. On the arrival of any stranger belonging to the same sect, they have a sign given by the man to the woman, and vice versa. In holding out the hand under pretense of saluting each other, they feel and tickle it in a particular manner underneath the palm, and by that means discover whether the newcomer belongs to the same society. Upon this, however poor they may be, they serve up to him a sumptuous feast, with abundance of meats and wine. And after they are well filled, the host rises, leaving his wife behind, bidding her, "Show thy charity unto this our brother," etc., carrying out his hospitality to an extent that, in our selfish times, no one can expect to meet with, unless amongst the Eskimo. As may well be supposed, these symboli are widely diffused, for Gnosticism was more than coextensive with the Empire of Rome and long survived her fall. Besides our guns, plates of bronze and lead, and even of gold in the remarkable example found near Carnarvon, and rude copper medallions engraved with similar devices are constantly disinterred from ancient cemeteries where they had so long protected the repose of their original possessors. Of that rarer class, the medallions, the most interesting known to me, was found in Provence, Prawn Cabinet. It shows in intaglio the Abraxas god, for reverse, the triple Hecate, executed with considerable spirit types, well illustrating the syncretistic nature of the creed by this union of an ancient and a newly devised type. The sepulchre of Maria, wife of the most orthodox Honorius, contained, amongst a variety of amniotic figures, or perhaps toys, little animals, mice, etc., carved in crystal and agate, a gold plate inscribed with the names of the angels of the presence. On account of the great interest of this discovery, I have inserted a complete translation of Fauno's account, the only description ever penned of the rifling of an imperial tomb. And when Bishop Seffrid's coffin, deceased 1159, was opened in Chichester Cathedral, upon his bony finger still lay the episcopal ring, set with an Abraxas jasper, no doubt recommended to him in life and death by the numerous virtues so particularly set forth by Camillus Leonardi. When did the belief in the virtue of these talismans really expire? The young pretender, with the superstition inherent in his family, had sought to enlist in his service the mighty Abraxas himself for his ill-starred expedition. In his baggage, captured at Culloden by General Belfort, was found a bloodstone set in silver as a pendant, engraved with the well-known Pantheus, and for reverse the naked Venus, Achamoth, legend Atita. Provence is yet a fruitful source of these interesting memorials of the widespread theosophy. Gnosticism from the beginning took root and flourished in southern Gaul, as the elaborate treatise of Irenaeus attacking it as no newly invented thing very clearly demonstrates. Its success was probably due to the close affinity of its leading doctrines to the Mithraic and original Druidical systems previously reigning there. Later still, in the middle of the 4th century, a new form of Gnosticism, broached by Pereskelion, Bishop of Avila, who was put to death for his pains by the British Emperor Magnus Maximus. Gibbon's note upon the unlucky heresiarch is so characteristic of his style that I cannot forbear quoting it. The bishopric of Avila in Old Castile is now worth 20,000 ducats a year, and is therefore much less likely to produce the author of a new heresy. That Spain also had, long before Priscillion's preaching, received and warmly embraced that of Basilides, although so far removed from its fountainhead, is apparent from a passage in Jerome's 29th letter to Theodora. Our friend Licinius, when that most foul heresy of Basilides was raging throughout Spain, and like a pestilence and murrain was devastating all the province between the Pyrenees and the ocean, held fast the purity of the Christian faith, far from receiving Amargel, Barbelo, Abraxas, Balsamus, the ridiculous Luciborus, and the other such-like monstrosities. That Britain had to some extent received the same doctrines, the Carnarvon gold plaque is sufficient evidence, and its existence throws light upon the singular fact mentioned by Matthew Paris, that when Edred, in collecting building materials for his conventual church, was pulling up the Roman foundations of Verulamium, he came upon a little cupboard, armariolum, in the thickness of an immense wall containing scrolls in an unknown tongue. At last a very aged monk, Unwona by name, made them out to be written in the ancient British language, and containing invocations to the gods formerly worshipped in the place. But Verulamium was so entirely Roman, as far as its public edifices were concerned, that the use of the native language in any documents accompanying the foundation of a temple is in the highest degree improbable. The regular Gnostic Greek would be equally puzzling to the old Saxon monk, and his explanation was a safe cloak for his ignorance. The late period of the Roman occupation, when Gnosticism most flourished, will account for the preservation of scrolls, parchment no doubt, through the few centuries intervening before the abbotship of Edred. It is more than probable that such doctrines lurked unnoticed amongst the native Gallo-Romans during the times of the Arian Gothic kings, and did no more than revive into the flourishing Manichaeism of the Albigenses in the 12th century. The fact of these sectaries having received the same share of persecution from Catholics as the Waldenses themselves is not alone sufficient to prove them equally good Protestants with the latter, though that is now taken for granted, especially by expounders of the Apocalypse, when hard put to it to find the required 2 witnesses against the Scarlet Lady. Gnosticism has left traces of itself, whether by direct or indirect descent, amongst those mysterious sects of the Libanus, the Druses, and Ancires. As late as Justinian's reign, according to Procopius, no fewer than 1 million polytheists, Manichaeans, and Samaritans, the last also a sect of Gnostics, were exterminated in Syria alone during the systematic persecution so long carried on by this pedantic bigot. As that region soon afterwards fell under the more tolerant caliphs, who never troubled themselves about the religion of their subjects, provided their tribute were punctually paid, these doctrines may very well have come down in some sort to our days, considering the secluded position of the people holding them and the tenacity of life possessed by every well-defined system of religious ideas. Gnostic Theogony. The several grades in the Gnostic theogony, through all of which the soul had to pass before it could attain to supreme perfection, are briefly set before us in this passage of the Pistis Sophia. And when the Savior had said all these things unto his disciples, Andrew came forward and spoke, Lord, be not wroth with me, but have compassion upon me, and reveal the mystery of the word which I will ask thee. Otherwise it is a hard thing in my sight, and I understand it not. Then the Savior answered and said unto him, Inquire what thou wouldst inquire, and I will declare the same unto thee, face to face, and without a parable. Then Andrew answered and said, Lord, I wonder and marvel greatly how men that be in this world, when they are departed from out of this body of matter, and have gone out of the world, how shall they pass through these firmaments, and all these rulers, and lords, and gods, and all these great invisible ones, and all these that belong to the middle space, and those that belong to the place of them upon the right hand, and all the great emanations of the same, so that they may come within beyond them all, so that they may inherit the kingdom of light? This business, therefore, Lord, is full of trouble in my sight. When Andrew had thus spoken, the Spirit of the Savior was moved within him, and he cried out and said, How long shall I bear with you? How long shall I suffer you? Do you then not understand at all, and are ye still ignorant? Know ye not, and do ye not understand that ye are all angels, and archangels, and rulers, and lords, and gods, and the other powers, and the glory thereof? You from yourselves, and in yourselves in turn, proceeding out of one mass, and one matter, and one being, and all proceeding out of one confusion. And by the commandment of the first mystery, this confusion must needs be, until the great emanations of light, and the glory of the same, shall have cleansed it. And they shall cleanse it not of themselves, but through the compulsion of the great ineffable one. And they have not received torments, neither have they changed their places at all, neither have they despoiled themselves, nor transformed themselves into various figures, neither have they been in the last affliction. For this cause chiefly ye are the dregs of the treasury house, and ye are the dregs of them that pertain to the right hand, and ye are the dregs of the great invisible ones, and of all the rulers, and in a word, ye are the dregs of them all. And ye were in great sorrows, and afflictions, and transformations, and in sundry shapes of this world, and by reason of these sorrows ye were in agony, and fought with this world and all the matter that is therein, and ye did not slacken your hands in fighting against it, until ye had found out the mysteries of the kingdom of light, which rendered you, who fought, a pure light, and ye were made the pure light. All which implies the grand idea that man, although made of inferior, though cognate stuff, to the angelic powers, is susceptible, through the attainment of knowledge, of a perfection superior to theirs. The scheme of the Ophites, Gnostic symbols with their uses in this life and in that to come, have thus far been the subject of our investigation, which naturally leads us to consider the ideas that their devisers entertained of the constitution of the next world and of the nature of the soul itself. As to the former of these deeply interesting questions, the Gnosis specially labored to afford the exactest information to its disciples, and in this class, the one preserved by Origen leaves nothing to be desired in point of fullness, and may confidently be accepted as the most authoritative of all such celestial cartes de route. This learned father had, by some means or other, become possessed of a parchment chart on which were depicted the successive stages of the soul's heavenward journey, with the several powers it must encounter in its flight, and the proper invocations, specimens of which I have already given, whereby it should extort permission to traverse their dominions. This chart was known to the faithful as the schema or diagramma of the Ophites. Amongst these invocations, the one addressed to Iao, genius of the moon, is peculiarly important as illustrating the use of the most numerous class of the talismans we are considering. O thou that presidest over the mysteries of the Father and of the Son, Iao, who shinest in the night, who holdest the second place, the first Lord of death, who makest part of that which is without God. In presenting to thee thine own memorial, or likeness, as a token or passport, I swiftly traverse thy domain, after having conquered through the word of life that which was born of thee. The manuscripts. Red ton idion upo nun symbolon, which has no meaning, but can only be the corruption of tinidion uponoion, a word often used by Plutarch in the sense of symbol. Now what else could this memorial of Iao be but his own image engraved in gems? This deity is styled Lord of Death, because the moon, Isis, presides over the birth, development, and change, of which death is the necessary consequence of things terrestrial. Of the theory therein embodied, much was evidently derived from the same source as the Neoplatonic doctrine concerning the planetary origin of the soul's faculties, which shall be related further on. The chart itself was founded on that essential doctrine of Gnosticism, that the soul, released from the body, mounted upwards, eager for absorption into the infinite Godhead, or boundless light, that summum bonum of Oriental aspiration, the Buddhist nirvana, perfect repose, the Epicurean indolentia. But on its way was obliged to traverse the successive regions of the planets, each ruled by its presiding genius. These genii were of a nature somewhat material, and therefore malignant, and in this respect corresponding to the seven devs, Ahriman's ministers, who according to Zoroaster are chained each to his own planet. To obtain the indispensable permission of transit, a different adjuration to each power was required, all which have been already given from Origen's copy of the chart. Their names were put down therein as Adonai, Genius of the Sun, Iao of the Moon, Eloi of Jupiter, Sabao of Mars, Ori of Venus, Astaphi of Mercury, and Ildabaoth of Saturn. All these names are to be read, more or less commonly, upon our talismans, although probably used there in a different sense from that accepted by the author of the diagramma. The Jewish angels, Michael, Gabriel, Surid, Raphael, Thantabaoth, and Eretioth, were likewise inscribed as names of the genii presiding over the constellations, the bear, serpent, eagle, lion, dog, bull. These notions are manifestly of Magian root, acquired by the Jews during the long period that their country was a province of the Persian Empire, and had grown into an essential article of religion. St. Paul found it needful to warn his flock against the worshipping of angels. Nevertheless, the adoration and the multiplication of their names went on augmenting to that pitch, that a council held under Pope Zachary reduced them as objects of worship to three only: Michael, Gabriel, Raphael. This retrenchment of the heavenly host was endorsed by a capitulary of Charlemagne's issued from Aix-la-Chapelle. In the diagram under consideration, Michael was typified by a lion, Suriel by an ox, Raphael by a serpent, Gabriel by an eagle, Thantabaoth by a bear, Anioth or Zartaoth by an ass. The reward promised to the angel of the church at Thyatira, Revelation 2:28, "And I will give him the morning star," seems to be connected with the same belief in the planetary presidents. Dante, in his Paradiso, going doubtless upon old tradition, makes Mercury the abode of spirits moved to glorious deeds in life by the love of fame, Venus of true lovers, Luna of theologians, Mars of martyrs for the faith, Jupiter of good princes, Saturn of such as have led a contemplative and recluse life. The above-quoted names of the planetary genii were in the Jewish religion either titles and attributes of the Most High, or else of his chief ministering spirits. But in the Gnostic scheme, they had been degraded from their high estate and reduced into secondary deities of a mixed nature, partaking of good as well as of evil, yet all equally anxious to win souls from Abraxas, the proper Lord and Creator of the universe. The only explanation for such a misapplication of the sacred titles is a very brief one. These semi-Buddhist philosophers who found the root of all evil in matter, and consequently in the material creation, employed these old hallowed names to denote the agents of the Creator, who, on account of this, their office were regarded as mere demons, and by an exactly similar process, they are found misappropriating the most sacred names of the Christian revelation. But of this blasphemous perversion and wanton desecration of the ancient terminology, no trace is to be discovered upon our talismans, their makers belonging to the Kabbalistic school of Alexandria, which, reconciling Moses with Zoroaster, continued to employ these appellations in their primary time-honored sense. The source of this notion concerning the planetary rulers can be traced very far back. The power of Ildabaoth, or Saturn, and his sons over the soul, as well as the astrological notion about the influence of the stars over man's destiny, are clearly part and parcel of what the Alexandrian Platonists had taught concerning the planetary origin of the soul and its faculties, thus expounded by Macrobius. The soul, on its descent from the one and indivisible source of its being in order to be united to the body, passes through the Milky Way into the zodiac at their intersection in Cancer and Capricorn, called the Gates of the Sun, because the two solstices are placed in these signs. Through Cancer, the gate of man, the soul descends upon earth, the which is spiritual death. Through Capricorn, the gate of the gods, it reascends up into heaven, its new birth taking place upon its release from the body. So soon as the soul has left Cancer and the Milky Way, it begins to lose its divine nature, and arriving at Leo, enters upon the first phase of its future condition, here below. During its downward progress, the soul, at first a sphere in form, is elongated into a cone, and now begins to feel the influence of matter, so that on joining the body it is intoxicated and stupefied by the novel draught. This condition is typified by the crater of Bacchus, placed in the heavens between Cancer and Leo. The soul, thus descending, as it passes through each sphere, receives successive coatings, as it were, of a luminous body, and is furnished at the same time with the several faculties it has to exercise during its probation upon earth. Accordingly, in Saturn, it is supplied with reason and intelligence; in Jupiter, with the power of action; in Mars, with the irascible principle; in the Sun, with sensation and speculation; in Venus, with the appetites; in Mercury, with the means of declaring and expressing thoughts; in the Moon, with the faculty of generating and augmenting the body. Hence, as the planets contain all the elements that, so to speak, make up the inner man, the genii, their rulers, lords of death, as Valentinus calls them, exercise their tyranny over the soul through the medium of these faculties, so long as the soul is encrusted with their contributions during its imprisonment in the body. It is curious to compare with this Grecian theory the doctrine of the servants of Saturn, dwellers in the farthest north, unmistakably a fragment of Druidical lore, preserved to us by Plutarch in his treatise On the Face in the Moon. They taught that in the generation of man, the earth supplied the body, the moon Psyche, the sun the nous. What the Psyche is to the body, the same is the nous to the Xuk. This composite nature undergoes a double death. In the first, Demeter, whose companion is the earthly, or supernal, Hermes, forcibly separates the Psyche, animal soul, from the body. This soul, after a certain penance in the middle sphere, in order to purify it from the pollution of the flesh, is caught up into the moon, and passes through the earth's shadow during an eclipse, after a probation proportionate in length of time unto its deserts. Whereas the wicked, if they try to enter before their purification be completed, are scared away by the terrific face. The good abide in the moon, in the enjoyment of perfect tranquility, and becoming daemones or genii, busy themselves with the regulation of human affairs upon earth, rendering oracles and similar services to mankind. But should these beatified spirits misconduct themselves, they are put again into a human body, and sent down to earth. This is the very doctrine of Manes, who made the light of the moon to depend upon the brightness of the Blessed One therein resident, a theory which Epiphanius triumphantly overthrows by asking how the luminary was supplied during the 8 centuries that elapsed between the creation and the death of Adam. But after a certain time, the nous aspires to reascend to its fountainhead, the sun, whereupon Persephone, with her colleague the celestial Hermes, separates it with gentleness, and by slow degrees from the grosser psyche. This is the second death, the vows flying up to the sun, but the psyche remaining in the moon in a dreamy sort of existence, until gradually absorbed into her substance, exactly as the earth gradually absorbs into herself the remains of the body. Calm and philosophic souls are easily absorbed, but active, passionate, erotic natures with great difficulty. They wander about in mid-space, divested of the nous, becoming titii and typhoons, throwing confusion into oracles, as the so-called Typhon does at Delphi, until in the end they likewise are drawn back and attracted into the substance of the moon. Justinus Kerner, in his treatise Die Seherin von Prevorst, improving upon the old notion, most ingeniously anatomizes the inner man, and makes him to consist of three members, Seele, Nervengeist, Geist. The Nervengeist, or nervous energy, being of a grosser nature, continues united with the seal after its separation from the body, rendering it capable of becoming visible to the living in the form of an apparition, and enabling it in other ways to affect material objects, to make noises, move about articles of furniture, in short, to commit the various annoyances comprehended under the term Espucht. And here be it observed, the commonness of such visitations in Germany is amusingly exemplified by the necessity of having an impersonal verb to express them. Just as we say, it rains, it blows, so do the more sensitive Germans say, it ghosts. According to its previous training in life, this composite being requires more or less time to dissolve, the seal alone being immortal, and consequently the Teutonic specters assume a more and more diminutive form as their time of probation wears away. Analogous to this is Plato's explanation of the acknowledged facts of spirits haunting tombs. Having been immersed during her union with the body in gross, sensual pleasures, the soul becomes equally unable and unwilling to abandon her old companion and dwelling house before the same be totally consumed. To the above-quoted theories explaining the nature of the soul and its final destination, the recent discovery of that precious monument of Gnosticism, the Pistis Sophia, enables us to add a third, infinitely more complete in all its details. This last revelation improves upon the Neoplatonic doctrine by making the astral genii, the rulers of the sphere, zodiac, create the soul from their own substance out of the tears of their eyes and the sweat of their torment, animated with a spark of that divine light which has not yet been totally extracted from their fuller nature. For these zodiacal lords evidently answer to the rebellious angels of the Jews and the seven devs of the Magi. In fact, the whole treatise represents the religious ideas of the latter more closely than of any other system. The cause of sin, Pistis Sophia. And when the Savior had spoken these things, he, continuing in his discourse, said unto Mary, Now, therefore, Mary, hear concerning the thing whereof thou askest of me, who is it that constraineth man to commit sin? Now, therefore, when the parents have begotten the child, when there exists in him a small power, and a small soul, and a small counterfeit of the Spirit, conscience, in a word, all the three in him being small together, no one of them understandeth anything at all, whether it be good or evil, by reason of the weight of the heavy oblivion of the former life that holdeth them, the body likewise being small. And the child eateth of the meats of the world of the rulers, and the soul gathereth to itself out of the portion of the soul that is concealed in these meats, and the counterfeit of the Spirit gathereth to itself out of the portion of evil that resideth in the meats and in the lusts thereof. The body likewise gathereth the insensible matter that is in the meats. But the Fate herself taketh not out of the meats, inasmuch as she is not mixed up with them, but in what shape she came into the world, in the same she continueth. And little by little the power, the soul, and the counterpart of the Spirit grow to their full stature, and each one thereof is sensible after its own kind. The power is sensible to seek after the light above. The soul is sensible to seek after the place of righteousness of the mixture, which same is the place of confusion. The counterfeit of the Spirit also seeketh after all wickedness and lusts and sins. And the body is sensible to nothing save how it may draw strength out of matter. Thus the three are forthwith sensible, each one according to its own nature. And the contentious ones, erudii, also send ministers who shall follow them in order to bear witness against all the sins that they may commit, to regulate the manner in which they shall punish them when they come up for judgment. The counterfeit of the Spirit also thinks upon, and is sensible to all the sins and the evils that come near to that soul, which proceedeth from the rulers of the great fate, and bringeth them into the soul. But the inner power seeketh after the place of light, and all the Godhead, whilst the counterfeit of the Spirit turneth the soul awry, and constraineth it to work all its own unlawful deeds, and all its passions, and all its wickedness continually. And it abideth a different creature from the soul, and is an enemy to the soul, and causeth it to commit all these sins and wickednesses. And also stirreth up the ministers of contention, to bear witness against the sins that it is about to cause the soul to commit. And it cometh to pass that it resteth not day or night, and it troubleth the soul in dreams and in the lusts of this world, and maketh it to lust after all the things of this world. In a word, it urgeth the soul to do all the things that the rulers have laid before it, and it is at war with the soul, contriving that it shall do the things it would not. Now therefore, this is the enemy of the soul, and constraineth it to do all kinds of sins. And when it comes to pass that the time of that man is accomplished, then cometh his fate, which driveth that man unto the death appointed him by the rulers, and by means of the bonds wherewith men are tied by destiny. Then come the contentious receivers to conduct that soul out of the body, and after that these receivers go about with the soul through all the regions, showing unto it the aeons of the world, whilst the counterfeit of the Spirit and fate follow after that soul. But the power that was in it goes up unto the Virgin of Light. And after those 3 days the receivers lead that soul down from above into the hell of chaos. They deliver it unto the tormentors, and the receivers return again into their own places, who punish the same according to the measure of its sins, as ordained by the Archons for the discharge of souls. And the counterfeit of the Spirit becomes the guard over the soul, appointed over it, convicting it in one place of punishment after the other of the sins which it hath committed, and it leadeth the soul into the region of the Archons of the middle space. And when it hath arrived in their presence, they lead it unto the mysteries of fate, and if they find them not sealed upon the soul, they seek after their own share, and those Archons punish the soul according to its sins, according to its deserts. Of those punishments I will declare the form unto you in the emanation of the universe. But after it has come to pass that the time of the soul's different punishments is accomplished in the prisons of the Archons of the middle space, then the counterfeit of the Spirit leadeth the soul upwards out of all their regions, and bringeth it before the light of the sun, according to the commandment of the primal man, and bringeth it before the judge, the Virgin of Light. And she trieth that soul, and in case she shall find it to be sinful, she planteth within the same a particle of the power of her own light, according unto its station in life, its body, and its share of sensibility. Then the Virgin of Light putteth her seal upon that soul, and delivereth it unto one of her receivers, who will see that it be placed in a body befitting the sins that it hath committed in a former life. And verily I say unto you, she shall not let the soul be released from the changes of its bodies, various metempsychoses, until it shall have accomplished its uttermost cycle in the shapes whereof it may be deserving. Of all which I will tell you the form, and likewise the form of the several bodies into which they shall place the souls, according to the sins of each. But if it be a soul that hath not obeyed the counterfeit of the Spirit in all its doings, but is righteous, and hath received the mysteries of light that be in the first court, or those that be in the second court, or those in the third, which is the innermost part, aditum. When the time of that soul in the body is accomplished, and when the counterfeit of the Spirit followeth after that soul, together with fate, whilst the soul is on the road that leadeth on high, and before it is far distant therefrom, it uttereth the mystery for the breaking of all the seals and all the bonds of the counterfeit of the Spirit, wherewith the Archons have bound it unto the soul. And it having uttered those words, the bonds of the counterfeit of the Spirit are loosed, so that it ceaseth to persecute that soul, and lets it go according to the commandment given unto it by the Archons of the great fate, who said unto it, Let not that soul go free, unless it shall utter unto thee the mystery for the breaking of the bonds wherewith we have bound thee unto it. Thereupon the soul, thus set free, leaves fate behind unto the Archons of the way of the middle space, and destroys the counterfeit of the Spirit, leaving it for the Archons in the place wherein they had bound it at first unto the soul. And in that moment it becometh a great flood of light, shining exceedingly. And the receivers who had fetched it out of the body are afraid of that light, so that they fall down upon their faces, and the soul is made, as it were, a wing of light, and passeth through all the regions of the Archons, and through all the courses of the light, until it entereth into the place of its own kingdom, for which it hath received the mystery. But if it be a soul that hath received the mystery in the first court, which is the outer part, and after receiving and performing the mystery, and being converted, shall again have sinned, and when its time in the body is accomplished, and the receivers come to fetch it, and the counterfeit of the Spirit and fate pursue it by reason of the seals and bonds wherewith it hath been bound together with them by the Archons, then, if the soul, whilst yet in the way of its pursuers, should utter the mystery that breaketh those seals and bonds, forthwith they are all loosed, and the counterfeit of the Spirit ceases to follow after the soul. And the soul leaves its pursuers behind, for none of them have their own power, but the soul keeps its own power. Then the receivers that belong to the mystery which the soul hath received come and snatch it away from the contentious receivers, and these return to do the business of the Archons in the occupation of fetching away souls. But the receivers of the soul, who pertain to the light, themselves become a wing of light to that soul, and a vesture of light unto it. And they lead it not into chaos, because it is not lawful to lead a soul that hath obtained the mysteries into chaos. But they bring it into the road of the Archons of the middle space. And when they are come before the Archons of the middle space, the Archons depart out of the way of that soul, being in great fear, and in cruel burning, and in divers shapes, in a word, being in great fear, unto which there is no measure. And in that moment the soul utters the mystery of its defense before them, and they fall upon their faces out of fear of the mystery, and of the defense which it hath uttered. And the soul leaves with them their fate, saying unto them, Take to yourselves your fate. I am not coming into your place from henceforth. I am made a stranger unto you forever. I am coming into the place of my own inheritance. And after the soul hath said this, the receivers of the light fly away with it on high, and bring it before the eons of destiny, giving it the proper speech of defense for the place and the seals thereof. And the soul shows to them the counterfeit of the Spirit, and utters the mystery that sundereth the bonds wherewith they had bound them both together, saying to them, Take to yourselves your counterfeit of the Spirit. Henceforth I come not in your place. I am made a stranger unto you forever. And it shows them the seal of each and the form of defense. Then the receivers fly away with the soul, and bring it through all the eons. She wing the seal and the defense in all the regions of King Adamas, and of all the rulers of the places of the left hand, which defenses and seals I will declare to you when I explain to you the emanation of the mystery. Then they bring the soul before the Virgin of Light, and it giveth to the Virgin her own seal, defense, and the glory of hymns, and the Virgin of Light with the 7 other virgins examine that soul, all of them, that they may all find their own marks, their own seals, their own baptisms, and their own unctions upon it. Then the Virgin of Light sealeth that soul, and the receivers of light baptize the same, and give unto it the spiritual unction. And each of the virgins of light sealeth it with her own seal. Furthermore, the receivers deliver it over to the great Sabaoth, the good one, who is hard by the gate of life in the region of those pertaining unto the right hand, whom they call the Father. And the soul rendereth unto him the glory of his hymns, of his seals, and of his justification. Then the great good Sabaoth sealeth it with his own seals, and the soul rendereth the knowledge, and the glory of hymns, and the seals belonging to the whole region of those that pertain unto the right hand. These also all seal it with their own seal, and Melchizedek, the great gatherer of light, who is in the region of those pertaining to the right hand, also sealeth that soul. Then Melchizedek's gatherers also seal it, and lead it into the treasury of light. And the soul rendereth glory and honor, and their proper seals in all the regions of light. Then those pertaining to all the regions of the treasury of light seal it with their own seals, and so it entereth into the place of its inheritance. State after death of the uninitiated. Then stood forth Mary, and said, Lord, as concerning just men, and perfect in all righteousness, such a man in whom there is no sin at all, shall they torment him with all these judgments and punishments, or shall they not? Or shall they carry such a man into the kingdom of heaven, or not? The Saviour answered and said unto Mary, The just man perfect in all righteousness, that hath never committed sin, but yet hath never obtained any one mystery of light, when his time cometh for departing out of the body, straightway there shall come for him the gatherers belonging to that one of the great triple powers, who is the greatest amongst them, in order that they may take away that soul from the contentious gatherers. And during 3 days they shall go about with that soul amongst all the creatures of the world, i.e., throughout all creation. After the 3 days they shall lead him down into chaos, so that they may deliver him out of all the punishments therein, and out of the judgments, and they shall bring him unto all the judgment places. But no flame of chaos shall afflict him greatly. Nevertheless, they shall in some wise afflict him for a little space, but speedily shall they have compassion upon him, and draw him up out of chaos, so as to take him out of the road of the middle space, and from all the rulers thereof. And these shall not punish him with their cruel torments, but the flame of their regions shall afflict him in some measure. And after they have brought him into the unmerciful place, Achthanavas, they shall not torment him with the cruel torments therein, but they shall keep him there a little while, and afflict him in some measure with the heat of the torments of that place. But they shall quickly have compassion upon him, and bring him forth out of all those places, neither shall they lead him by the way that goeth from out of the aeons, for fear lest the rulers of the aeons should hold him too firmly, but they shall conduct him by the path of the sun's light, in order to bring him before the Virgin of light. And she doth try that soul, that she may find it free from sin, and she ordereth it not to be carried unto the light, because the mark of the kingdom of light is not upon it. But she sealeth it with a special seal, and takes care that it be put into a body of righteousness belonging to the aeons. This man will be good, so that he will obtain the seals of the mysteries of the light, and inherit the kingdom for ever and ever. But if he shall have sinned once, twice, or thrice, they shall reject that soul, sending it back again into the world according to the form of the sins that it may have committed. The form whereof I will declare unto you hereafter. But verily, verily I say unto you, that even the righteous man that hath committed no sin at all cannot be brought into the kingdom of light. Forasmuch the seal of the mysteries of that kingdom is not found upon him. Once for all I say unto you, a soul cannot be brought into the kingdom, if it be without the mysteries of the kingdom of light. Future punishments. The Gnostics did not fail, after the example of their orthodox rivals, to employ the strongest stimulants of terror in order to gain converts, as is forcibly manifested by this picture of the varied torments of the world to come. the appointed heritage of all who obtained not the Gnosis which they preached. And Jesus, continuing in his discourse, said unto the disciples, When I shall have returned into the light, preach ye unto the whole world. Say unto them, Slacken not by day and night, to seek until ye shall find the mysteries of the kingdom of light, that shall cleanse you, and render you a pure light, and shall bring you into the kingdom of light. Say unto them, Renounce the world, and all the matter which is therein, and all the cares and the sins thereof, in a word, all the conversation that therein is, that ye may be worthy of the mysteries of light, that ye may be saved from all the punishments that are in the judgment places. Say unto them, Renounce murmuring, that ye may be worthy of the mysteries of light, that ye may be saved from the burning of the figure of the dog. Say unto them, Renounce obedience to the world, that ye may be saved from the judgments of the figure of the dog. Say unto them, Renounce invocation of idols, that ye may be worthy of the mysteries of light, that ye may be saved from the torments of Ariel. Renounce a lying tongue, that ye may be saved from the burning rivers of the figure of the dog-shaped one. Renounce false witnessing, that ye may be set free, that ye may be saved from the same rivers. Renounce boastings and pride, that ye may be saved from the burning pits of Ariel. Renounce self-love, that ye may be saved from the judgments of Orcus. Renounce talkativeness, that ye may be saved from the fires of Orcus. Renounce unjust judgments, that ye may be saved from the torments that be in Orcus. Renounce covetousness, that ye may be saved from the rivers of smoke of the dog-shaped. Renounce the love of this world, that ye may be saved from the pitched coats, burning of the dog-shaped. Renounce robbery, that ye may be saved from the rivers of deceit of Ariel. Renounce evil speaking, that ye may be saved from the torments of the river of smoke. Renounce wickedness, that ye may be saved from the burning seas of Ariel. Renounce unmercifulness, that ye may be saved from the judgments of the dragon shapes. Renounce anger, that ye may be saved from the rivers of smoke of the dragon shapes. Renounce reviling, that ye may be saved from the burning seas of the dragon shapes. Renounce robbery, that ye may be saved from the boiling seas of the same. Renounce thieving, that ye may be saved from Ildabaoth. Renounce backbiting, that ye may be saved from the burning rivers of the lion-shaped one. Renounce fighting and quarreling, that ye may be saved from the boiling rivers of Ildabaoth. Renounce stubbornness, that ye may be saved from the ministers of Ildabaoth and his burning seas. Renounce evil deeds, that ye may be saved from all the devils of Ildabaoth and from all his punishments. Renounce desperateness, that ye may be saved from the seas of boiling pitch of Ildabaoth. Renounce adultery, that ye may be saved from the seas of brimstone and pitch of the lion-shaped. Renounce murders, that ye may be saved from the ruler of crocodiles, which is the first creature in the ice that is in the outer darkness. Renounce cruelty and ungodliness, that ye may be saved from the rulers of the outer darkness. Renounce impiety, that ye may be saved from weeping and the gnashing of teeth. Renounce witchcraft, that ye may be saved from the mighty frost and hail of the outer darkness. Renounce blasphemy, that ye may be saved from the great dragon of the outer darkness. Renounce false doctrines, that ye may be saved from all the torments of the great dragon of the outer darkness. Say unto them that teach false doctrines, and unto every one that is taught by them, Woe unto you! For unless ye repent, and leave your error, ye shall fall into the torments of the great dragon of the outer darkness, exceeding cruel, and they in the world shall not redeem you out of them for ever and ever, but ye shall be utterly destroyed unto the end. Say unto them that slight the doctrine of truth of the first mystery, Woe unto you, for your punishment shall be evil beyond that of all men. Ye shall abide in the great frost, ice and hail, in the middle of the dragon, and in the outer darkness. And they in this world shall not redeem you from this hour forth forever, but ye shall be in that place, and in the dissolution of the universe ye shall be consumed, so that ye shall be destroyed forever. Talismanic leaden scrolls. The only classical notice of the employment of these engines for moving the invisible world, not, however, for good, but for evil, is to be found in the Annals of Tacitus, who thus enumerates them amongst the means, real or imaginary, whereby Livia's agent Piso occasioned or aggravated the final illness of the too popular Germanicus. The severity of the attack, a fever, was heightened by the suspicion of poison on the part of Piso, and in fact there were discovered, hidden in the house walls, fragments of human corpses, spells, and curses, and the name of Germanicus engraved upon plates of lead, also ashes half burnt and soaked in blood, and other pieces of witchcraft, by means whereof it is believed that souls are made over unto the infernal gods. A very remarkable example of the practice of this malevolent superstition has been published by Visconti. It is a sheet of lead found, folded up, within a tomb opened at the Hippotade Gate of Athens, and a copy of which he had received from Monsieur Fauvel. The inscription, full of blunders both in spelling and grammar, is arranged in 10 lines, seemingly meant for trochaic tetrameters, and may be read thus: Ina, Hermis chthonios, ye katochos. 2 και προς την Φερσεφόνην. 3 Φερσεφόνη κατά δωδεξίαν. 4 προς τούτους απαντάς. 5 και Κλεοφραδές. 6 κατά δω προς τους άουτους Ίωση. 7 και Ναββάτην κατά δω προς τους άουτους. 8 Τλιπολέμων κατά δω. 9 και τους μετακτησίου άπαντας. 10 κατά δω. Infernal Hermes imprisoning earth and also Persephone. I lay a spell upon Dexias before all these deities, also upon Cleophradis, Naubatis, Ctesias, with all his family. The defunct Athenian must assuredly have departed this life full of charity towards all his neighbors, to have taken such pains to carry with him a memorandum so expressive of his wishes on their behalf. It reminds one of the old Monmouthshire farmer who, as tradition tells, dying of a broken heart, ordered the bitterest verses of the cursing psalm to be engraved upon his tombstone for the benefit of his enemy, as it may yet be seen at Christ Church, near Caerlyn, Monmouthshire. The Verulamium scrolls contained invocations of the opposite character for the benefit of the parties named therein. Yet another variety are the leaden scrolls found numerously in the lately discovered Demetrium of Cnidus. Some evidently belong to a kind of ordeal, the accused party asking to be ill-treated by Persephone in the next world, if guilty of such or such a charge. Others contain similar ill wishes against individuals therein specified who have injured the writers. By far the most curious of these relics is the leaden plate, found at Bath, 1880, engraved with 4 lines of words placed in their proper order, but spelt backwards for the sake of disguise, and about 4 inches square. It is thus read by Zangameister: Qui mihi mantilium involavit sic liquat cum aqua ola, tani qui iam salvavit, vinavel ex supersus Verianus, Servianus, Itianus, Sagarbalis, Cubus, Minianus, cum sovina, Ceramanili. This reading is not satisfactory in many places. The lost object is written Mativ, Mateev, to be read backwards like all the rest, and therefore bears no resemblance to Mantelium. The malignity of the Greek character is exemplified in nothing more strongly than in the open toleration of the use of such engines of spite. In the great temple of Demeter at Cnidus, Mr. Newton found many of these leaden scrolls invoking the vengeance of the goddess of the place, her daughter, and the other infernal gods upon individuals specified by name. It will be remarked that this dira detestatio was not contingent upon the refusal of a just demand, as in the case of the worthy Silurian hereafter to be mentioned, but were the means of revenge resorted to by persons too cowardly to use those supplied by nature, or probably for the mere sake of gratifying spite. As a Roman pendant to this Athenian legacy of curses, I copy the leaden scroll found many years ago in the garden of the Villa Manenti, upon the Via Latina. De Rossi, who first published it in the Bulletino del Instit, Arched Rum. For 1852 is of opinion that orthography and characters indicate the date of the last century of the Republic. Quomodo mortuos qui istic sepultus est nec loqui nec sermonari potest, sec rodin apud M. Licinium Faustum mortua sit, nec loqui nec sermonari possit. Ita ut mortuos nec ad Deos nec ad homs acceptus est. Ita rodin apud M. Licinium acceptasit, et tantum valeat quantum ille mortuosque istic sepultus est. Dite pater, rodinem tibi commendo ut semper odio sit M. Licinio Fausto, item M. Hedium Amphionem, item C. Popilium Apollonium, item Venonia Hermiona, item Sergia Glicina. It is easy to construct a history out of these lines, the despairing lover dying from the perfidy of the fair Rodine, who has jilted him for the noble Licinius. Faustus prays the god of hell to make her distasteful to her possessor, and also to punish her aiders and abettors, whose Greek cognomens show them to be of the condition of freedmen. In the same strain we lave the commination, sounding to us so jocular, but doubtless in its own time intended for something very serious, addressed to Nodens, discovered amidst the ruins of his not much frequented temple in Lydney Park, Gloucestershire. Devo nodenti Silvianus anilum perdedit, demediam, sic, partem donavit nodenti inter quibus, nomen Seniciani nollis permittas, sanitatem donex perferat, usque templum nodentis. Whereby the half-civilized Silurian, as his name betrays, in artless grammar and orthography, beseeches the local deity never to allow Senicianus or any of his family to enjoy health until he brings back the ring, the loss of which Silvianus ascribes to him, and restores it to the rightful owner at the temple of Nodens, in which case one half its value is promised to the god for his assistance in recovering the stolen property. These thank offerings to Nedin Diu, perhaps identical with the Etruscan Nethunos, were made in coppers, the very stipes, out of which the tessellated pavement of his temple was paid for, as the inscription thereon yet testifies. They were found plentifully strewed over the floor, of every date down to Honorius. Then some sudden raid of barbarians gave the whole establishment to the flames. The idea of binding is practically carried out in spell 7 of Athanasi's Magus Papyrus, which directs you to lay the link of a chain, krikos, upon a leaden plate, and having traced its outline, to write thereon, round the circumference, the common Gnostic legend, reading both ways, continuously. Iai o vafrenemo uno thilaricrifi, aiu arifi kralithonu o mener favaoeai. Within the circle must be written the nature of the thing it is desired to prevent. The operation is entitled the Ring of Hermes. The link was then to be folded up on the leaden plate and thrown into the grave of one dead before his time, or else into a disused well. After the formula above given was to follow, in Greek, "Prevent thou such and such a person from doing such and such a thing," a proof that the long string of epithets all referred to the same power. We now come to relics of the same sort, but of diverse intention, being those passports to eternal bliss, so frequently mentioned in the course of the preceding dissertation. Of these, the most complete example is the leaden book formerly belonging to the celebrated Father Kircher, in whose collection it first made its appearance, but concerning the provenance of which nothing is known, although matter suspects it to be the same that Montfaucon gave to Cardinal Bouillon, who died at Rome in 1715. But this identification is entirely ungrounded, as shall presently be shown. The same writer has given facsimiles, in his Excursion Gnostique, of the 7 pages composing the book, now deposited in the Museum Kircherianum. These leaves are of lead, 3 × 4 inches square, engraved on each side, with a religious composition for heading, under which are, in every case, 5 lines of inscription, that mystic number having doubtless been purposely adopted by the spellmaker. These lines are written in large Greek capitals, square-shaped, and resembling the character commonly used on Gnostic gems. Intermixed are other forms, some resembling the hieroglyphs still current for the signs and planets, others Egyptian Demotic and Pahlavi letters. The language does not appear to be Coptic, but rather some Semitic tongue, many words being composed entirely of consonants, showing that the vowels were to be supplied by the reader. The chief interest, however, of the relic lies in the designs heading each page, in which we recognize the usual figures of Gnostic iconology, together with others of a novel character, all touched in with a free and bold graver with the fewest possible strokes. The purport of the writing underneath may be conjectured, on the authority of the Litany of the Dead and the Diagramma of the Ophites, to be the prayers addressed by the ascending soul to these particular deities, each in his turn. The very number of the pages, 7 in all, comes to support this explanation. The astral presidents to be propitiated in the heavenward journey are represented in the following manner. 1. A nude female figure, in which the navel, the circle of the sun, is strongly defined. She makes a gesture of adoration to a genius in a conical cap and short tunic, armed with a trident, Siva's proper weapon, and consequently appropriated afterwards by the medieval ruler of Tartarus. Reverse, palm within a circle or garland, and a large caduceus. 2. Female in flowing robes, addressing a gigantic fowl, much too squat, apparently, in its proportions for the ibis of Thoth, perhaps intended for the yet more divine bird, the phoenix. Reverse. Nude female adoring a certain undefined monster, furnished with large ears and placed upon a low altar. The first line of the accompanying prayer seems to begin with the Pahlavi letters, equivalent to SPV3. Horus, leaning upon an instrument of unknown use, regarding a huge tortoise, better drawn than the rest, which is crawling towards him. Reverse. Female in long flowing robes, holding up her hands to a naked child, Horus, who is in the act of leaping down to her from a lofty pedestal. 4. Anubis attired in a short mantle, reminding one of Mephistopheles, attentively contemplating a lofty hill, the apex whereof has the form of an eagle's head. Reverse. Female in rags, leaning on a staff, advancing towards another richly clothed and crowned, who lifts up her hands as though terrified at the apparition. 5. Abraxas, in his proper form, looking towards a female fully draped, who offers him some indistinct symbol, much resembling an E turned upside down. The prayer below opens with the word Iao, whence it may be fairly conjectured that the first characters in each of the other pages give the name of the deity pictured above. Reverse. Frog and serpent facing each other, ancient emblems of spring, but probably used here in their medieval sense as types of the resurrection of the body. 6. A headless man with rays issuing from his shoulders and holding out a torch appears falling backwards with affright on the approach of a winged dragon. Reverse. A squat personage with radiated crown stands in front face in the attitude of the Egyptian Typhon. On the other side stands a very indistinct figure resembling a Cupid, having square-cut wings, his back turned to the spectator. 7. Female with robe flying in an arch over her head, as Iris is commonly pictured, extends her hand to an approaching bull, the drawing of the latter being vastly superior to any of the other figures. One is led to discover in this group Venus and her tutelary sign, Taurus. Reverse. Female reclining on the ground, towards whom advances a large bird, seemingly meant for a pigeon. In the sacred animals figuring in these successive scenes, it is impossible to avoid discovering an allusion to the forms the Gnostics gave to the planetary rulers. A legend of theirs related how the Savior, in his descent to this lower world, escaped the vigilance of these powers by assuming their own form as he traversed the sphere of each, whence a conjecture may be hazarded that similar metamorphoses of the illumined soul are hinted at in these inexplicable pictures. We now come to the consideration of a second relic of the same kind, known as Card, Bouillon's leaden book. How matter could have supposed this to be the same with Kircher's, supposing him ever to have compared his own facsimiles with Montfaucon's, is a thing totally beyond my comprehension. For Montfaucon, in his plate 187, has given every leaf of the former, apparently copied with sufficient fidelity, the pictures on which I shall proceed to describe for the purpose of comparison with those in the Kircherian volume. For the general analogy in the designs attests the similar destination of both monuments, whilst at the same time the variation in details proves the existence of two distinct specimens of this interesting class. The leaves within the two covers, connected by rings, secured by a rod, passed through them, are only 6 in number, whilst the inscriptions, though in much the same lettering as the Kircherian copy, fill only 4 lines on a page, and only 4 pages in all, the other 8 pages having pictures alone. Now to describe these pictures, which seem in better drawing than those of the former set. Page 1, man, nude, standing up. 2, female fully draped, walking. 3, the same figure extending one hand. 4, Anubis in a short mantle. 5, the usual figure of the Abraxas god. 6, bird-headed man surrounded with rays. 7, bust of Serapis. 8, female reclining. 9, terminal figure in the form of a cross. 10, frog. 11, ibis, or phoenix. 12, female holding above her head a star-spangled veil. Montfaucon supposes all these figures represent the genii who preside over the hours of the day, the first being expressive of rising, the last of night, and calls attention to the fact that the 7th page is assigned to Serapis, who sometimes receives the title of Eptagrammatos Theos. But in his plate 188, Montfaucon copies from Bononi's Museum Kircherianum another leaden book found in a sepulchre, which actually has 7 pages and 2 figures heading each, in the specimen pages, and this may possibly be the one since published in its entirety by Matter, although at present the leaves are separate, not connected into a book, which may be the result of accident during the century and a half that has elapsed since it was first noticed. Another discovery of the same nature has been made in our own times, and investigated with the greatest care. In the year 1852, whilst excavating the ruins of a tomb in the Vigna Marini, near the Porta Pia, a marble sarcophagus was brought to light, ornamented with a bas-relief representing either the Adoration of the Magi, or else the prototype of that scene, the birth of the new sun. The floor of the tomb was paved with a mosaic equally ambiguous in subject, whether a Madonna and Child or, what the concomitants render more probable, Isis suckling the infant Harpocrates. Several minor sarcophagi in terracotta surrounded the larger one, and in these were found many leaden plates, rolled up into scrolls, not bound up like books. 11 of these can still be deciphered. Matter publishes facsimiles of 3 of the best preserved, but none of them present any legends like the examples above described. On the first is seen Anubis wearing a long tunic and buskins, and holding out a scroll. At his feet are 2 female busts. Below all are 2 serpents entwined about the same object as in the second scroll, where also the same busts appear, vis-a-vis a corpse swathed up like a mummy. In the second scroll, these busts are set on each side of the Anubis, a large figure much mutilated, but attired as above, and holding out a cross, the sign of life. Under his feet lies the corpse, encircled in the numerous folds of a huge serpent, the Agathodaemon, guardian of the deceased. And this last type supplies the motive for so frequently placing upon gems the serpent-girt mummy. In the olden creed, the serpent watched over tombs as well as over buried treasure. When Ennius is offering sacrifice at his father's grave, Dixerat haec, aditis cum lubricus sanguis, abimis, septem ingens gyros, septena volumina, traxit, amplexus placid tumulum, lapsusque peraras, coeruleae cui terga notae, maculosus et auros quamam incendebat fulgor, ceu nubilus arcus, mille jacit varios adversos sole colores. Obstupuit visu Eneas. ille agmine longo tandem inter pateras, et levia pocula serpens, libavit gedapes, rursusque noxius, imo successit tumulo, et de pasta altaria liquit. Hoc magis inceptos genitor instaurat honores, incertus geniumne loc famulumve parentis esse putet. In the third scroll, the most valuable of all, the same Anubis bears on his arm an oblong object, perhaps the Roman scutum, held so as to convert the outline of the figure into a complete Latin cross. Across this shield and the field run a number of Gnostic symbols, conspicuous amongst which is the sigil prescribed by Alexander Trallianus as a cure for the colic. Others resemble some ordinary mason's marks, for example, an 8-armed cross, a circle, and a square, cut by horizontal and vertical lines. At the god's foot is a rhomboid, the Egyptian egg of the world, towards which crawls a serpent, coiled into a circle. A remarkable addition is the inscription carved over the tunic in semi-cursive letters. Under the pairs of busts in the other scrolls is the letter O, repeated 7 times in a line, reminding one of the names, the interpretation whereof has been already given from the Pistis Sophia. Very remarkable also is the line of characters, apparently palmyrene, upon the legs of the first Anubis. As for the figure of the serpent, supposing these talismans to emanate not from the Isiac, but the newer Ophite creed, it may well stand for that true and perfect serpent who leads forth the souls of all that put their trust in him out of the Egypt of the body and through the Red Sea of death into the land of promise, saving them on their way from the serpents of the wilderness, that is, from the rulers of the stars. As for the symbols so largely used here and in other Gnostic monuments, their frequent construction out of lines terminated by dots or heads irresistibly suggests a theory for their origin. In this respect, and in general form, they strikingly resemble certain characters in the oldest Babylonian alphabet. This alphabet, simple in construction, long preceding the elaborate nailhead, is allowed to have been pictorial, i.e., hieroglyphic, in its nature. It is very conceivable that, revered for antiquity, this primitive character was preserved in sacred usages long after it had grown obsolete in common life. The cuneiform continued the national alphabet of Persia down to the Macedonian conquest, and doubtless was the one generally employed by the natives, very few of whom probably learnt the language of the new masters, until it was replaced by its last modification, the early Pahlavi. And as for the primitive hieroglyphic letters, it was natural that certain of their forms, expressing peculiarly sacred ideas, as the signifying God, should retain a mystic, perhaps thaumaturgic, value in the practice of the Magi long after their original meaning was forgotten. And these very Magi were the teachers of the talisman makers of Gnostic times. This explanation is strongly supported by the recent discovery that in the Assyrian inscriptions every deity has a certain numeral assigned him, which said, numeral frequently stands in the place of his full name. For example, the numeral for Anu, Pluto, is 60, for Baal, Jupiter, 50, for Hoa, Neptune, 40. The same rule holding good for the sun, moon, and planets. Hence is it more than probable that our Gnostic talismans exhibit to us those very numeri Babyloni which Horace dissuades the fair Leuconua from consulting in her unadvised desire to learn the future. Such relics of old Chaldean lore would, it may well be supposed, never cease to be reproduced as they were originally shapen. The current Pahlavi would have carried on its face too recent a stamp to impose upon superstition. All numerals were at first letters of an alphabet. Some amongst the unknown characters and masons' marks found on talismans cannot but be numerals, considering the essential part the properties of numbers play in several divisions of the Gnostic family. This notion is strongly supported by what Hippolytus, Egyptian theology, says of a certain numeral, lost in the text, but from a subsequent passage clearly the 10, which is a sacred number, and which is written down and tied about the necks of sick people as a means of cure. In like manner, a certain plant which terminates in the same number of leaves, being similarly hung around the patient, produces the same effect, in consequence of the virtue of that number. Moreover, a physician cures his patients when they amount to that particular number, but when the number of them is against him, he does so with great difficulty. The Egyptians attend much to such numerals, and calculate all similar matters according to this rule, some reckoning by the vowels alone, others by all the letters in the word. The plant meant may have been the Agnus Castus, still regarded by the Turks as a potent amulet, and called Kef Marjam, the hand of Mary, on account of its digitate form. The same hand made of blue glass is tied round children's necks, or on the part of the body to be protected against the stroke of the evil eye. Again, that important sect, the Marcosians, are shown by Hippolytus to teach no better doctrine than a mere patchwork of scraps, stolen from the notions of astrology and from the Pythagorean art of numbers. In their theosophy, the sacred numerals were the 30, the sum of the letters constituting the ineffable name, and the constituents of the same, vis-a-vis 8, 10, 12, expressed in Greek by I-A, or, again, by an intricate combination of these numerals, giving the sum 99, written in Greek R. In another place, Hippolytus observes that almost every heresy is indebted to the science of arithmetic for its invention of the hebdomads and its emanation of the eons, although the different teachers divide them variously and change their names, doing in reality nothing more. In all which way of proceeding, Pythagoras is their true master, he who first brought with him out of Egypt the use of numbers in such matters. The so-called Pythagorean numerals of unknown antiquity, whether or not due to the Samian sage, are said to be preserved to us by Boethius, the last of the Romans, in his treatise on arithmetic. That they would be the true parents of our Arabic numerals is at once apparent by inverting the figures standing for 1, 2, 5, 7, 9, 0. Their forms look like certain Palmyrene letters, slightly modified. The Palmyrene is a very ancient Syriac alphabet, totally different in origin from either Punic or Pahlavi. The ancient importance of this character is apparent from what Epiphanius notices. Manes divided his work into 22 books, being the number of the letters in the Syriac alphabet. For most of the Persians use the Syriac character as well as the Persian, just as with us, many nations, although having a national alphabet of their own, yet employ the Greek. Others, again, pride themselves upon using the most cultivated dialect, vis-a-vis that current in Palmyra, both the dialect itself and its letters, and these are 22 in number. In this affectation of the learned in Persia, a sufficient reason presents itself for the occasional appearance of Palmyrene letters in spells composed and sold by the Magi or their semi-Grecian disciples under the Roman Empire. The practice went back far beyond the epoch of the great heresiarch, for many Babylonian cylinders are known inscribed instead of the cumbrous cuneiform, with a Semitic lettering, sometimes more resembling the Palmyrene than the Punic. And even when the Pahlavi had become the national alphabet of Persia, there was very good reason why the cultivators of polite literature should prefer the Palmyrene alphabet for its superior copiousness, their own possessing no more than 15 distinct characters. And lastly, the remark of Epiphanius deserves attention as to certain Western nations then possessing alphabets of their own, for it proves, contrary to the received opinion, that as late as AD 400 they had not all been superseded by the Greek or the Latin letters throughout the whole extent of the Roman world. The curious question of these numerals and the deep ideas involved therein has led us far away from the proper object of this chapter, sepulchral scrolls. Their use was carried on by the Christians down to comparatively recent times. Fauno describes amongst the innumerable bijoux of all kinds deposited in the coffin of the infant imperial bride Maria Honori, a small plate of gold on which were written, or rather scratched, the words, in Greek, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel. And the Abbé Cochet has figured in his very interesting researches in the old Norman cemeteries many leaden plates, cross-shaped, inscribed with prayers, placed regularly upon the breast of the buried body. Out of 4 examples found in the old cemetery of Boutet, Dieppe, the most complete formula, written in a character that cannot be later than the 13th century, runs as follows. Dins iis charisi, qui dixit discipulis, suis quodcunque ligaveritis super terram erit ligatum, et in celis, quodcunque solveritis super terram erit solutum, et in celis decorum, numero licet nos indignos, nos esse voluit, ipse te absolvet per ministerium nostrum, quodcunque fecisti cogitatione, locutione, negligenter, atque, necibus, omnibus, absolutum, perducere dignatur in regnum celorum, qui vivit et regnat, Deus per saecula saeculorum. Amen. Omnipotens Deus miseriatur, animo me saline, condonet peccata, tibi preterita presentia et futura liberet, te ab omni malo conservet, et confirmet, itinere bono et perducat, te Christus filius, Dei ad vitam aeternam et ad sanctorum consortium, absolutione et remissione penitentia, tribuat, tibi, Massalin, omnipotens, pius, et misericors, EIC. Amen. The Abbé states that it is still the custom in the Russian Church for the Popa, at a funeral, after reading the form of absolution, to place the paper in the hand of the corpse to accompany him into the grave. The remarkable properties of numerals captivated the fancy of man as soon as the science of arithmetic was invented. From their powers of infinite multiplication, the ancients gave them sexes, making the odd the males, even the females of the species. This assumption plays a great part in the theosophy of Marcus. From this idea, the next step was a very easy one, the attribution of mystic virtues to certain combinations of numerals that produced curious results by their addition. Of such, the most striking example is the magic square, the grand medieval charm against the plague, and therefore conspicuous in Albert Durer's picture of Melancholy, where the dull goddess sits in gloomy abstraction, surrounded by the emblems of all the arts and sciences, this, which, however, 4, 14, 15, 1, 9, 7, 6, 12, 5, 11, 10, 8, 16, 2, 3, 13, added gives the same result vis-a-vis 34. The celebrated Cairene magician of 40 years ago employed a diagram constructed on the same principle, but with different numerals, into the middle of which traced on a sheet 4, 9, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 1, 6 inches of paper. He poured the little pool of ink which served for a mirror to exhibit the specters of the persons called for by his dupes, and, to conclude this subject in an appropriate manner, a 15th century MS, in the library of this college, amongst a number of charms, gave this for procuring favor with all men, always carry about you written down. A, H, E, V, H, U, E, E, Ki, O. Part Femp, Templars, Rosicrucians, Freemasons. Inscriptiones propter quas vadimonium deseri possit, at cum intraveris, tideaeque, quam nihil in medio invenius. Templars, Rosicrucians, Freemasons. Preservation of Gnostic symbols amongst the Freemasons. Masonic origins. At the first sight, it is absolutely startling to recognize so many Gnostic, primarily Indian symbols, figuring so conspicuously amongst the insignia and illustrated formulae of our Freemasons, and that too, apparently in their original sense, as exponents of the deepest mysteries, human and divine, a circumstance of itself lending a specious color to the pretensions of the order to the most venerable antiquity. Inscriptiones propter quas vadimonia deseri possint, sed ubi intraveris, di deece, quam nihil in medio invenius, to quote old Pliny's words in speaking of the charlatans of his day. for the pleasing illusion vanishes when we come to investigate the line of their descent, and the fraternity, though claiming them as its own legitimate inheritance, turns out at the end a mere daw in borrowed plumes. To begin by stating these claims, as recently put forward by one of their most zealous and pugnacious defenders, the mere title may be comparatively modern, for the society in antediluvian and prehistorical times most undoubtedly was not called Freemasonry, but the thing was in existence and has descended to our own day. On the arrival of the Romans in Britain, we find Caesar and several of the Roman generals who succeeded him in the government of the island becoming patrons and protectors of the craft. But there is no information to be found in regard to the usages and customs prevalent among them at that time. Their lodges and conventions were regularly held, but were open only to the initiated fellows. There is enough, however, to show that the same society, which now flourishes everywhere, was then in existence, holding lodges and conventions and having its initiated fellows. I may add that a regular list of Grand Masters can be produced quite as genuine and reliable as that of the Archbishops of Canterbury or of the Kings of England. If that in itself is not valid evidence enough of the continued existence of the same society in England from the earliest historical period down to the present date, I don't know what would be admitted as sufficient evidence. Going back to AD 300, we find the Emperor Carausius supporting it and appointing Albanus, his steward, Grand Master. This was none other than the famous St. Alban, the first British martyr, who was born at Verulam, now St. Albans, in Hertfordshire. The above is an unusually brilliant specimen of the logic of the Brotherhood that assumes in every notice of building and builders to be found in antiquity a recognition of the then existence of their own society exactly as at present constituted. The old guild of working masons seems to have made pretensions of the same nature, if we allow the genuineness of the supposed Bodleian MS, copied by Locke, for their great patron, Henry VI, informs his scholar that the mystery was first brought into England by Peter Gower, Pythagoras, a corruption of the name, by the way, plainly betraying that he had obtained this piece of information from a French mouth, probably from someone in the suite of his queen. It is not unlikely that this connection of the father of mathematics with the building trade arose from the study of that science by the Greek and Roman architects. For upon the vital importance of a knowledge of mathematics to his own profession, Vitruvius repeatedly and strongly insists. But this very king, whom our Freemasons claim as their chief resuscitator, furnishes the most conclusive evidence against the reality of their modern pretensions. By the advice of the Bishop of Winchester, better known as Cardinal Beaufort, he passed an act in his 3rd year forbidding Masons to hold lodges or any meetings whatsoever, which protection is clearly directed against no higher things than mere trade union proceedings. But at a later period he showed the Masons more favor and even attended their meetings, as did his contemporary James IV of Scotland. But the question is set at rest by the language of the Act. First, whereas by the assembling congregations and confederacies made by the Masons in their grand chapters and assemblies, the good cause and effect of the statute of laborers be openly violated and broken, in subversion of the law, and to the great damage of all the commons, our said Lord the King willing in this case to provide remedy by the advice and assent aforesaid, and at the special request of the said commons, hath ordered and established that such chapiters and congregations shall not be hereafter made. They that cause such chapiters and congregations to be assembled and holden, if they thereof be convict, shall be judged for felons. And that all the other Masons that come to such chapiters and congregations be punished by imprisonment of their bodies, and make fine and ransom at the King's will. The earliest Masonic document. The language of this act is sufficiently conclusive, but for accumulation of proofs, I shall proceed to establish the same position by giving a summary of the oldest and only genuine document extant on the subject of Masonry, This document is a MS Bibitur Register 17, AIFF 32, written in a hand that cannot be later than the close of the 13th century, and of which a copy has been published by J. O. Halliwell. It commences with a history of architecture from the beginning and of the introduction of the art into England, and then proceeds to give, in rhyme, the rules of the craft, conceived in precisely the same business-like spirit as those of a trades union. The preamble is, Hic incipiunt constitutiones artis geometricae secundum Euclidum. Once upon a time a certain king and his nobles had such large families as to be unable to maintain them decently, and taking counsel together devised they should be taught some trade, whereby to live. A great clerk Euclid proposed teaching them geometry, called masonry, the most honest craft of all. He ordered that the most advanced of his scholars should be styled master by the rest, but that he should call none of his inferiors either subject or servant, but always my dear brother. In this manner, by good wit and geometry, began first the craft of masonry. Euclid invented and taught the same in Egypt. Many years afterwards it was brought into England in King Athelstan's time. This good king loved the craft and built many towers, halls, bowers, and temples. But finding out many defects in the craft, he determined to reform the same, and summoned an assembly of all the masons in England, together with all his lords and commons, and 15 articles there they brought, and 15 points there they wrote. Art to 1. The master must be just and true, and pay his fellows according to the price of provisions, neither exact more from his employer than he pays his men, nor take bribes from either side. 2. Every master mason must attend the general congregation or assembly, wherever it shall be held, unless hindered by sickness, else shall he be accounted disobedient to the craft and full of falseness. 3. No prentice to be taken for less than 7 years, for in less time he cannot learn his business either to his employer's profit or to his own. 4. No bondsman may be taken for prentice. Otherwise it might so happen that his lord might take him out of the lodge itself, and so occasion great tumult, for all the masons would stand together by their fellow. The prentice must therefore be taken of the master's own degree, but of old times it was ordained he should be of gentle blood, and even great lords' sons took to this geometry. 5. The prentice must be of lawful birth, and sound both in mind and body. For an imperfect man of such blood should do the craft but little good. A maimed man he hath no might, ye may it knowen long ere night. 6. The master must not take from his employer the same pay for the prentice as for the perfect workman. Nevertheless, before the prentice's time is out, as he increases in knowledge, so may his wages be proportionably raised. 7. The master must neither for love nor money clothe, feed, or harbor a thief, nor a homicide, nor one of bad fame, all which would bring the craft to shame. 8. If the master finds any of his men incompetent, he must turn him off and take another in his place, as such a hand would do the craft short worship. 9. The master must undertake no job that he is unable to finish, and must see that he lays the foundation so that it will neither give nor crack. 10. No master mason must supplant another under penalty of £10, unless where the work has tumbled down through the incompetence of the first builder. In all points of this curious craft, masons must live together like brethren. 11. No mason is to work by night unless for the sake of trying experiments for amending errors. 12. No mason must disparage the work of another, but rather must praise the same, and if wrong, privately advise him how to aright it. 13. The prentice must be taught every branch of the business, and be put upon work suitable to his ability. 14. The master must take no prentices, unless he have divers jobs in hand, in order to teach them the trade. 15. The prentice must be a friend to his master, never deceive him for the sake of another, neither stand by his fellows in a wrong cause, nor take a false oath. These 15 points were likewise ordained at the aforesaid assembly. 1. The Mason must love God, Holy Church, and his fellow Masons, wheresoever he may go. 2. The Mason must work as truly as he can upon the workday, and so deserve his pay upon the holy day. 3. The prentice is on no account to divulge any trade secrets. This third point it must be special. Let the prentice know it well. His master's counsel he keep and close, and his fellows by good purpose. The secrets of the chamber he tell to none, nor in the lodge whatever is done. Whatever thou seest or hearest them do, tell it no man wherever thou go. The counsel of hall and eke of bower, keep it well in great honor, lest it should bring thyself to blame, and bring the craft into great shame. 4. That no mason be false to the craft, nor maintain his cause against it, neither do prejudice to master nor fellow, and that the prentice stand in awe. 5. The master must take his wages, whatever ordained him, without disputing. The master, if unable to find them work as before, to give them warning in the forenoon. 6. If any dispute or quarrel arise amongst the Masons, the master must make them put off the settlement thereof until the next holy day, and not allow it to be settled upon a work-day, lest it should hinder the work in hand. 7. Not to lie with thy master's or fellow's wife or concubine, under penalty of serving another 7 years of prenticeship. 8. If thou hast taken any job under thy master, be a faithful middleman between thy master and thy fellows. 9. When the fellows have a common chamber, then they must take the stewardship in turns, week by week, all victuals to be paid for as received, and regular accounts to be kept of the common expenses. Of thy fellows' goods that thou hast spent, when and how, and to what end, such accounts thou must come to when thy fellows would thou do. 10. If a mason lives amiss, and is false to his work, he must without favor be convened before the assembly, and punished according to the law of old ordained, or, in case he refuses to appear, he must forswear the profession. 11. If a skilled mason observe his fellow cutting a stone, and likely to spoil it through his own ignorance, he must advise him in fair words, and teach him how to amend it, not to bring shame upon the whole work. 12. That whatever shall be ordained in the assembly, being present the master and fellows, nobles, burghers, and the sheriff of the county, and the mayor of the town, that thou shalt maintain against all thy fellows, if disposed to dispute the same. 13. The mason must swear never to be a thief himself, nor for any fee or reward to abet one that is. 14. Before the assembly breaks up, each must be sworn unto his master and fellows, to the king, and to all these present. Also they must seek out every one that hath contravened any one law thereof, and bring them up before the assembly. 15. And if found guilty, they must forswear the craft, and so mason's craft they must refuse, and swear it never more to use, unless they consent to make amends. If refractory, the sheriff is to cast them into prison during the king's good pleasure, and take their goods and chattels for the king's use. The assembly must be held every year, or at least every 3rd year. Unto the same must come every man of the craft, and all the great nobles, to amend all infractions, and to swear obedience to the constitutions of King Athelstan, and especially to make bold petition to the king that he stand by the Masons everywhere, and enforce the same statutes. Next follows Ars Quatuor Coronatorum, a manual of religious and moral duties, and also of good manners in company. The 4 masters, who were as good masons as on earth could go, gravers and image-makers, they were also, were commanded by the emperor to make an idol to be worshipped. On their refusal he first imprisoned and tortured them, and at last put them to death. These be the Quatuori Coronati, and their festival falls on the 8th day after All Saints. Many years after Noah's flood was begun the Tower of Babylon. It was built up to the height of 7 miles by order of Nebuchadnezzar, for a refuge in case of another deluge. But an angel, in order to punish his pride, smote all the builders with confusion of tongues. After this, Euclid taught geometry and gave his scholars the following rules. Behavior in church. To use the holy water on going in, to kneel down, never sit nor stand, make no noise nor talk, but pray all the time, saying certain prayers given in the text. To attend Mass daily, but if at work, to repeat a certain prayer upon hearing the Mass bell. In company. On coming before a lord, to doff cap or hood, nor put in on again until bid. Make 2 or 3 bows with the right leg, hold up thy chin, look him sweetly in the face. Do not scrape the foot, nor spit or blow thy nose. On entering a hall amongst the Gentiles, be not presumptuous on account of thy birth or skill. In hall or chamber where thou dost gan, good manners make the man. When sitting down to meat, see thy hands be clean and knife sharp. Cut the bread and meat ready for eating. If sitting by a worshipful man, suffer him to help himself first. Keep thy hands clean. Smudge not the napkin, on which thou must not blow thy nose, nor pick thy teeth at table, neither drink with anything in the mouth, nor dip thy chin too deep in the cup, nor talk to thy neighbor when drinking. In chamber among the ladies bright, spare thy tongue, and spend thy sight. Talk not of thine own matters, neither for mirth nor for meed. Play only with thine equals. On meeting a man of worship, be sure to cap him. Walk a little way behind him. Never interrupt his speech. Be brief and fair in thy replies, etc. Christ then, of his grace, give you both the wit and space, well this book to con and read, heaven to have for your meed. Amen. Amen. So mote it be, so say we all, par charité. Any reader of common intelligence will perceive that the good priest, author of this the oldest extant document upon Masonry, had not the remotest idea of the same as being the possession of a secret society, established for some hidden end, whether religious or political. The very rules which he professes to transcribe from the constitutions of Athelstan are as plain-spoken, matter-of-fact, as these of a modern trades union, differing only from the latter in the larger admixture of common sense and honesty that they display, the whole winding up with directions for behavior in good society, as laid down by some anticipatory Chesterfield. The secrets of the lodge are manifestly nothing more than matters pertaining to the trade discussed amongst the Masons at their lodgings after work, and very inexpedient for them to be divulged to outsiders. And to come to the most essential point of the question which these constitutions fully establish, the assembly is, so far from being a secret chapter, held by the free and accepted brethren only, that it must actually be presided over by the sheriff of the county and the mayor of the town where it is held, for the purpose of settling all matters connected with the building trade, being in fact nothing more than what was called in those times an assize of labor. No relation of modern Masons to medieval guilds. An interesting feature in the treatise is the fact of its ascribing these same constitutions to King Athelstan. There is very good reason for accepting this statement as founded upon trustworthy tradition. The Saxon prince was the first British sovereign who possessed either wealth or inclination for decorative architecture or building of any sort. His father, Edward the Elder, and his aunt Ethelfleda, the Lady of Mercia, are recorded as the first of the Saxon line who built fortifications of stone about their chief cities. Before this, the Saxons, like all other Teutons, had no other idea of building than of constructions in wood. All stone masons had to be brought over from France when wanted, as numerous references, unnecessary here to quote conclusively events, in which country architecture had kept up a feeble existence after the fall of the empire, its preservation being due to the patronage of the Church, which kept growing in wealth and power in proportion as the Roman authority died away. The simplicity of the constitutions in prescribing the convening of mere craftsmen under the presidency of the sheriff and mayor betokens a truly Saxon state of society, and moreover, a time when these masons were actually working men. Under the Normans, regular architects, in one sense, first appear as the masters, who were almost invariably churchmen. Furthermore, the prohibition against taking a bondman for prentice unmistakably betokens the same early period when domestic slavery, not mere villanage, was recognized by law. The Norman legislation makes no such distinction of bond and free. Aubrey indeed quotes the authority of Dugdale that the fraternity of adopted masons, having signs and passwords for the purpose of mutual recognition, owed its origin to a company of Italian masons who, in Henry III's time, obtained a patent from the Pope to go about Europe building churches. But the absurdity of this statement is manifested by a single fact. When the Italians of that period wished to erect any important edifice, so far from being competent to do so for other nations, they were forced to call in architects from Germany and France. To give a few decisive examples, as regards the wealthiest and most polished states of that country, Pisa employed Guglielmo il Tedesco to plan her celebrated campanile. Florence, Lapo, alias Jacopo il Tedesco, father of Arnolfo, who had already gained high reputation by the triple church he had built at Assisi for the Franciscans, to construct their bridge alla Carraia, the Bargello or town hall, several churches, and to drain the Piazza Grande. Even a century later, the Visconti were obliged to employ German architects to design the Duomo at Milan. It is true Henry III had in his pay one Peter Civis Romanus, but only in the capacity of a decorative artist for the mosaic work at the Westminster Shrine. But in truth, during the entire Gothic period, architecture, as a national art, may be said to have been extinct in Italy, the grand center of the art then being established in the very middle of France. All this evidence goes to show that our Freemasons have no relationship, either actual or traditional, with the medieval guilds bearing the same appellation, a pretense they so zealously maintain. The latter were corporations of real workmen, in which each person, after serving a regular apprenticeship, and according to the custom still kept up in some counties, producing a trial piece to prove his competency, was admitted free of the guild and accepted amongst the members of the same. The computations accompanying the ceremony are in truth the sole point of resemblance between the ancient and the modern Freemasons. The Bulletin Monumental for 1884, page 34, contains a memoir, Les Signes de Tacheron sur les remparts d'Avignon, which gives the fullest collection, 6 pages, of these marks that has ever been published. They can be here traced from Roman times, where they appear as single letters, or as Trionian shorthand, down to the actual masons' marks of medieval and modern times. Many clearly represent the tools used in building. Some of these marks, and more of those from Avignon, are to be recognized upon Lichfield's Baphometic tablet, which may after all be no modern forgery, but a genuine register of such segli of the 17th century. The medieval Guild of Masons, as we have seen, was no more a secret society than were the guilds of carpenters, cordwainers, or tailors. Every man indeed belonging to the first named, and this is the only thing belonging to the craft that really carries with it an air of mysterious antiquity, had, upon admission, a mark, or cipher, assigned him, which he was bound to put upon every stone he dressed, a rule still observed, in order to distinguish his work from that of his fellows, against the time when the materials should be examined by the master mason, who paid him for those approved, but stopped his wages for those spoiled through his fault. Similarly, every merchant of the staple joined with his initials upon his seal or trademark, the mark of the staple town to which he belonged. This latter, though much alike in outline, was variously modified so as to indicate each of the 15 towns in England, Ireland, and Wales, appointed by Edward III. In all medieval documents relating to building, the name Freemason signifies merely the worker in hewn stone, the inferior workman who ran up the body of the wall in rubble or ragstone being called the rough waller. Lastly, a very puzzling question presents itself. If our Freemasons be the legitimate successors in an unbroken line of the ancient lodges and guilds, how came it that all the principles of Gothic architecture were utterly lost within less than a century? Masons' marks. But to return to the marks themselves, of which many collections have been published, gathered from regions the most widely separated. Their history is indeed full of interest, but likewise of obscurity. Res alta nocte et caligina mersae. Many of them are traditional and go back to the highest antiquity, being found on Phoenician and Greek buildings, as well as on vases and coins of the earliest times, and in still larger abundance and variety in all medieval architecture. These marks were in the beginning religious symbols, many of them being identical with the caste marks, whereby to this day the followers of the respective Hindu gods are distinguished from one another. This religious significance explains also their occurrence on Celtic monuments, as on the Stonehenge lintel, and the Newton stone, Aberdeen, and so numerously on the Gallic coins. But they have for centuries, further back than can be traced, degenerated into the mere signatures of illiterate mechanics. To illustrate this curious point, I shall adduce a few of the most remarkable examples of lapidary symbolism, giving, as in duty-bound, precedence to the late discovery at Stonehenge. The mark is cut upon the fallen impost lying across the supposed altar. It is 9 inches long and clearly defined, and may be described as a semicircle, of which the diameter being produced, its own length terminates in a second semicircle, reversed and open, combined with the Roman letters L.V., having in fact much the appearance of a sigla or nota scriptoria. The mark has therefore something in its look that suggests the signature LV Had the sagacious Stukely discovered this inscription, he would unquestionably, upon the strength thereof, have ascribed the whole fabric to the British Lucius, so renowned in fable. It must not, however, be concealed that our fashionable skepticism has impugned the reality of even this most venerable handwriting on the wall. Dr. Thurman has hunted up 3 credible witnesses ready to make affidavit that they saw with their own eyes a certain stranger cut the sigil. But inasmuch as it would be equally facile, by means of leading questions dexterously put, to obtain the testimony of the same number of bucolical juveniles that they were present at the erection of Stonehenge itself, the genuineness of the mark, so unmodern in configuration, seems to me in no measure disproved. Symbolic figures, spirals, and interesting circles are found on the stones in Newton Grange, Drogheda Cave, Ruth Lynn, Old Berwick, Dottington Moor, Northumberland, Long Meg, Cumberland. The latter have been published in the Archaeological Journal. But to proceed to actual caste marks, we find a casual allusion to their use in ancient writers, who state that the badges distinguishing the 3 orders of the Egyptian priest, Landschapern 78, Hood were the Thi signifying the sun, the T eternal life, and the D pleasure. With the Hindus, the equilateral triangle symbolizes Mahadeva, or Siva, that is, the element fire personified. The same figure inverted stands for Vishnu, water. The two intersecting each other form the shirkun, or 6 points, that is, the 2 elements in conjunction. The 5-pointed figure, made by bisecting the sides of an equilateral triangle by a line as long as one side, and drawing lines from each extremity of the said line to each foot of the triangle, symbol of Siva and Brahma, the latter god having 5 heads, became later the famous Solomon's seal. This appellation it must have got in early times, as in virtue thereof it is sculptured, along with the 7-branched candlestick, upon Sivish tombs, dating from the Lower Empire. The Hindus still venerate the figure as replete with virtue. Similarly, the shirkun is engraved on a large scale upon each side of the gate of the fort at Agra, although the building is of Mohammedan work. A point puru is the deity, self-existing. A circle, Brahm, eternity. Hence, a triangle within a circle is the emblem of Trinity in unity, and the circle inscribed within a triangle, the converse. Worshippers of Sakti, the female principle, mark their sacred vase with a right angle bisected by a line, and similarly the worshippers of Isis used so to mark the vessel necessary at her rites. But the Vaishnavas have for the same object a symbol of wondrous vitality and diffusion, for it is seen equally on Greek coins and vases, on the Newton stone, Aberdeen, in ecclesiastical sculpture, where it takes the name tetragrammaton, being ignorantly supposed the compounds of the letter G 4 times repeated, and its sound and power confounded with those of the sacred tetragrammaton, or the Hebrew quadriliteral name Jehovah. This mark is properly the symbol of Sitala, the seventh incarnation, entitled Trithalosor, a title exactly translated by the alchemical Trismegistus. Its name is the swastika, an emblem of resignation, so that the figure may have passed into Byzantine art, with some recommendation from a knowledge of its real meaning. In Gothic nomenclature, this mark becomes the equally renowned Philfot, as to whose etymology the following conjecture may be hazarded. The swastika signified at first the arms crossed over the breast, the regular Indian gesture of submission, and also the legs similarly folded as the statues of Buddha are usually represented. The symbol is evidently nothing more than the rough outline of the arms and legs thus disposed. May not therefore the Gothic name Philfot, applied to the same hieroglyph, bear through some remote tradition a reference to its real meaning, and imply the sense of fold foot? In the same way, the old Greeks appear to have recognized its true sense when they changed its simple form into the 3 conjoined legs that so aptly allude to the name Trinacria. In all probability, the great popularity of the symbol, wheresoever the Indo-Germanic race penetrated, was due to the same feeling that renders it still so respected in the land of its origin, its power as a talisman to protect all places where the figure is painted up. The exclamation swastika the Hindus still employ as a mode of assent, synonymous with Amen, so be it. As the symbol of resignation, the mark forms the distinctive badge of an ascetic. When a man desires to become a Bandya, Buddhist monk, the rites required for his initiation occupy 3 days, foremost amongst which the swastika is solemnly set up upon an altar of unbaked bricks, the neophyte being seated on the ground with his legs disposed after the same fashion. In China, the mark is the badge of the Pon, the strictest sect of Buddhists, who attribute its invention to Buddha himself, about 6 centuries before our era. This fact may explain how denying oneself and taking up the cross came to signify the embracing an ascetic life, for so evident are the traces of Buddhist influence over the institutions of the Essenes that it is probable enough the symbol retained its pristine acceptation amongst the sect. The swastika occurs amongst the signet devices of the old Jaina kings of Gujarat, belonging to the far-removed epoch of Buddhist supremacy in Hindustan, in company with that intricate square figure, which when appearing on Greek works is denominated a labyrinth. Other sectarian marks are 3 parallel lines placed horizontally or vertically to denote their respective deities. Others of truly Masonic aspect are the wheel, crescent, heart, vesica piscis, all variously modified to express ritualistic differences. That the Gnostics borrowed many of these symbols directly from Buddhism, adding them to their old stock of Egyptian devices, is apparent upon the inspection of any large collection of Abraxas gems. The lingering influence of this importation continually peep out where least to be expected. In the finest known MS of the Apocalypse, the work of a French illuminator about the middle of the 13th century in the library of Trinity College, Cambridge, the most elaborate of all its decorations is the heading to Chapter 14, filling half a page. It represents the Lamb standing upon Mount Zion, surrounded by the saints. Above is the Godhead, typified by an immense golden quatrefoil, encompassed by the four beasts which bear the names of the evangelists. At each side and below are the 24 elders, arranged in groups of 6, 8, and 10. Within the quatrefoil is seen an empty throne covered with a cloth crossed by diagonal blue lines. In each diagonal so formed is painted in red a circle containing a point. This geometrical expression of the idea of the deity, so opposed to the characteristic anthropomorphism of regular Gothic art, may perhaps have been inspired by the Manichaeist spirit that still actuated the southern French. But to go back to the source in the Chinese system, Yang, the male, active principle, has for his own possession the sun, fire, and all the higher phenomena of nature. To him belong the uneven numbers. Wen, the female, passive, principle, possesses the earth, moon, and the even numbers. The same notion as to the sexes of numbers was taught by Pythagoras and by the Gnostic Marcus after him. Yang is represented by the circle, Wen by the square, the two forces combined, by two interlaced circles, the actual badge of the medieval Vehmgerichte. Origin of modern Freemasonry. Having thus briefly noticed our Masonic symbols, let us proceed to consider the society itself, and here a circumstance of the utmost importance to this inquiry must always be kept in view. The Freemasons, as at present organized into a mystic fraternity, derive their name from nothing but an accidental circumstance belonging to their first establishment. It was in the common hall of the Loudon Guild of the Freemasons, the Trade, that their first meetings were held, under Christopher Wren for president, in the time of the Commonwealth. Their real object was political, the restoration of monarchy, hence the exclusion of the public and the oath of secrecy enjoined upon the members. The pretense of promoting the study of architecture and the choice of the place where to hold their meetings, suggested by the profession of their president, were no more than blinds to deceive the existing government. There is a curious analogy to all this in the history of another famous society, the Neapolitan Carbonari, which similarly derived its name, terminology, and insignia from the accidental circumstances under which it was created. Like Wren's associates, the first Carbonari were defeated royalists, and fanatical republicans joined in unnatural union by one common hatred of the powers that be. The old Bourbonists, equally with the chimerical founders of the short-lived Parthenopean Republic, equally forced to flee for their lives to the mountains, the former to escape the well-deserved vengeance of the French under Murat, the latter so fiercely persecuted by Cardinal Ruffo upon the first restoration of royalty at Naples. These desperate men, lurking about in the Abruzzi forests, were forced to assume the disguise of the only inhabitants of these wild regions, the Carbonari, charcoal burners, as the best means of eluding pursuit. After their forces had grown to a regular confederation, the disguise, so suggestive and terror-inspiring, was retained for a uniform. A charcoal sack was the badge of membership, a charcoal measure the throne of the president, and their conclaves were held by rule in the midnight forest. When Ferdinand, the well-beloved, was firmly seated on his ancient throne for the third and last time, his diligent eradication of his former friends, the Constitutionals, folks almost equally crazed with the original Parthenopean patriots, sent thousands of exiles to swell the ranks of the Carbonari. Soon the society was able to establish ramifications all over Italy, thanks to the paternal government of the Austrians and their protégés, the various restored princes of the Bourbon and Este lines. And thus, in our own times, Carbonaro and Liberal came to mean pretty nearly the same thing, and the Italian Carbonaro to know no more about charcoal burning than the English Mason does about building. The Rosicrucians. But although this society of Freemasons was convoked in London and established branches all over England, furnishing also the members with the means for secret recognition, and all for a political end, yet in its true origin Freemasonry had nothing political in its nature, neither was the aforesaid convocation in London the real commencement of its existence. This final organization was only the adaptation to a special end of another society, then in fullest bloom, the Rosicrucian. If we reflect how rankly both astrology and alchemy were flourishing at that time in England, and that the Rosicrucian sect was essentially of Protestant growth, we may on good grounds conclude that this sect already numbered many English members from amongst the educated classes and the philosophers of the day. These last were for the most part ardent royalists, hating the established order of things, joined with many fanatical republicans equally impatient of the new despotism of Cromwell. In the Rosicrucian system, religion and philosophy, the latter meaning little more than astrology and alchemy, were strangely interwoven, and the terminology of the one was borrowed to express the ideas and aspirations of the other. This hypothesis is strongly recommended from its adoption by the acute De Quincey in his essay entitled Freemasons and Rosicrucians, London Magazine, 1824, where he shows how the Rosicrucians, when driven by persecution out of Germany, reappeared in England as Freemasons, taking that name from the place of meeting and from nothing else. Under the new appellation, the sect was re-imported into the continent as an English institution. De Quincey, however, makes their object to have been purely religious without any admixture of politics, and so far differs from Nicolai, whose views have been adopted by myself in what precedes, and who, being himself an illuminato of the first water, ought certainly to be regarded as the higher authority of the two. The latter writer has given in his Temple Heron what appears to be the best supported account of the rise and progress of Rosicrucianism. He points out for its founder a Lutheran mystic, J.V. André, almoner to the Duke of Württemberg, early in the 17th century. At least the writings of this divine, wherein the Rosy Cross prominently figures, were the first indications that made the existence of the fraternity known to the outer world. But André appears to have done no more than borrow the symbols and occult means of communication already existing from time immemorial amongst the astrologers and alchemists, in other words, the wealthy and the learned of the age, when the Emperor Rudolph II was the greatest patron of the curious arts ever recorded in history, in order to employ them on the furtherance of a visionary scheme of his own. This scheme was the fusion of all Christian sects into one universal brotherhood, and the projector wisely commenced his apostleship by attempting to bring over to his side the most eminent of the mass, by the utilization of such ancient and venerated machinery. The well-meaning enthusiast had evidently disregarded the remark of the sagacious Julian, confirmed as it is by the experience of every succeeding generation, owes as much as any. Nullus infestus hominibus bestias ut sunt sibi ferales plerique Christianorum. As a matter of course, his scheme of universal brotherhood dissolved in smoke as soon as established, but the older philosophy, whose garb he had adopted, bloomed with fresh vigor under the new organization and euphonious name. But before going any further, let us, for diversion's sake, hear the Rosicrucians' own story and examine some of their doctrines and insignia, which have an important bearing upon the subject of our inquiry. The Rosicrucians, says Boyle, make their founder to have been a certain German, only known as A.C., who, having gone to Damascus in the year 1387, was instructed in their mysteries by the College of Arabian Sages there established. Returning home, he communicated his knowledge to a small number of chosen associates, dying in 1484. It is a matter of importance to notice that in this legend, Syria is made the fountainhead of the new philosophy. The Rosicrucian Creed, according to the Essay on Spirits, dedicated to Mr. Locke, 1647, contains, amongst others, this palpable adoption of the Pythagorean system. Ante omnia punctum extitit, non mathematicum, sed diffusivum extrinsice monados, intrinsice myriados, omnia et nihil est et non, haec monas commovebat se in diadas, et per triadas egresse sunt facias luminis secundi, hic respiciens superiorem et inferiorem parentem, iistem deinde protulit vultum triformum. The Templars. In the second paragraph, Clarkson discovers an allusion to the vesica piscis, which is in truth a figure generated by two circles intersecting at their respective eccentres, and for the same reason, the secret sign of the Brethren of the Vehmgerichte was the two annular links of a chain. The egg, formed by three intersecting circles, contains in its upper section 7 triangles, and as many in its lower section, which are the opposing genii of light and darkness. This was the idol which the Manichaeans were accused of worshipping on the charges brought against them by the popes. Still more does the vultus triformis of this creed arrest our attention as bearing a more than accidental affinity to the triple-faced idol, the adoration whereof was so persistently laid to the charge of the Templars, the real meaning of which accusation shall be investigated in its proper place. This same tête d'un homme monstrueuse, image of le Dieu qui ne meurt pas, so often mentioned in the Confessions of the Knights, may be recognized beyond all mistake in the hideous head with flaring hair and beard, and eyes wide open as if just severed from the body, placed upon a box inscribed X, P.S., which repeatedly occurs amongst the Rosicrucian pictures in the diary of Hosea Lux. This MS, the most remarkable of the kind extant or ever composed, written between the years 1568 and 1612, is full of mystic drawings beautifully done in pen and ink, which may be either prophetic hieroglyphs or else enshroud the arcana of some seeker after the elixir of life. The latter, it would rather seem, to judge from the perpetual introduction of certain very significant emblems. The author must have belonged, as an actual Mason assures me, to a lodge of Templars, as is proved by his use of the hand-in-hand and foot-to-foot insignia. As exhibiting the whole list of the present Masonic signs, but employed for Rosicrucian purposes at so early a date, this diary is of the utmost value to the history of the order. To quote a few of the most important embellishments of these mystic pages, the same Baphometic head appears in another place set on a box inscribed with Solomon's seal, containing a retort. Over the head is a disc, set all round dial fashion, but with hearts instead of numerals. In the field is written the opposite motto, Timore et Tremor. Another picture presents the head hovering above the Ark of the Covenant, all enclosed within the outline of a heart, out of whose aorta issues a naked boy bearing a flaming star and crescent conjoined. Yet more mysterious is the heart containing T over a bell resting upon a star. Above all, for a crest is set Solomon's seal, for supporters to the shield, his pillars, Jachin and Boaz, flanked on the right by that king seated, on the left by a naked man standing, who pierces the heart with a long rod. Singular, too, is the man with uplifted hands, having instead of a face, Solomon's seal, enclosing a retort. Other symbols frequently occurring on these pictures are the naked boy extended on the spokes of a wheel, or again placed upon an egg set in a candlestick, the king's bust crowned with the winged crescent, on which the merest novice in alchemy can discern the allusion to Regulus of antimony and quicksilver. The egg containing a circle whence issue rays of light, probably typifying the crucible, for another heading shows the same figure within a furnace with the infant metal springing rapturously from its womb, the 5 links of a chain interlaced, all these being Rosicrucian emblems now embalmed in the repertory of the Freemasons. These drawings, besides their artistic value with respect to their fertile invention and incredibly minute finish, Lux being a copperplate engraver of some eminence, are highly interesting as pictorial exponents of the Hermetic philosophy still so flourishing at the time of their execution. Of such designs, nothing can surpass in elaborate execution and impenetrable mystery the large drawing of the naked female standing upon musical notes, holding in her right a torch tipped with a beautiful face, whence issue flames, an owl perched upon her extended left hand, on her breast for Broach Saul's head in a crescent. Upon a pedestal is set a tall, long-necked alembic containing the most obvious emblem of the generative power, emitting upwards the stream of life, which is caught into the mouth of a cherub whose hair forms a bunch of flowers supporting the before-mentioned disk of hearts, whilst his hand holds forth a wheat sheaf. In the field lies a crown over a marshal's baton shaped like a phallus. Another drawing full of interest is the portrait of a man in a fur cap with plume, wearing round his neck a pendant inscribed like the jewel of the GA, from which again is hung a human foot. With his right hand he points to a crescent divided into 3 parts enclosing X. AP, his left, rests on the head of a mighty hammer. De Quincey, in the above-quoted essay, describes a manuscript work by Simon Stadion of Württemberg, written in the year 1604, under the title Naumetria Seunuda et prima libri intus et foris scripti expositio et prognosticticus. It is a series of dreams and prophecies based upon the Apocalypse, in which he speaks of stelle matutine ductu anno 1572 conspecte, and constantly brings in the rose and cross, on which account he is generally supposed to have been a Rosicrucian. Martin Luther also took for his seal the rose and cross. Some deep religious significance, at the time well understood, must have recommended the device to the choice of the Tertius Elias. Besides these obligations to the Rosicrucians, the London Freemasons also borrowed much of their phraseology from Lord Bacon's work, still fresh in men's minds, in which, adopting the idea of the House of Wisdom, a technical term with the Arab astrologers, he proposed the foundation of a Solomon's House, or learned community dedicated to the cultivation of experimental philosophy and the advancement of science. These philosophic and royalist plotters, in order to cloak the true nature of their proceedings, conducted their conclaves according to the rules prescribed by Bacon, and the same ceremonial and nomenclature they carefully maintain to the present day. A final and demonstrative proof of the recent and English origin of Freemasonry is afforded by the dates of institution of the various foreign lodges, which are by their own profession branches of the parent society in London. The Parisian was not founded until the year 1725, the Madrid in 1728, and the Florentine in 1733. And yet France and Italy had been the birthplace of the actual art of Masonry and the scene of the full glory of its revival. Another important fact remains to be noticed. The Rosicrucians still subsist amongst the Parisian Freemasons as the designation for their highest degree, to be conferred upon distinguished English visitors, although all disclaim those mystics as being the parent stock, inasmuch as that truth, if allowed, were utterly incompatible with their own claim to immemorial antiquity. Nevertheless, they loudly profess to trace their descent through the line of the Templars, down from that splendidly fabulous origin they arrogate to themselves. But to return to André, and the honor Nicolai assigns him as the creator of the immediate parent of modern Freemasonry, certain it is that his far-famed Rosy Cross had been ages before the regular badge of the Knights Templars. Considering how widely the order had spread its branches, obtained possession, and affiliated to itself multitudes both male and female amongst the laity all over Europe, it would be a mere absurdity to believe that all its traditions were swept away at one stroke by the suppression of the Templars in the year 1307. In fact, the Parisian Templiers, as the most important division of the French Freemasons still style themselves, pretend to have kept up the succession of Grand Masters unbroken, nay more, to have preserved the archives of the order ever since that date. Francois I is even reported to have burnt alive, with a contrivance of refined cruelty, in the fiery bath, 4 unfortunate gentlemen convicted of being Templars, which, if true, suffices to prove the existence of that fraternity down to a period but little removed from the public manifestation of the Rosicrucians. Truly was he by such proceedings semina odi in longum jaciens, to borrow the forcible simile of Tacitus, if we are to believe Barruel's express declaration that Spartacus Weishaupt's Jacobins did no more than pay to royalty the so long deferred legacy of revenge handed down to them by generation after generation of secret societies, fulfilling the last Templars' solemn vow of vengeance against Philippe le Bel and all future kings in his person. By order of the same Francois I, his general Almeida extirpated with a cruelty unusual even in those times the remnant of the Albigenses still lurking in the villages of Provence, a sect, it should be remembered, of genuine Manichaeans, transplanted thither from the East at a comparatively recent date. As Manichaeans, they would naturally have preserved the symbols and tokens for mutual recognition so much in vogue as history and existing monuments attest amongst all followers of the Gnosis. And such machinery and grown yet more into articles of necessity, after continued persecution, had transformed their congregations into regular secret societies. But dismissing all such speculations, we are under no necessity for connecting the Rosicrucians with the ancient brethren of the Temple, in order to account for their display of the Gnostic symbols, which figure so conspicuously in Andrea's plates, and which have since been so diligently illustrated, though often with erroneous ingenuity, by von Hammer in his Mystery of Baphomet Revealed. Yet even his misinterpreted examples go to prove the same truth, and his Baphometic idols, whose adoration should have been the heaviest count in the charges against the Templars, though unmistakably of Cinquecento design and workmanship, are astrological and Kabbalistic sigils breathing a purely Rosicrucian spirit in their syncretism of symbolic forms. For there is one point in these sculptures alone sufficient to upset all von Hammer's elaborate structure. The Arabic legends, being cut in current Neshki characters, betray their modern manufacture, for had they been contemporary with the flourishing times of the Templars, the primitive Kufic must, as a matter of course, have been employed. Yet, at the same time, these same legends indicate clearly enough the fountainhead of the doctrines held in common by all similar fraternities. But before considering this last and so important point, the subject will be more conveniently approached by our first considering the principal arguments set forth by the learned Orientalist in support of his theory. His object, in truth, is sufficiently declared by the title of his treatise, Mysterium Baphometis Revelatum, seu fratres militiae, templi qua Gnostici, et quidem Ophiani, apostasiae, idololatriae, et quidem impuritatis convicti per ipsa eorum monumenta. The treatise is copiously illustrated with fine copper plates of magical statuettes, architectural ornaments, mystical inscriptions, vases, and coins. As regards historical evidence, the main foundation of his hypothesis rests upon certain heads in the Articles of Accusation against the Templars, dispatched by Pope Clement V. To all archbishops, etc. These are: Art 42. Item. Quod ipsi per singulas provincias habeant idola, fidelis et capita, quorum aliqua habebant tres facies, et alia unam, et aliqua cranium humanum habebant. Artem 54. Item, quod aliquod caput illorum cingebant, seu tangebant, cordulis quibus, si ipsos cingebant, circa camiciam seu carnem. Artir 55. Quod in hac receptione, singulis fratribus predicte cordule tradebantur, vel alie longitudinis earum. In this girding with a consecrated string, there is a striking analogy to the costi prescribed by the Zoroastrian religion, still assumed by every Parsi upon his initiation, which takes place upon his completing his 7th year, and thenceforth constantly worn over the shirt. This distinctive badge was the most likely of all to be retained by Mans, himself a Magian, in his Christianized modification of the Persian Creed. Other articles, unnecessary to quote, allege the permission and even the obligation of unnatural practices. But from the very beginning, this last accusation, so needless to be proved, because so readily believed, has been brought against the members of all secret societies, as Ovid shows by the popular tradition respecting Orpheus, the acknowledged founder of the Grecian mysteries. Illitium Thracum populus fuit auctor amorem, in teneros transferemares, si trace juventam, etatis breve ver et primos carpere flores. Clarkson has more recently discussed the same question in his very ingenious essay upon the symbolical evidence of the Temple Church. Were the Templars Gnostic idolaters, as alleged? He endeavors to prove their Manichaeism by means of architectural evidence deduced from the members of the edifice and the geometrical relations discoverable in the ground plan. But, dispassionately considered, such arguments are of little weight, inasmuch as they could be found, if looked for, under a similar prepossession, in many other buildings, both medieval and modern, having no connection whatsoever with the brethren of the temple. Again, a fatal objection to his theory is the fact that all such round churches are acknowledged copies of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem, which, whether Helena's original building or merely a Gothic reconstruction by the Frankish kings, the more probable explanation, was certainly not subjected to Templar influence in the laying out of its plan. The circular domical shape had been given by Helena to her church simply because that form, according to the Roman notion handed down from Etruscan antiquity, was regarded as most appropriate for a tomb. Hence, to go no further back, it was adopted for Helena's own sepulchre, Torre Pignatara, and for that of her grandchild, Constantia. In illustration of his hypothesis, Clarkson adduces the statement of Clemens Alexandrinus about the primary elements of the old Egyptians, and supposes them to have been the square, the angle, the semicircle, the circle, the oval, the line, the waved line, triangular, and the cross. These would represent the 7 primary consonants, of which the invention was attributed to Menmon, vis-a-vis, the letters with their equivalent sounds, B, C, D, L, M, N, S. Should this theory have any truth in it, the frequent introduction of such figures into talismanic inscriptions obtains a satisfactory explanation. Idols of Baphomet. But it is now full time to return to von Hammer's Baphometic idols, and his profound interpretations of their figures and inscriptions. It is obvious at the first glance that the idea of most of them was suggested by the Roman Jupiter Hercules, or Silenus, classical types, by the way, entirely unknown to the art of the 12th and 13th centuries. Their heads, or rather their faces, are triple. Eyes and ears are plenteously distributed all over the body, which is moreover adorned with planetary signs. Our author sets them down without hesitation as the actual figures of the old man adored by the knights, described so persistently by the witnesses against them as une idole avec trois faces. The same statuettes are for the most part girded with serpents, whose heads they hold in their mouths, or in various distorted attitudes, amply sufficient grounds for von Hammer to connect them with the Ophite mysteries. But this very attribute, together with the numerous eyes studding the body, would rather seem to betray an acquaintance in the sculptor with similar Hindu creations. Indra, the eye-bespangled god of the firmament, for example. Similar fancies had found their way even into the Cinquecento dress. Queen Elizabeth is painted in a gown thus embellished. Some, again, of these figures carry the Egyptian Tau, Marculus, Masonic knocker, conspicuously suspended from the neck. But, as already hinted, the artistic composition of these well-executed monstrosities and the classical motives everywhere peeping out in their outlines seem altogether foreign to the quaint simplicity of early medieval art. The 3 baptismal vases, or fonts, on which he lays so much stress, are nothing but little stone cups 6 inches high at the utmost, covered with bas-reliefs, the phallic character whereof would seem to point to their employment in the brewing of the elixir of life from its most obvious ingredients. The second of these reliefs, explained as denoting the baptism of fire, does in truth recall to our recollection the 12 tortures of the Mithraic rock tablets, for it exhibits a naked boy holding various instruments, the axe, lyre, bucket of Anubis, whilst another, blowing a horn, feeds the fire in a furnace. Of the third vase, however, the decoration savors strongly of Judaism, representing the lifting up of the brazen serpent, though the female reclining below appears rather to caress the living reptile that encircles her than to be alarmed at its embrace. Whilst the candlestick of the tabernacle, which the second female is quenching from a vase at the bidding of von Hammer's meat, personified as a regular Dutch Solomon, but with uplifted hands whence drop off chains, all betray the same source of inspiration. Bacchic and sidereal symbols, amongst which the phallus of course predominates, are plentifully strewn over the field. But the Arabic legends in the modern lettering, in this case, equally with the classical air of the design in the second, suffice to convince the sober archaeologist that all three vases are nothing more than a portion of the paraphernalia of those Rosicrucian or alchemical quacks, who fattened upon the credulity of that arch-virtuoso Rudolph II, ever since whose reign these fonts have been treasured up in the imperial cabinet. A sufficient notion of von Hammer's mode of explaining these monuments is afforded by his interpretation of the Arabic inscription upon the scroll displayed in the hands of his Mite, according to him the Ophit Sophia, a female yet bearded figure whose sex is ostentatiously revealed to view. Exaltatur mete germinans, stirps nostra ego et septem fuere, tu esunus renegantium, reditus proctos fit. The Baphometic idol, that head of the old man, which makes so fearful a figure in the articles of accusation, reminds one of the crowned Osiris seen in front face, otherwise that terminal figure often to be found cut on certain large green jaspers, which differ widely in style from the true Gnostic talismans dating from the Lower Empire, but rather have something about them bespeaking a medieval and Arabian origin. For example, Raspe gives a gem with God the Father crowned with 5 stars and several barbarous characters: reverse, a square, a sphere, a pentagon of Pythagoras, and several astrological and geometrical figures. Such a talisman was lately found in the tomb of a Knight Templar which was opened in Germany. And here it may be parenthetically observed that our Freemasons, in order to give a better color to their pretense of descent from the Templars, perpetually talk of them as the greatest builders of their times, and as the best patrons of the subordinate body of working masons. Nothing can be more baseless than this assertion. The order invested its wealth in a far more profitable manner than in stone and mortar, and really did nothing in the way of architecture if compared with the great monastic orders of the same period. In proof of this, notwithstanding its enormous possessions in England, no more than 4 churches were built for temples. Von Hammer, amongst the numerous examples he has so indefatigably collected, presents many of a nature seemingly quite antagonistic to Catholic art, and of truly Gnostic and Oriental character. Conspicuous amongst them are the 3 vases, already described, in which he discovers examples of the true Sang Graal, that mystic cup which shines so brightly forth in the early romances of chivalry, the quest thereof being the highest adventure proposed in the Morte d'Arthur, perfect chastity being the indispensable condition for attaining unto the sight of the miraculous vessel. And in truth, the decoration of these mystic fonts, used in the baptism of meat, the Gnostic wisdom, whence their title Baphometic, furnishes a very plausible foundation for the charges our author brings against their supposed inventors. But as for the obscene sculptures taken from the Templar churches, which he refers to the rites of the Venus Mascula celebrated therein, these are to be found in equal abundance and shamelessness amongst the carvings of other churches totally unconnected with the order, for example, notably at Arques, near Paris. Such sculptures either contain a moral grossly expressed, according to the taste of their barbarous age, the censure of some particular vice, or may be no more than the ebullition of the brutal humor of the beery artist. But the gravest error into which this too sagacious interpreter has fallen is the attempt to identify the heresy of the Templar with the Ophiite, that primitive form of the Gnosis, swallowed up so many ages before the foundation of the order in the overwhelming flood of Manichaeism, a flood indeed that may, even at its source, Syria, have carried away as many inquiring spirits amongst the knights as it was simultaneously intoxicating in Italy and Provence. A great absurdity, too, is the building up his grand hypothesis upon the inexplicable meat, which he finds out for himself in these unintelligible legends, seeing that the archaic metis was never used in Gnostic times as synonymous with Sophia, Achamoth, an identity nevertheless taken for granted in his argument. And by the same rules does von Hammer explain the Mason's marks that he has collected, although they in no wise differ from others found in medieval buildings of every conceivable destination and origin. Before quitting this part of the subject, a word must be said upon other etymologies that have been proposed for the mighty word Baphomet. One equally consistent with von Hammer's views, and much more so with the genius of the Byzantine language, would be Vaphimetros, baptism of the mother, that special designation of Barbelo in the Valentinian theology. Such Greek technical phrases may have been perpetuated in the Manichaean ritual, wherever and however late it was introduced into France. Another explanation makes Baphomet the corruption of Behemoth, meaning the golden calves Opus and Manevis, whose bones were exhibited to their worshippers, set out upon the lid of the coffin. So, in later times, were the bones of Manes displayed for the adoration of his followers, and those of the Gem Hiram, according to report, at the initiation of a Templar. Hence came the death's head and coffin, that figure so conspicuously at the Carbonari conclaves, and the cognate engine of terror at our Masonic receptions, when the candidate for admission, being brought to the GP, receives that sudden and awful impression on his mind that cannot fail to have the desired effect, a part of the ceremony that ought to be well attended to, as well for the honor and safety of the new-made brother as of the fraternity at large. But to return to etymology. Visconti is probably in the right, after all, in considering Baphometa no deeper mystery than the French corruption of the name Mahomet, as repeated by the ignorant witnesses for the prosecution. But although the fanciful Orientalist has pushed this theory to an unwarrantable and even ludicrous extent, yet proved facts, coupled with probabilities, will induce the unprejudiced inquirer to acquiesce in the conclusions of the judicious Rasp. The Gnosis of Basilides was an occult science which, according to his tenets, should be known only and communicated to 1 in thousands and to 2 in 10,000s, and that if the Knights Templars were guilty of any offense at the time of their extermination, it was that of having adopted the doctrines of the Gnostics, and consequently of having renounced the established doctrine of the Church on the human nature of Christ and on the Trinity, in the place of which they, with the Gnostics, professed one supreme being, Father and Creator of all the powers, which, emanating from him, have created and do govern this world. At their reception or initiation into the highest degree of the order, they received Vaphimetus or Metios, that is to say, the baptism or tincture of wisdom. They were presented with a sign or symbol of their baptism, which was the pentagon of Pythagoras, and they worshipped a kind of image or idol, that, like the Abraxas or this gem, was the figure of a bearded old man, or rather the representation of the only supreme being that they admitted and professed. The gem referred to is a jasper, Townley, presenting Abraxas, the son, or godfather, or demiurgus, according to the Gnostics and necromancers. This head is crowned, the beard long, the hands crossed upon the breast. For the rest, he is formed as a term, or a mummy. In the field are 8 stars, probably an allusion to the 8 powers, or heavens, that are subordinate to them, according to Epiphanius. In the field are 2 Hebrew letters, TH. Reverse. The same God the Father, or Abraxas, in the same attitude, standing above 4 angels placed upon a sphere and receiving his emanations. In the field are 3, on the sphere are 5 stars. There are besides in the field 2 Hebrew letters, 3 lines of inscription, etc. Figures of unquestionably medieval workmanship do, however, exist, which would have stood von Hammer, had he known of them, in far better stead than the easily recognizable legacies of Rudolph II and his Rosicrucian quacks. Such is the brass statuette published by Kailas, representing a man in tight jerkin and hose, as worn under armor, but head covered with a jester's horned hood. Upon his belly is emblazoned a blazing sun. He is girt with the broad knightly belt, engraved all round with planetary signs and regular mason's marks, which also run round the edge of the tripod upon which he stands. The figure, about 5½ inches high, extends both hands with the palms uppermost, and these are pierced with holes for the reception of the supports of some vessel, probably a magician's lamp. Amongst other devices engraved on the trunk, most conspicuous are the eagle, serpent, and crucible supporting a retort. Kailas places his drawing of it amongst his Egyptian monuments, but reasonably enough distrusting such an origin for the inscriptions, suggests, with no better reason, that the work belongs to Persia. Manichaeism. Manichaeism has been so repeatedly referred to in the foregoing pages as to make it necessary to give a brief explanation of the way in which that strange creed may possibly have affected the religion of the Templars, and here all is either assertion of enemies or modern theory. Hardly any monuments remaining that can be with certitude attributed to the Manichaeans, though so numerous in their time, for they had drawn within their own circle every older form of Gnosticism in the interval between Constantine and Justinian. This deficiency is partly due to the fast increasing barbarism of those ages, which produced nothing in the way of art, however degraded. Their sole religious monuments were sacred books, prayers, spells, committed to perishable materials, parchment, papyrus, diligently sought out and destroyed by every persecutor. The extirpation of Gnosticism was vigorously prosecuted by the later emperors of the West, and by those of the East, Arian equally with Catholic. In this pious career, the first step was made by Magnus Maximus, the British usurper under Gratian, by putting to death Priscillian, Bishop of Avila, and his chief adherents, in spite of the very unsaintly remonstrances of the good Martin of Tours. The usurper's punisher, Theodosius, also made Manichaeism, Priscillian's crime, a capital offense, his edict being the first statutable infraction of the old Roman principle of universal religious toleration. In the reign of his son, Epiphanius boasts of having brought about the exile of 70 women, some noble, through whose seductions he had himself at one time been drawn into joining the Marcosians. Such a vaunt leads to the suspicion that the renegade had saved himself by turning evidence against his fellow sectarians at the opening of the persecution. Or again, this absence of Manichaean relics may be accounted for by the rigid character of the creed itself, the offspring of magism, therefore regarding all imagery as idolatrous and sinful, a tenet latterly carried out to the fullest extent by the iconoclastic Albigenses. To come now to the second diffusion of Manichaeism over Europe. In the middle of the 7th century, under Constans II, Constantinus Silvanus, a native of Samosata, broached that last and most far-spreading heresy, the Paulician. The name arose from his combination of the doctrine of St. Paul with that of Zoroaster, but he had intermingled a larger proportion of the former ingredient than his precursor Manes had thought fit to do in his original theosophy. The new teacher easily united into one church the remnants of the old Gnostics, especially the Manichaeans of Armenia, and the still unconverted Zoroastrians of Pontus and Cappadocia. Incessantly persecuted by the Byzantine powers, their chief Carbeas founded a new capital for his sect, the impregnable Tefris, in the mountains near Trebizond, but which was ultimately destroyed by Basil the Macedonian about the year AD 880. But in the middle of the preceding century, the irreligious Constantine Copronymus had transplanted a large colony of these Armenian Paulicians into the depopulated Thrace, where their numbers were largely augmented in the 10th century by a fresh reinforcement drawn from the Calibian hills and planted in the valleys of Mount Haemus by John Zimisces. Here their missionaries converted the neighboring pagans, the Bulgarians, whence the sect derived a new and more odious appellation, one which in course of time, from denoting heresy in religion, was fixed to the branding of heresy in love. Warlike and fearless of death, we find these Paulicians serving in the Byzantine armies, notably in those of Alexius Comnenus in his wars with the Normans of Sicily. From this island as a focus they diffused their doctrines over Italy. They gained numerous converts even at Rome and Milan, but spread with still more astonishing rapidity through the south of France. Persons even whose interests were diametrically opposed to the progress of the sect joined it with inexplicable fervor. 12 canons of the Cathedral of Orleans were burnt alive at one time for embracing Paulicianism. These few facts, selected from the wide range of their history, will suffice to illustrate the diffusion of Manichaean notions during the period when the Templars were at the height of their prosperity and power. The Assassins. But Gnosticism, in one shape or other, was still surviving in the very headquarters of the order amongst their closest allies or enemies, the mountaineers of Syria. The Templar order had been modeled after an original, the last to be looked for, according to modern views. For von Hammer has here been successful in demonstrating that its constitution is a servile copy of that of the detested Assassins. The statutes of the latter prove the fact beyond all gainsaying. They were found upon the captives of their capital, Alamut, by the Mogul, Halaku, in the year 1335, when by a most singular coincidence, Caliph and Pope were busied in exterminating the model and the copy in the east and west at one and the same time. From these documents were verified the 8 degrees of initiation as established by Hassan, the first Grand Master or Prince of the Mountain. These degrees, probably suggested by the ancient Mithric tests, were 1. The trial of knowledge. 2. The trial of persuasiveness, i.e. the talent for proselytism. 3. Denial of the truth of the Quran and of all other sacred scriptures. 4. The trial of silent and perfect obedience. 5. The disclosure of the names of the great brothers of the order, royal, sacerdotal, and patrician, in all parts of the world. 6. The confirmation of all the preceding steps of knowledge. 7. The allegorical interpretation of the Quran and of all other scriptures. In this lodge, the divinity of all founders of religious systems was alike denied. Religion was shown to be a mere step to knowledge, its narratives to be merely allegorical and exhibiting the progress of civil society. Thus, man's fall signified political slavery, redemption, his restoration to liberty and equality. 8. That all actions were indifferent, provided only they were done for the good of the order, there being no such thing, absolutely, as vice or virtue. It will be seen that the principle running through these degrees is identical with that pervading the main counts in the articles of accusation brought against the Templars. The same author, History of the Assassins, shows that the organization of the Templars was exactly modeled upon that of the Assassins, and thus confronts the several degrees in each of the 2 orders. Of the Assassins. 1. The Grand Master, or Prince of the Mountain. 2. The Dais el-Kabir, or 3 great viceroys under him. 3. The Dais, or provincial masters. 4. The Refek, or chaplains. 5. The Lazik, or military body. 6. The Fedavi, or death devoted. 7. The Batinae, or secret brethren, i.e., those affiliated to the order of the Templars. 1. The Grand Master. 2. The 3 Grand Priors. 3. The provincial prior. 4. The chaplains. 5. The knights. 6. The esquires. 7. The serving brethren. 8. The donati and oblati. 9. The affiliati. The donati and oblati were sworn, in return for the protection afforded to them by the order, to leave to it all their property at their deaths, and consequently to refrain from having offspring, or even to stand sponsors to the children of others. If married at the time of joining the order, they were bound to put away their wives. Infraction of the vow was punished by perpetual imprisonment. The affiliati had probably nothing to do with the secrets of the order. They merely, in return for a certain sum paid down, received their daily maintenance, their commons, out of the corporate fund, such an arrangement being a simple anticipation of the principle of life annuities and admirably suited to the requirements of those barbarous times. It is not a matter for surprise that the grand elements of ancient Gnosticism should have thus been discovered lurking in the secret rules of the Order of Assassins. When the origin of that order is investigated, it proves to be only a branch of the Ismailites, or those Persians who supported the cause of the descendants of Ali. But Abdallah, himself a Magian, had from the beginning founded in the midst of these Ismailites a secret society composed of those Persians who had, through Arab compulsion, embraced Mohammedanism only in name. By inculcating those vital dogmas of the old Gnosis, that knowledge was the real end of religion, and that in all scriptures the allegorical interpretation was the only true one, Abdallah united under his teaching the remnants of all the older religions that still lurked in Persia. In fact, he did in Persia under the Caliph what the new Manichaean Chrysokir was doing at Tefris under the Byzantine emperor. The Ismailites, having gradually become absorbed into the new sect, succeeded in the 10th century in placing a prince of Ali's line upon the throne of Cairo, thus founding the Fatimite dynasty. After this, Hassan, who had served with distinction under the Seljuk sultans, aided by his brethren to, when he had returned, having captured the hill fortress of Alamut, or the Vulture's Nest, 1090 A.D., set himself up there as an independent prince and established his community as a political body under the constitution already described. In a short time these bold sectaries made themselves masters of all the strong places of Lebanon, thereby securing their independence of the Egyptian caliph. The Druses are only the modern representatives of the suppressed assassins. Like them, they are Ismailites, their ostensible founder being Hakim, a Fatimite caliph of Cairo who professed himself the new incarnation of the Godhead. Their notion that the present seat of their ever-absent Grand Master is Europe tallies curiously enough with von Hammer's theory about the close relationship that existed between the Templars and the actual progenitors of the Druses. These same Druses may also possibly represent the polytheists and Samaritans who flourished so vigorously in the Lebanon as late as the times of Justinian, to whose persecuting zeal Procopius ascribes the extermination of 1 million inhabitants of that district alone. Of their present creed, preserved in unviolated secrecy, nothing authentic has ever come to light. Popular belief amongst their neighbors makes them adorers of an idol in the form of a calf, and to celebrate their nocturnal assemblies, orgies like those laid to the charge of the Ophites in Roman, of the Templars in medieval, and of the Freemasons, continental, in modern times. Their notion of their head residing in Scotland has an odd resemblance to the German appellation Scottish Brethren given to our Masons. Some such association of ideas seems to have led the Lessing to maintain that Freemason, in German Massen, has nothing whatever to do with the English meaning of the word, but comes from Mass only, the proper name for a Templar lodge, called also a Round Table. For this derivation he cites Agricola, an authority removed by no more than 150 years from the date of the suppression of the order. On this account, he adds, the old Templar buildings in Bologna and Milan still retain the title della Magione, that is, of the Maçon, although a less acute critic would most assuredly only be able to discover here nothing deeper than an Italian corruption of the French Maison in its common sense. The Sufis. The influence of the Crusades and their results upon the mind and life of medieval Europe cannot possibly be exaggerated. The true masters of the Western barbarians in philosophy, science, and many of the arts were the Arabs, firstly those of Syria, later of Spain. Together with their learning, they communicated other ideas, far different from those originally contemplated by their pupils. Nevertheless, the connection between their science and their secret creed was so intimate that, in reality, no other result was to be looked for. So much of primitive Gnosticism, before its admixture with Christianity, was based upon magism, that is, upon astrological ideas, as to make it often difficult to determine whether a Gnostic monument involves a religious notion or is merely a sidereal talisman. For example, the decani of the signs, whose figures, according to Tusser, were commonly worn as amulets, are often to be seen bearing the names inscribed of Michael and other Jewish angels. In the flourishing times of Mohammedanism, before the spread of universal ignorance had established everywhere the dull reign of uninquiring orthodoxy, there existed at its very heart, probably originating in Persia, an esoteric body, styling themselves Sufi, a title evidently derived from the Greek Sophie, their predecessors. Now this title appears assumed as equivalent to the previous Gnostici, although with far more arrogance, since these wise men claimed the possession of that knowledge of things divine which the Gnostics, by their own designation, were only desirous of knowing. Meantime, the tenets they held were precisely those of the old anti-tacti, ordinance haters, as to the indifference of all things pertaining to the body, and the invalidity of the Jewish moral law, the mere appointment of the demiurgus, as regarded the regulation of the life of the spiritual man. Just as it is a constant charge of the Fathers against the primitive Gnostics that they outwardly conformed without scruple, in order to escape all annoyance, to the established religion of whatever place they chanced to inhabit, it is equally probable that the Manichaeans and other sectaries of Asia, persecuted with like zeal by Orthodox Byzantine and Zoroastrian Persian, would gladly shelter themselves under the easy cloak of the true religion of their Arab conquerors during the 2 centuries following Justinian's reign, and either save their liberty by professing Mohammedanism or else continue as tributaries in the unmolested exercise of their old faith, being confounded by the uninquisitive conqueror under the general name of infidels. The sects of Egypt and Syria, says Gibbon, enjoyed a free toleration under the shadow of the Arabian caliphs, and therefore may reasonably be supposed to have maintained their peculiar notions and observances down to the time of the Crusades. Of such protracted existence we have the most convincing proof at the present day in the numerous sect, the Mandaites, or Nazarenes of the Shat el-Arab, and Basora, veritable Gnostics, holding a creed, the true image of that of Manes, in their Book of Adam, and detested by their Christian and Moslem neighbors alike. Now, inasmuch as these Sufi were composed exclusively of the learned amongst the Persians and Syrians, at a time when learning signified little else than proficiency in medicine and astrology, the 2 points that brought the Eastern sages into amicable contact with their barbarous invaders from the West, it is easy to see how the latter may have imbibed the esoteric doctrines simultaneously with the other teaching of those who were their sole instructors in all matters pertaining to science and art. Now the Sufi doctrine was based on that grand idea, one universal creed that could be secretly held under the outward profession of any established religion, taking, in fact, virtually the same view of all religious systems as that in which the philosophers of old had regarded them. Such, too, had been a striking feature in the Gnostic teaching. The Gnaseni, or Ophites, says Hippolytus, boasted in language truly Masonic, "We of all men are the only Christians, standing in the third gate and anointed with the ineffable unction out of the horn like David, not out of the earthen vessel like Saul, who consorted with the evil spirit of carnal concupiscence. These same genuine Christians at the same time zealously celebrated all the mysteries of paganism, affirming that, in their higher knowledge, they possessed the only key to the one truth locked up under those superstitious ceremonies. And in our day, the acknowledgment of one universal religion by the Freemasons, as expressed by their requiring from the candidate for admission nothing more than the declaration of his belief in one God, is denounced with pious horror by the bigots of every variety of the Christian scheme. This recognition of one universal religion in fact pervades all the works of the lights of Mohammedan literature. In the Maqamat of Hariri, the sermons preached by his hero, the dervish, are full of a sentiment more sublime when touching upon things pertaining unto God, a sentiment harmonizing infinitely more closely with those of enlightened religious men of our times upon the same subject. In a word, these sermons breathe a spirit in every respect more Christian, to use the modern phrase, than characterizes any writings of the actual Christian divines, the contemporaries of the author. But this is necessarily so, Hariri and Mohammedans like him, being guided by the traditions of the old philosophy, still secretly maintained amongst them, whilst the spirit of modern Christianity is strongly, though unconsciously, directed by precisely the same influence revived, though under a different name, and professedly contemning its real source. Again, the greatest of all Mohammedan sovereigns, the Mughal Akbar, was a true Sufi. Equally so was his prime minister and historian, Abul Fares. It would be difficult to find in a modern Christian prayer book, much less in any one composed in his age, an address to the deity so sublime, so consonant with our present notions, as the invocation opening his Ayin Akbari. In all such outpourings of Oriental adoration, no allusion whatever to their special lawgiver is to be detected, nothing to betray any distinctive sectarian prejudice. The reader, if unacquainted with the history of the author, would admire, but know not to what creed to adjudge the composition. Akbar, according to his vizier, made a point of never ridiculing or condemning any form of religion. He had thus, perhaps without knowing it, reverted to the grand and distinguishing feature of the religion of Greece and Rome in their best times that discerned the same great truth, the real basis of universal toleration, that all religious systems were but expressions of the same idea, by saint, by savage, or by sage. Wherever, in ancient times, the principle of toleration was apparently violated, it was in cases where the rites, by their corruption, had become prejudicial to public welfare, as when the Senate put down the Bacchanalia, or Claudius the Druids in Gaul, on account of their human sacrifices. Exactly as Hero of Syracuse had made it an article in his treaty with the vanquished Carthaginians that they should discontinue their burnt offerings of young children to Melkarth. Hesiod's maxim, mi arituis momuin, was that of his race, as well as of the Roman, and the same was the guiding principle of Akbar. From a hint dropped by his panegyrist, it would almost appear that the emperor had imbibed some slight tinge of Zoroastrian doctrine, for he remarks his particular veneration for the element of fire, and again the significant circumstance of his regulating his frequent daily prayers by the position of the sun in the heavens, and, what bears directly upon our subject, his favorite occupation was to converse with the Sufi and the learned of all nations and religions. It sounds also very odd to hear a Mohammedan grandee, like this writer, declaring that amongst the Brahmins were to be found the most virtuous men upon earth, those very religionists in whom Akbar's successors, like Aurangzeb, could, quite according to our own ideas of what necessarily should have been his feeling, discern nothing but devil-worshippers, whom it was his bounden duty either to convert or exterminate. Diffusion of Oriental culture. The constant intercourse between Syria and Europe, maintained first by the flocks of pilgrims perpetually crowding to Jerusalem, then by the Crusades, and lastly by the establishment of the Frankish kingdom in Palestine and of the different principalities upon the coast, produced vast effects, both apparent and concealed, upon the nations of Europe, more especially those seated upon the Mediterranean. Arabian influence brightly manifests itself in the poetry of the troubadours, half amatory, half mystical, like its model, of a spirit differing as widely from the materialism of classic elegiacs as does the pointed Saracenic architecture, with all its forms suggested by the tent pole and curtain, from the massive Romanesque, which it so rapidly displaced. Of poetry and architecture alike, the germs had been carried into France by the causes already noticed, and kept in full vigor by the permanent establishment of the two great military orders having their headquarters in Jerusalem, but looking principally to France for recruits and resources. For the Crusades were eminently a French idée, and both leaders and soldiers in the most important of them were either actual Frenchmen or princes holding territories in France, our Norman kings, for example. How many arts, the most admired in those ages, are direct importations from Syria or Egypt? Glass working in all its processes connected with the manufacture of ornamental and colored vessels, and painted windows, enameling, majolica, damascening on steel, the coinage of gold, the cultivation of the silkworm. The Italian language has preserved this history in the terms purely Arabic, still designating things pertaining to all such processes as zecca, taza, cameo, mantescia, rocca, gala, patacca, ricamare, etc. Italian Gothic, particularly its civil branch, as exemplified in the buildings of the great maritime cities on the Mediterranean, those on the Adriatic, continued faithful to the Byzantine taste, such as Genoa, Pisa, Florence, is a mere transcript of Cairo and Rosetta, to the latest days of the style bearing no resemblance to the Gothic then flourishing beyond the Alps. This diffusion of Oriental ideas over Europe has a very important bearing upon the present inquiry, for it explains the readiness with which Manichaeism was embraced in France during the 2 centuries preceding the fall of the Templars. These very Templars are found during their residence in Palestine exhibiting a tolerant spirit, utterly inconsistent with the ostensible object of their institution, making alliances with any of the neighboring emirs, able to assist them in holding their own against the common enemy, the Soldan of Egypt, amongst whom figures conspicuously that arch-Gnostic, the redoubtable Old Man of the Mountain. Profession of continence. A distinguishing feature of Gnosticism was the profession of continence, at least as far as regards the propagation of the human species, which was denounced to the spiritual as the doing in the highest measure the will of the demiurgus, and the perpetuating the reign of matter. The strange means they adopted to preserve their vow inviolate may be learnt by referring to Clemens, where he quotes their interpretation of the ancient fable about Saturn's devouring his own children, or to Epiphanius when he describes the rites of the Ophite Eucharist. In no other doctrine of the Gnosis is the Buddhistic influence more clearly traceable than in this, for any intrinsic merit in similar asceticism, as practiced purely for its own sake, was never dreamed of by the Grecian philosophy, that offspring of reason in her brightest and most uncorrupted development. This self-same affectation of purity contributed, even more than the proclaimed liberty of conscience, to promote the spread of Gnostic tenets in every age of their development, from Valentinus down to the grand apostle of Languedoc, Nicetas of Constantinople. His Manichaean bishops owed their success in great measure to their black robes and professed abstinence from, nay, more pious horror of, all the pleasures of sense. For any preaching is certain to obtain flocks of converts that shall make, besides the promise of fully explaining things too high for man's understanding, an outward and noisy profession of asceticism, and proclaim the exaltation of the poor and the certain damnation of the rich as a capital article of its creed. For the vulgar mind ever admires what is difficult, merely because it is difficult, however useless in itself, may be the result, or even pernicious to society in its consequence, if logically carried out. And inasmuch as the abstinence from sensual pleasures is to them the hardest of all tests, so much the more is the ostentation of similar self-denial the most effectual method for gaining ascendancy over brutish intelligences utterly incapable of distinguishing the means from the end. Moreover, such doctrines find powerful allies ready existing for them in the natural enviousness and greed of common souls. The actually poor being ever the vast majority in the land, such hearers joyfully receive the teaching that promises the punishment of their betters in the next world, purely as a counterbalance to their superior happiness in this. Whilst as scarcely anyone considers himself as a truly rich man, but is constantly climbing upwards towards a point that constantly recedes before him at every successive stage of his ascent, even the wealthy convert is enabled to hold the comfortable assurance that he himself continues in the category of the poor, and that the anathema is only launched against the one immediately above himself on the social ladder. In this feeling lies the true secret of the amazing success of Manichaeism, its rapid absorption into itself of the earlier Gnostic forms, and above all, of the facility with which it got possession of those very regions where the Catholic Church was the most richly endowed, and where her clergy, particularly the regular, were attracting the greatest envy by their wealth and ostentation. The Templars began their course in actual poverty, leading a doubly hard, laborious life, that of monk and soldier combined. To express this poverty, the original device, or common seal, of the order bore two knights mounted upon the same horse, the most striking exemplification of humility that could be imagined in those days of chivalry. Becoming ashamed of such a badge as they grew in power, they altered it into the somewhat similar outline of a Pegasus. Such, at least, is the old tradition. The winged horse, however, may from the first have involved a more spiritual meaning, elusive to the heavenward aspirations of those initiated into the order. And when their career was drawing to a close, amidst the wealth and luxury that drew down upon them so cruel a destruction, the brethren, no doubt through some ingenious node of self-deception, still flattered themselves that their vows were as faithfully observed as in the very springtide of their institution. Mithraism. The strange and obscene ceremonies observed on the admission of neophytes into the various secret societies that flourished under the Lower Empire and in the Middle Ages are all of them no more than faint traditions of the penances or 12 tortures that purchased admission into the cave of Mithras. How widely diffused were these Mithrasi, especially in the West, is attested by the innumerable tablets, altars, and inscriptions still remaining in Germany, France, and this country. The religion of Mithras was so readily embraced and flourished so extensively amongst all the Celtic races, in consequence of its analogy to the previously dominant Druidical religion. This affinity had struck with astonishment that sagacious observer, the elder Pliny, who must have had ample opportunity for forming a correct judgment during his protracted military service upon the Rhine. He declares, Nat Hist. 4. Gallius utic possedit magica et quidem ad nostram memoriam, namque Tiberii Caesaris principatus sustulit druidas eorum et hoc genus vatum medicorumque per senatus consultum. Quid ego hec commemorem in arte oceanum quoque transgressa et ad nature inane pervecta, Britannia hodieque celebrat, tantis ceremonies ut dedisse per sis videri possit. Adeo ista toto mundo consensere quamquam discordi et sibi ignoto. Ne satis estumari potest quantum Romanis debeatur, qui sustulere monstra in quibus hominem occidere religiosissimum erat, mandivero etiam saluberrimum. 100 years before, Caesar had stated, Disciplina druidica in Britannia, reperta atque inde in Galliam, translata esse estimatur, et nunc qui diligentius eam rem cognoscere volunt plerumque eo discendi causa proficiscuntur. The subjects of study in the Druidical school were literally those of the Magian Gnosis, multa praeterea desideribus, eorumque motu, de mundi ac terrarum magnitudine, de rerum natura, de deorum immortalium viash, potestate disputant. For Pliny by his Magica understands the rites instituted by Zoroaster and first promulgated by Osthenes to the outer world, this Osthenes having been military chaplain to Xerxes during his expedition into Greece. And this judgment of the Romans is fully borne out by native evidence, for Druidism, such as it appeared in its final struggle with Christianity during the short-lived independence of Britain after the withdrawal of the legions, is a religion agreeing most wonderfully in many important points with the doctrine of Zoroaster. Thus, it expressly teaches the eternal existence and antagonism of the two principles, the final triumph of good and the renovation of all things. A most valuable fragment of early Druidical teaching Plutarch has preserved to us in his strange essay On the Face in the Moon, by the title of the Doctrine of the Sons of Saturn, which is full of Gnostic ideas, those of Manes, for instance, and even of Gnostic expressions. Now Mane himself started as a Zoroastrian priest and framed his new creed, according to Epiphanius, by engrafting upon the original the transcendental Buddhistic notions picked up by his true master, Scythicus, during his travels in India. Is there not then a possibility that some sparks of the ancient Mithraic doctrine may have lingered unnoticed in the West until made to blaze up anew by the congenial breath of the Paulician apostles? Indeed, one may even now discern the awful antique ceremonial as parodied to the minutest particular in the procedure of the modern convivial heteria. For Jerome's miles, the lowest grade in the cave of Mithras, the Templars' watchmen placed on the roof of the house or church wherein the chapter is held, Art 101, have their exact representative in the armed man, the Tyler, lowest official, who stands sentinel at the door of the Freemasons' secret conclave. The Druidical temple, always circular in ground plan, whether formed out of native rocks, or built with Gallo-Roman masonry, as in its latest example at Lantef in Bretagne, consisting of two concentric enclosures pierced with numerous arches, bears in this point a remarkable analogy to all other structures dedicated to the element of fire. Such is the plan of the Temple of Moloch, uncovered at Carthage by Davis, the Roman Vesta's temple, the Guebre fire temples at Balkh, to this day circular towers, and the great Sasanian temple at Gazakos, destroyed by Heraclius in his invasion. The spherical edifice within the palace containing the abominable idol of Chosroes, the image of himself enthroned as in heaven, and all round him the sun, moon, and stars, which the superstitious king worshipped as gods. Angels also had he placed standing about him like scepter-bearers. Moreover, this enemy of God had so contrived by means of certain mechanism that drops of water should fall from the ceiling to imitate rain, and that sounds of thunder should reverberate therefrom. Our Verulamium also boasted a Mithraic temple commensurate to the importance of the place, until destroyed by the superstitious barbarian Ealdred, 8th abbot of St. Albans, for to no other purpose could have served the very deep grotto, covered with an unbroken hill of earth, and approached by a subterraneous passage, the ruins of which were yet visible when Matthew Paris wrote, Specus quoque profundissimum monte continuo circumseptum, cum spelunca, subterranea, quam quondam, draco ingens, fecerat et inhabitavit, in loco qui vermen hert dicitur, in quantum potuit explanavit, vestigia tamen aeterna habitationis serpentinae de relinquens. The transmission of Gnostic symbols. The foregoing considerations seem to furnish a reasonable solution of the problem set to the archaeologist in the continued existence of genuine Gnostic symbols, whether in their pristine significancy or as mere dead forms, is for the Masons themselves to judge, still paraded before us as things holy and full of meaning. Treasured up amongst the Sufis of Persia and the dark sectaries of the Lebanon, thence transmitted to the Templars and handed over by them to their legitimate heirs, the Brethren of the Rosy Cross. These signs maintain a perpetual vitality. The famous pentacle, Solomon's seal, of the Templars was, thinks Nicolai with good reason, the powerful symbol prescribed in the diagramma of the Ophites to be offered by the ascending soul to the genius of each sphere, to extort from them free passage to the supernal light. O first and seventh one, Ildabaoth, Aeon of Saturn, born to rule with power, chief word of the pure intelligence, perfect work in the sight of the Father and the Son. By presenting unto thee in this seal the sign of life, I open the gate which thy power hath closed to the world, and freely traverse thy domains. A sufficient reason this for the constant appearance of this particular sigil upon tombstones of every date. The reverence with which the Hindus still regard the same figure has been already noticed. In its 5 points lies concealed the same expression of the virtues of that numeral as was conveyed to the Grecian philosopher by the Delphic E, interpreted in the same sense as by Plutarch. In the Middle Ages, the pentacle was held a sure protection against all danger of fire, though found unavailing, alas, for its nightly wearers. Béranger's dictum being too well verified, les hérétiques n'ont pas trouvé onguent pour la brûlure, and was therefore regularly painted up in buildings that from their destination were particularly liable to such risk, brewhouses amongst the rest. This last custom explains how the pentacle came at last to indicate the places where fermented liquors were on sale. The Illuminati. As for the transmission of these symbols, the question would be at once settled, should we accept the bold declaration of Lessing, for which, however, we have only his own authority. The lodges of the Templars were in the very highest repute during the 12th and 13th centuries, and out of such a Templars' lodge, which had been continually kept up in the heart of London, was the Society of Freemasons established in the 17th century by Sir Christopher Wren. But this venerable tradition is directly contravened by the testimony of the most unimpeachable of all witnesses, the Grand Illuminato, Spartacus Weishaupt himself. At Munich, in the St. Theodosius Lodge, in 1777, he received the first Masonic degrees, but was inexpressibly disappointed on finding in Masonry nothing beyond le jeu d'une fraternité innocente. Nevertheless, he suspected that something deeper yet remained, and soon his expectations were fulfilled. That same winter, his friend Cato Zwack had an interview at Augsburg with a certain Abbé Marotti, who conferred upon him the highest degrees, even those of the Scottish lodges, and expounded to him all the mysteries, founded, according to the Abbé, upon the religion and history of the Church. Zwack lost no time in communicating his acquisitions to Weishaupt, who replies, "The important discovery you have made at Nicomedia in your interviews with Marotti gives me extreme pleasure. Let us profit by the circumstance and extract from it all the advantages possible." Weishaupt had therefore been anticipated by his explanation of their symbolism, which he himself adopted in the new mysteries he founded. Barruel adds that the charge of Illuminatism does not apply to the first 3 degrees of Masonry, neither to such as hold that these 3 degrees alone belong to the real ancient fraternity. This would intimate that the Rosicrucian had been later grafted upon the original number of gradations in the Masonic hierarchy. For the sake of comparison, I shall give Barruel's account of the degrees amongst the Illuminati, the predecessors of the Jacobins, vis-a-vis: 1. Novices. 2. Brethren of Minerva. 3. Minor Illuminate. 4. Major Illuminate, or Scottish Novices. 5. Scottish Knights. 6. The Lesser Mysteries, Hypopte, or Illuminati Priests. 7. The Regent, or Illuminato Prince. 8. The Greater Mysteries, the Magus, or Kingman. Like the Rosicrucians, each novice upon admission received his characteristic or mystic name taken from Roman history. He then studied the geography of the order which classicized modern places after a similar fashion, Then he acquired the cipher, of which the simple set was this: A12, B11, C10, D9, E8, F7, G6, H5, I4, K3, L2, M. The other, more abstruse, cipher consisted of particular symbols. The novitiate lasted from 2-3 years, according to the age of the candidate. One of the things most strictly prohibited was to ever write the name of either order or lodge. They must be expressed by T and P respectively. In the admission to his degrees, Weishaupt adopted all the Masonic ceremonial. For example, in making the Scottish Knight, the secret conclave was hung with green. The prefect, booted and spurred, wearing St. Andrew's cross by a green ribbon tied on saltire, sat under a green canopy and received the candidate similarly equipped, holding a mallet for scepter. There was also the triple benediction and the sacrament to conclude, administered by the chaplain. At the making of the apoptos, he was taken, blindfolded by his sponsor, in a perfectly closed coach, by a circuitous route, into the hall now hung with red. On a table covered with scarlet were laid the crown and scepter, heaps of gold mingled with chains. On a cushion lay a white robe and girdle. The novice was told to choose. If he took the gold, he received a severe reprimand, phrased with a lot of humanitarian cant, too tedious to copy here, and unnecessary besides, seeing that the same is perpetually dinned into our ears at the present day. At the end, the Hierophant delivered a long address upon natural liberty and equality, and all the rest thereto pertaining. Weishaupt, a professional atheist, was both astonished and diverted at finding eminent Protestant divines, after their initiation, declaring that all these notions were the genuine doctrines of the gospel, which was certainly a very awkward truth to be held by the friends of the established order of civilized society. It is not, however, less a truth if the same doctrines be carried out to their logical consequences instead of being employed in defending ideas deduced in reality from a totally different source. But Baruel, the refugee, who had just seen the doctrines of liberty, equality, and fraternity practically and naturally expounded by means of the guillotine, reasonably enough puts down this declaration of Weishaupt's as the most conclusive proof of his audacious impiety. Conclusion. The symbols, forming the proper subject of the present inquiry, embodied in their origin the deepest mysteries of Brahminical theosophy. They were eagerly accepted by the subtile genius of the Alexandrine school and applied to the hidden wisdom of Egypt. And lastly, in their captivating and illusory promise of enlightenment, the few bright spirits of the Middle Ages sought for something better than the childish fables engendered by monkery upon the primal Buddhistic stock which then constituted the faith. And these holy figurations still continue to flourish, but only as the insignia and mummery of what, at best a mere charitable, is perhaps only a convivial association. In the same way Apollo's golden pentagon, which of yore blazed on high above the Delphic shrine, in the Middle Ages the badge of the proudest order of chivalry and a sure defense from peril of lightning and fire, has come at last to be degraded into the mere sign of a German pothouse. A master mason of the very highest degree lately informed me that he had detected the signs now in use, engraved amongst the sculptures in the cave temples of Elephanta, and, what is still more important, that, although the Brahmins are masons, yet if a European makes the sign to them, they immediately put their hands up before their eyes, as if to shut out the sight of the profanation of things holy. But this curious fact can be explained with the utmost certainty. The Dionysiac mysteries, the most popular of all in Greece, were believed to have been introduced direct from Syria, and necessarily brought along with them all the signs and rites of their birthplace. The painted vases of the period of the decadence of the 4th and 3rd centuries before our era take for their favorite subject scenes from the celebration of these mysteries, and in these pictures mystic siglae perpetually recur, amongst which the Philpot shines conspicuous. But in truth, all the ancient mysteries came from the East, as their names, the Phrygian, the Mithraic, the Iliac, declare, and these mysteries existed publicly almost to the close of the Roman Empire, and how much further down into medieval times they existed as secret and prohibited things, it is impossible to decide. From the very nature of things, we may be certain that their signs and symbols, after the esoteric doctrines were forgotten, passed into the repertory of all who used curious arts, the alchemists, astrologers, and wizards of the Dark Ages, and then became the property of Rosicrucians, who truly were the parent stock, and not a recent brand, as is now pretended, of the present Freemasons. A most important contribution to the history of Masons' marks has, 1877, been obtained through the researches of Sig Arnoaldi Veli amongst the Gallic cemeteries around Bologna. Many of the vases there exhumed bear siglae upon their bases, more rarely upon their sides, which are unmistakably of the same nature, and, what is more curious, are constructed on the same principle as those used by the regular stonemason at this very day. Those in Class A, see Veli's Scavi Presso Bologna, may be considered as of the highest authority, because they are the actual stamps of the potter, impressed upon the clay before baking. That they distinguished individuals and were not merely religious symbols, but stood for the proper names of people unacquainted with writing, may be inferred not only from the established custom of antiquity in this respect, but from the much more frequent occurrence of the class, of which he gives examples in List B. These are scratched upon the bases after baking, and therefore must have been added by the buyers, not by the makers. The great variety in the forms of these latter siglae sufficiently proves that they were the marks of private persons, not of clans or tribes. Class C of similar marks engraved upon articles of metal led irresistibly to the same conclusion. It must, however, be observed that although these characters cannot be distinguished at first sight from the modern mason's marks, of which I have given specimens in the large plate, it appears upon examination that no care has been taken to make them end in an odd number of points, the guiding rule with the modern craft. To come from the Cisalpine to the Western Gauls, some evidence of the same practice is deducible from their coins. The large Bilon pieces, evident copies of Alexander's tetradrachms, found so plentifully in the Channel Islands, often bear a figure upon the cheek of the Hercules head and repeated in the field of the reverse. What can these symbols, placed so prominently to catch the eye, have been intended for, but to inform the world what particular tribe of the Confederation, using one national type, had issued the coin thus distinguished? There is some analogy to this in the Greek series, where distant cities use the type of Athens or Corinth, but make it their own by placing some appropriate symbol in the field. We need not, however, carry out this theory to the same fanciful length as does the Baron Donop, who, struck by the evident resemblance of these figures to the Hindu caste marks, builds upon it a complete history of the migration of the Aryans into Jersey, and points out the Puranic deities to whom each of such symbols is to be referred. Of these figures, again, a great variety and much better executed are to be seen in the field of the pretty hemidrachms of Solimara, which, as well as those above mentioned, belong to the times immediately preceding Caesar's conquest of Gaul, a date clearly ascertained from that of the Roman denarii, often forming part of the same deposits. Of the continued use of these marks under the Roman rule in Gaul, some vestiges are still to be discovered. The Pile Cinq Mars, which cuts so ludicrous a figure in Rabelais' description of Gargantua's horse, is a lofty quadrangular column, ending in a point, in the most compact and skillfully executed brickwork, apparently built within the 1st century of the empire. Upon each face, towards the top, are wrought in bricks of different color from the main structure various devices of the same sort as those of the coins. These can be nothing else than the armorial bearings of the several cities or tribes that had combined together for the erection of so costly a monument, which we may safely suppose intended for one of those plurima simulacra of Mercury, which Caesar noticed in Gaul, and which forms the intermediate link between the upright stones, menhirs, roughly cut into a phallic shape at top, of the uncivilized aborigines, and the grand colossus of Zenodorus, to which native taste had advanced by the time of Nero. A lucky accident has thrown in my way another and much more curious proof of the use of these marks by the more barbarous part of the Celts at a much later period. That the decoration of the skin which gave the name to the Picts consisted in stigmata in the literal sense of the word, and not in mere dyeing with woad, like the early Britons, is made out by Claudian's definite expression, Feroc notatas perlegit exanimes pictum oriente figuras. The Book of Kells is a MS, written sometime in the 9th century. In one of the facsimiles of its pages published by the Paleographical Society, amongst the ornamentation of one vast initial letter, the most conspicuous is the figure of a naked man writhing himself amongst its most intricate convolutions. This man's body is entirely covered with marks of various forms, and from the circumstances under which the drawing was made, we can safely assume that we have here preserved to us the portrait of a true Pict taken from the life. The 4 centuries that had elapsed since Claudian wrote were not likely to have changed the customs of a country so remote, and in which the small amount of civilization derivable from its Romanized neighbors must have gone backwards in proportion as they relapsed into their pristine barbarism. This pictured Pict may also lead us to conclude that the sigil seen upon the cheek of the Jersey Hercules was actually tattooed upon that of the Gaul who issued the coin. Out of deference to the popular belief in the Masonic brand mark, I shall wind up this section with a few observations upon that most time-honored method of distinguishing those initiated into any mystic community. To give precedence to the patron saint of Freemasons, St. John the Divine, his making the followers of the beast receive his mark upon the forehead and the palm of the hand, is a clear allusion to the Mithracal practice of which Augustine, as already quoted, speaks in mentioning a certain demon that will have his own image purchased with blood. Ptolemy Philopater, whom Plutarch describes as passing his sober hours in the celebration of mysteries and in beating a tambourine about the palace, submitted also to receive the Dionysiac brand marks, which were no doubt those symbols so plentifully introduced into the vase paintings of Bacchanalian rites. Brand marks, however, is an incorrect name for such insignia, for they were imprinted on the skin not by fire, but by the milder process of tattooing, as we learn incidentally from Vegetius, and also that it was the regular practice in the Roman army in his day, the close of the 4th century. He advises that the recruit be not tattooed with the devices of the standards, punctus signorum inscribendus est, until he has been proved by exercises as to whether he be strong enough for the service. That these tattoo marks were the distinctive badges painted on the shields of the different legions may be inferred from their insertion in the epitaphs of individuals of each corps. Description of the plates. The drawings were, for the most part, made from gems in the Prawn Cabinet, now transferred to the British Museum, some few from my own collection, now in the Museum of Art, New York. The materials are either dark green and yellow jaspers or chalcedonies varying in color from olive green to light yellow. All designs are drawn to double the actual size. Plate A. Various types of the god Abraxas. 1. Abraxas brandishing a whip to scare away malignant influences, his shield emblazoned with some word of power. Reverse, the usual Greek transliteration of the Hebrew name of God. 2. Abraxas, armed with a sword. The exceptionally neat execution of the intaglio bespeaks the first days of the religion. 3. Abraxas, wielding a mace, a Persian weapon that betrays the Asiatic origin of this particular design. The thunderbolt in the field identifies this power with the classic Jupiter. The reverse exhibits the triple Hecate, Queen of Hell, brandishing various weapons for the same prophylactic purpose as the god himself. A unique combination of ideas engraved upon a circular copper plaque found in the south of France. 4. The Agathodaman serpent with radiated head, identified by the legend with the god Abraxas, one of the few types that can with confidence be attributed to the sect of Ophites. 5. Abraxas, a very debased and late execution. The title Sabaoth, on the reverse, properly signifying of hosts, was mistaken by the ignorant Hellenists for the actual name of a power by translating Lord of Hosts as the Lord Sabaoth. Under this title he figures largely in the sigillum of the Pistis Sophia. Plate B 1. Abraxas, represented here with the head of an ass and thereby identified with Typhon, a singular perversion of ancient ideas. This gem is valuable as distinctly declaring its purpose by the legend on the reverse, F. Hiel Fulase. Defend me, addressed to the power depicted upon it, and thus putting out of doubt the destruction of all the other specimens of its class. 2. Abraxas, of neat work and early date, not later than the 4th century. 3. The giant Typhoeus defying Jove. His serpent legs denote that he is the son of Mother Earth. This beautiful intaglio, which is of Italo-Greek workmanship and found at Cumae, is introduced here merely to show the source whence the sectaries of the decline borrowed the idea of similar combinations of discordant natures. Burnt Sard, New York. 4. Abraxas, with whip and shield, combining his influence with Horus, seated on the lotus, the regular personification of the vernal sun. The meaning of the type is set forth in the legend, which is the Greek transliteration of the Hebrew Shemesh Elam, son of the universe. The union of the two types indicates that Abraxas is here to be understood in his original sense, the simple personification of the solar power. Plate C 1. Terminal figure, perhaps elusive by its form to Justinus's Aeon, the cross. The interminable legend surrounding it yields no intelligible words, but the title below the Hermes Necaroplic occurs also on a talisman in the French cabinet. The reverse gives the 7 vowels, or voices, that shroud the ineffable name, which has never been uttered aloud since the day of the destruction of the temple, but is communicated only in half-whispers to every rabbi upon his ordination. It is a remarkable fact that a Talmudist, who remembered the Second Temple, observes that this holy name was warbled rather than pronounced in the course of the service. Hence, we may suspect the possibility of imitating its sound by the permutation of vowels that form so important an element in the construction of our talismans. 2. Father Nile, reclining and holding forth a cornucopia, emblematic of amity. As the number of his Greek name, 365, is equivalent to that of Abraxas, it is probable that according to Kabbalistic rules, he here represents that god. This explanation is supported by the type of the reverse, Horus, seated on the lotus, addressed by the Greek transliteration of the Hebrew Ablanathanalba, Thou art our Father. 3. Horus seated in the Baris, or sacred boat, the prow and poop whereof terminate in the hawk's head of Free and the ox head of Apis. He is here addressed by the ineffable name. 4. The same deity, addressed as before by the salutation Ablanathanalba, followed by an unintelligible word. The unskillful gem engraver, unable to form curves in the lettering, has given to his B the form of K, and increased the difficulty of deciphering this legend. 5. The same, but now seated upon the scarabæ, type of the Creator, enclosed within the coiled serpent, emblem of eternity. With these purely pharaonic sigils, the reverse combines the name of the Jewish angel Michael and the 7 vowels of the ineffable name, thus presenting an instructive example of that reconciliation of, apparently, the most antagonistic creeds, which is the very foundation of Gnosticism. Plate D, Sigils of the Canufis Serpent. This class of figures has no connection with Gnosticism, considered as a development of Christianity, being nothing more than talismans for the protection of the chest, as I have already shown from Galen. It is true indeed that the Kabbalists of Alexandria sought to heighten the medicinal efficiency of the ancient pharaonic sigil by adding to it formulae of their own fashion, embodying the all-powerful name, but this did not endow the gem with any spiritual sense. The appellation Kabbalist I shall always employ in this treatise in its strictest acceptation, and the present is as good a place as any for stating my reasons for doing so. It is the rule nowadays to treat the Kabbalah as the pure production of the Middle Ages, and such it probably is, in the form under which it is now presented to us. I will not, indeed, go as far as the most learned rabbi of our times, and boldly assert that Moses himself was a profound Kabbalist, although the wisdom of the Egyptians, in which Holy Writ declares he was a proficient, was beyond a doubt something of very much the same nature. Whatever unprejudiced person will carefully read what I have adduced of the doctrines of Sastri and of Marcus, themselves converted Jews, will find there the regular system of the Kabbalah fully developed, and its earliest and Egyptian rudiments in the Pistis Sophia of Valentinus. No person really acquainted with the history of religions can suppose that these theosophists invented these rules of interpretation. They merely transferred principles sanctioned by antiquity from the explanation of the Old Testament to that of the New. To return to our Chnufis, Chubis, or Chupis, for thus the Greeks transliterated the Coptic knef, it is probable that the veneration in which this sigil of the pharaoh Nechepsi was held was the true source of the legend concerning Moses' elevation of the brazen serpent. At all events, I know of an enamel picture of the scene, date 13th century, in which the serpent, lifted up on the cross, is figured with the radiated lion's head, really as he is seen on these talismans. This particular sigil is generally engraved on chalcedony, varying in color from olive green to waxy white. The best executed have for material the placena traversed by an opaque white line, Pliny's Iaspis Graminatius, the estimation of which as an amulet by the Orientals he particularly mentions. 1. The reverse of this gem reads Chumis, accompanied by a row of vowels that appear to contain the word Eee, which is, according to Kabbalah, an inferior title of God. 2. The serpent elevated above the thymel, Bacchic altar, a combination betraying the influence of the Dionysiac mysteries. He declares in phonetic Hebrew, I am the good spirit. The reverse of this gem had been covered with a long invocation in minute characters, now almost entirely lost by the fracture of the material in the fire to which it had accompanied its owner. New York. 3. This chenufis, of exceptionally fine work and yet finer material, has each of the 7 rays of the crown tipped by one of the 7 vowels that make up the ineffable name. The reverse exhibits the serpent-entwined wand, badge of the Egyptian priesthood, which generally goes with this sigil and doubtless added to its power. Moses' rod and Aesculapius' club hence took their origin. 4. Another chnufis in the ordinary style. It is noticeable how the gem cutter has endeavored to give variety to the endless repetition of the same sigil, by altering the arrangement of the serpentine folds. Plate E. Monuments of the Serapis worship. 1. Serapis, viewed as the sun god, enthroned. At his feet, the triple-headed monster described by Macrobius. Before him stands Isis, or Mother Earth, holding a bunch of wheat ears and poppy heads to mark her character. The legend is the invocation, Immaculate is Our Lady Isis, a fine specimen of Alexandrian art in a beautiful sard, New York. 2. Venus, arranging her hair at a mirror, held up to her by a cupid. 2 loves, hovering in the air, hold a myrtle crown over her head. The inscription, the manifestation of Aurorif, occurs in a similar connection upon a gem in the Paris cabinet. It is hard to determine whether she be the Nuda Veritas, whose Kabbalistic revelation to Marcus is given in my text, or merely a talisman for engendering love towards the wearer. The material, magnetic hematite supports the latter acceptation. The reverse exhibits Horus, seated on the lotus, planted upon the beryl, which is constructed out of long papyrus stalks, lashed together. He here takes the title of Abraxas, and is surrounded by adoring triplets of all the animals held sacred by the Egyptians. The symbol of the sun is seen at his right. 3. Bust of Serapis, very curious for the prayer surrounding it, protect Jupiter. A proof that Serapis is here regarded as the supreme being, and the ancient Jupiter, reduced to the rank of an astral power, as indeed he was occasionally so understood in better times. Thus Perseus, Saturnumque gravem nostro Iove fregimus una. 4. Isis, veiled, with the tubulus on her head, and leaning on a tall scepter in the pose of the Roman Juno, for whom she might be mistaken, but for the invocation on the other side, baffles Serapis the evil eye, which declares the object of this talisman. 5. Serapis, enthroned, seen in front face, inscribed Hermes, followed by 3 letters, the initials of some then well-known address to that god, or if merely a private signature, Martial mentions a physician of the name, the initials refer to his business. The god of the shades was a very fit patron for a professional who had doubtless done his best to swell the ranks of his subjects. Red Jasper, New York. Plate F, Ancient Egyptian, types adapted to Gnostic ideas. It is in this class that the influence of Judaism is more strongly marked than in any other family of these monuments. These gems were designed as amulets against the power of demons, either considered specially or as manifested in the diseases of which they were the final cause to mankind. But before proceeding further, it will tend much to the elucidation of this curious subject briefly to sketch the Orthodox Jewish doctrine upon this point. There is no such thing in existence as a spirit naturally evil, inasmuch as God, being all goodness, was absolutely incapable of creating evil. Satan is himself an angel, like the others, and has his own place in the court of heaven, but he is deputed to test, by temptation, the strength of man's virtue, since without a struggle there can be no crown. The Babylonian rabbi Philemon, having demonstrated this grand truth to the satisfaction of his numerous school, was surprised the next day by a visit from this ange mal entendu, in a bodily shape, who tendered him public thanks for the pains he had taken to set his character in a true light. But unfortunately, the demiurgus had commenced his work by creating so vast a number of spirits that the Sabbath even came upon him before he had made bodies enough for half of them. These poor houseless beings are not naturally malignant, but are jealous of their more fortunate brethren for the same reason that the man who has no coat to his back hates the man that has. They therefore roam up and down the world, ever striving to force their way into bodies already occupied, where their struggles with the rightful owner give birth to all the maladies that flesh is heir to. It is remarkable that the latter belief is universal among primitive races, however widely separated, the Samoyeds, the Hindus, the Red Indians. Something similar, too, may be found in Plutarch's curious disquisitions on the nature of demons, contained in his 2 treatises upon oracles. It is the fashion of our days to believe that the Jews borrowed all their metaphysical theories from the Platonists of Alexandria. But whoever has gone deeply into the subject sees good reason to suspect that both Jews and Greeks had gone, independently of each other, to a much more ancient source for such traditions. 1. The agathodaemon serpent, mounted upon a pair of human legs. A unique variety of the class, the same idea being more usually embodied in a human figure with head and neck of a serpent, or in a serpent with the head of Serapis. The long invocation on the field evidently begins with the name of Abraxas. 2. The jackal-headed Anubis, an Egyptian scepter in each hand, advancing between the sun and the moon, the regular emblems of eternity. a remarkable specimen of religious syncretism, for the power of the pharaonic god is doubled by adding, on the reverse, the name of Michael, guardian angel of the Jewish race, between 4 stars, which certainly stand for the letters of the great Tetragrammaton. 3. Mummy enveloped in the folds of the guardian agathodaemon. The detached letters around, often so found in these gems, seem to cloak the word initia. If so, this may have been a token, symbolum, given to the neophyte upon his initiation into certain mysteries, a custom to which St. John alludes, mentioning the white stone with the new name graven thereon, to be given to him that overcometh. 4. A power equipped with double arms and wings, bearing scepters to mark his dignity, and carrying on his head the sacramental table. The tree trunk below, with its 5 lopped-off branches, had doubtless a deep mystic meaning, probably the degree of the person who carried the talisman. Of the most barbarous execution, but valuable for the name Beincho on the reverse, the astral power, according to the Pistis Sophia, resident in the planet Mercury. 5. Anubis, in one hand the scepter, in the other the lustral vase, standing above the open left hand, which Apuleius informs us was the type of justice. At his side is the goddess of truth, her head formed out of a bunch of ostrich feathers, under her feet the udder-shaped vessel carried in the Isiac procession. One deity is invoked by "Thou art our Father," the other as "Son of the Universe." The letters in the middle seem to make up the owner's name, Pia. 6. Anubis, advancing with the scepter and situla. The legend on the reverse is unexplained. 7. A talisman certainly meant to be of mighty efficacy, for it combines the influences of Anubis, Canufus, and Horus with that of the god of the Jews, rudely cut upon the 4 sides of a cube of stechist. Plate G. Egyptian types. Continued. 1. In this composition, an element from a little-used source is introduced. The Grecian Apollo, distinguished by his proper attribute, the bay branch, is seen caressing the ibis, sacred to Thoth, scribe of the gods. The latter deity being identified with Hermes, his bird carries the caduceus. It also bears upon its head the corn measure, typical of abundance. 2. The ass-headed Typhon, or the principle of evil, with quadruple wings and 1 foot hoofed, carries by the tail 2 monstrous scorpions, over his head a scarabaeus flying. Of no esoteric meaning, but simply an amulet against the bite of the reptile, made after the rule in such cases prescribed. The most convincing proof of the practice is the early Greek gem published by Jenner Cesnola, Cyprus, representing 2 asps, with the explanation Ek. And to this day the Arabs always draw upon their amulets the figure of the thing against which it ought to guard the wearer. 3. A dual power, who combines the jackal's head of Anubis with the ass's head of Typhon, whence one of his feet is hoofed, brandishes in his 4 hands swords and torches, wherewith to scare away the evil spirits. The legend on the reverse, Paraamba Vivaka Kuksik El, has not been read, but contains the Coptic name of Anubis. 4. The sun god, Frey, with radiated head, adoring the seated Thoth, ibis-headed, and using the invocation, cut on the reverse, "Thou art our Father." Inasmuch as the Neoplatonists made Hermes to be the power that regulates the motion of the heavens, for which reason Julian addressed his morning prayer to him, there is evident reason why the god of day should thus do homage to Thoth as his superior and director. 5. A very popular gryllus, its components being the emblems of the elements, the bird standing for air, the lion for fire, the ram's head for earth, and the Bacchic mark for water. This pagan talisman has been Gnosticized by Thoth's ibis, with the holy names Abraxas and Iao. But the work on both sides is evidently from the same hand, and in the style of the 4th century. The material is a rarely used stone, obsidian. Plate H. Egyptian types. Continued. 1. Tortoise lying upon the lotus, which springs out of the back of a crocodile. The unexplained legend of the reverse occurs again in connection with an analogous design, a vulture-headed winged genius seated on the back of a double-headed crocodile, published by Walsh in his Coins, Gems, etc., illustrating the progress of Christianity. 2. The Ark of the Covenant, apparently copied from the Altar of Lions, that so common device of the brass coins of Tiberius. The engraver of this late Roman gem had not studied the minute description of the ark given in the law. There is a rabbinical tradition, although savoring too much of Alexandrian philosophy to demand any credit, that the cherubim placed over it were represented as male and female in the act of copulation, in order to express the grand doctrine of the essence of form and matter, the two principles of all things. When the Chaldeans broke into the sanctuary and beheld this most astounding emblem, they naturally enough exclaimed, "Is this your God of whom you boast, that he is such a lover of purity?" On the side is a blundered attempt at the mystic word tetragrammaton, i.e. the name of 4 letters, vis-a-vis, Iod, he, Vau, he. For the names of God, according to the Kabbalah, are made up respectively of 4, 42, and 74 letters. The second explains the motive for the number of sacrifices offered up by Balaam in his fruitless attempt to propitiate the God of the Hebrews, and perhaps may have induced the composers of the genealogy of Jesus, though working independently of each other, to bring out the same mystic number by curtailing the second series of 3 of its kings. 3. A doubly winged and doubly armed power, holding 4 Egyptian scepters and standing on a coiled serpent, enclosing a holy name. The legend is a transliteration of the Hebrew for light of lights. Another form of such transliteration is given by Kailos Soroorions, reading from the end backwards, cut for reverse to a coiled serpent enclosing various sigla. 4. Thoth's baboon, bearing on his head the solar disk, in the attitude of adoration. The reverse bears Ina Mero, sometimes written Mapo Ini, enlighten my eyes, whence we may suspect this very common type to be no more than an amulet against ophthalmia. 5. This gem is given here as a good specimen of a type of which great numbers are to be met with, although its whole conception and the vague symbols in the field, the Solomon seal, celestial globe, etc., entirely out of the antique taste, refer its creation to the fancy of medieval quacks and astrologers. Was the figure suggested by the idol in the shape of an old man, with whose worship the Templars were so persistently charged? The present example, belonging as it does to the original prawn cabinet, must have been executed before the beginning of the 17th century. 6. The outline of the human figure filled up with holy names, and thereby representing Adam Kadmon, the primitive man of the Kabbalah. The finest example of this curious design, and in which the letters are the most clearly defined, is the one Kailos gives, which has been cut by a later hand on the reverse of a lion passant in the Persian style. 7. The baboon, adoring a triangle, Egyptian symbol of the moon, elevated upon a column bearing an inscription. The fact that the Pythagoreans, who avowedly got their whole system from Egypt, symbolized Athene by the triangle, lends strength to the idea that the Attic goddess was in her origin merely the expression of the lunar power. Plate J. Subjects connected with the Mithraic mysteries. 1. This pretty design may be tersely described in a line of Manilius. Quadrijugis et phobos, equis, et delia bigis. Sol and Luna in their appropriate equipages, a heathenish device enough, but the same hand has backed their influence by the invocation, Iao, Sabaoth, Abraxas. He, the living God, protect Abraxaster, the bearer of this talisman. Similar formulae, always attached to women's names, very frequently occur. 2. The Zoroastrian dog, of whom and whose office so much has been said in the text. The ill-cut bird is intended for the raven, the usual Mithraic attribute. 3. The lion of Baal, the Syrian sun god. Below, the scarabaeus, typifying the creative power. The Phoenician inscription Osan El, God gives strength, is the name of the owner of the signet. Levy quotes an agate scarabaeus at the British Museum exactly similar to this gem, a fine sard, a proof of the popularity of both type and name. 4. A unique talismanic device, converting a male sphinx into a novel bird by the addition of the legs of a crane and the tail of a scorpion. It is engraved in the Persian style, my motive for admitting it into the present class. 5. The zodiacal lion, guided by its astral genius in its course through the 7 planets. 6. The sun god, with radiated head, mounted upon a camel, typifying the east. Below is set the fire altar of Mithraic worship. He is followed by Chanticleer, attribute of the god of day, preceded by the horse, his peculiar sacrifice, as Ovid tells us. Placat equo persis radius hyperiona cinctum, ne detur celeri victima tarda deo. Plate K, Mithraic, continued. 1. Circular copper plate, of the same size as the drawing, bearing the name of Aurelius Furelius, the person for whose benefit the talisman was devised. It represents a female figure standing in the attitude of adoration, legend, the birth of salvation. On the reverse is seen the solar lion bestriding a corpse, a type so frequent in this class that it may reasonably be referred to the entrance rite of initiation, the simulation of death, alluded to by Spartianus. 2. The most elegant of these mystic designs that has ever come to my knowledge. 2 cranes, one with the head of a ram, the other of a bull, stand guardians over the Mithraic sacramental table under which lies crouched the solar lion, the house of the sun. Upon the table are set the sacred vessels. Above it is the Delphic E, badge of Apollo, between 2 palmyrene letters, and over all the 7 planets, engraved with an accuracy worthy of its elegance in a very fine sard. 3. A talisman of uncommon potency, to judge from the profusion of symbolism with which its 2 faces are overloaded. A 4-winged, 4-armed power, standing like the Babylonian Belus in the air, is involved with a multiplicity of legends, amongst which the usual formulae, Thou art our Father, Son of the Universe, Michael, Adonai, can clearly be read. The reverse shows a female figure standing and adoring the deity who guides the solar light. In the legends we can distinguish Abraxas, Michael, and Mikalo. 4. This type only differs from the last by the addition of the prostrate man under the lion's feet, and that nothing definite can be made out of the disjointed inscription. The reverse merely bears the great name Yahweh Sabaoth and the 7 vowels. The potency of such words is still an article of faith with all true Jews. In the year 1835-6, the rabbi of Nutra, in Hungary, actually stood his trial for murder on the charge of having cursed, by the ineffable name, an enlightened lady whom he had ordered to leave the synagogue on the Sabbath day, because she had ventured to make her appearance there with her hair in sight, and who had died suddenly on the very same day. The rabbi only escaped conviction by publicly and solemnly disclaiming the possession of any such power, to the inexpressible disgust of his whole congregation, who looked upon him as a wretch that had denied his God in order to save his life. Plate L, Mithraic, continued. 1. The Mithraic lion, moving through the stars of heaven. The reverse exhibits a complete assemblage of the siglae that are found, dispersed, upon so many talismans. That they stand for the names of deities and astral powers may be guessed from the fact that Mohammedans still express Allah by a circle filled up with diagonal lines. 2. Lion-headed man, doubtless a Leonticus, one of the grades in the Mithraic mysteries, uttering with uplifted hand the inexplicable adjuration, O Centaur of God, thou match for 100 demons. Here ekatondomachos is formed after the analogy of monomachos, a match for one. 3. A mobed, Zoroastrian priest or magus, performing his nocturnal devotions before an altar on which are set up various sacra, amongst which may be recognized the regular insignia of his profession, the sword and the divining rods. Engraved upon the base of a chalcedony cone, an early form of the signet in Assyria. 4. Horus, the vernal sun god, making the gesture of adoration, his whip resting upon his left arm. He is seated upon the seed vessel of the lotus, that aptest symbol of the universe, in virtue of its innumerable contents. In the long, clearly cut legend that fills the exurg, no hitherto explained formulae are to be recognized. Plate M. General Talismans. 1. Zodiacal monster, compounded of Scorpio and Capricornus, carrying a legionary standard. Bearing in mind that the former sign is under the patronage of Mars, according to Manilius, Pugnax Mavorti Scorpius Herit, and the latter a badge of the Second Augustan Legion, we may reasonably suppose this gem to have been engraved for the benefit of some member of that corps. Sard, New York Museum. 2. 3 lines of the usual Gnostic sigli in a cartouche formed by a coiled serpent, precisely in the same way that the Brahmins still write the great name Aum, a sure evidence of the meaning of these mystic characters. Sard, set in an iron ring, of which only fragments remain. 3. Fortuna, with rudder and horn of plenty, standing. The word feliciter, in scattered letters, the usual acclamation of the crowd, and the palm branch prove this gem a present to some favorite auriga. Its purport is the same as that of the monogram so often found enclosed in the field of the Antoniette medal, also accompanied with a palm, which has at last been made out to contain the elements of palma feliciter. 4. Masks of Silenus and of Bacchus, combined into the outline of an elephant's head, bearing a caduceus in his trunk. The typical beast of India is an allusion to the Indian origin of the god, and the conceit was a favorite with the Romans, to judge from the number of such compositions that they have bequeathed us. Red jasper, New York. 5. Astrological trine, or figure produced by dividing the circle of the zodiac into equilateral triangles. Here, Virgo, Astrea, at the apex of a triangle, is borne up by Taurus and Capricorn. This was the horoscope of Pescennius Niger, who placed it on the reverse of a coin on account of its appropriateness to his surname of Eustace, of which virtue Astrea was the emblem. 6. The Gorgon's head. The type explains itself by the legend, I protect Roromandares, some Greco-Persian, to judge from his oriental name. The younger Lucian tells us in his Philopatries that the Gorgon was placed upon the shields of the heroes as being a thing that wards off all dangers. Red jasper, New York. 7. Mars, grounding arms, in the costume of a soldier of the times of Constantine. The legend declares the virtue of the sigil. Mars hath cut off the disease of the liver. But a most interesting point in the amulet has been discovered by Professor Stevens, vis-a-vis, that the 4 characters behind the head of Mars are the runes for able, help. Under Constantine and his sons, the Franks, as Ammian observes, were paramount in the army. It is easy to conceive how some officer of that nation has thought to augment the great virtue of this important talisman by the addition of one of his national spells, engraved in a slight manner upon hematite. 8. Naked warrior, upon a prancing steed, brandishing a mace, that specially oriental weapon, legend, the seal of God. Curious for the material, a turquoise. To the present day, the Persians firmly believe in the protective virtue of this gem, to which they give the name of Firuz, the victor. Plate N. General Talismans, continued. 1. Universal nature, symbolized in a highly poetic manner, combining all her forces for the protection of the bearer. The eagle of Jupiter, air, the dolphins of Neptune, water, the lion of Saul, fire, are molded into the mask of Pan, whose semi-bestial nature is of the earth, earthy. Winckelmann, in describing an intaglio of the Stosch cabinet Pan, playing upon his syrinx, seated in the center of the zodiac, observes that the ancients considered this god as the type of the universe, and saw in his horns and shaggy hairs mystic allusions to the solar rays. For the same reason, Apollo shared his griffin with Pan, and Orpheus sings of him as attuning the harmony of the world with his sportive music. Onyx cameo, Rollin and Feuardent. 2. Isis standing with the asp, badge of royalty, rising from her forehead. The Coptic legend opens with the name of Osiris. The characters in the inner circle seem to be demotic. They are not Palmyrene. I have published this gem as being the finest example of the class that has ever come to my knowledge by the kind permission of its owner, Mr. J.C. Robinson. Dark jasper. On the reverse, a later hand has inscribed the great name and the 7 vowels to adapt the talisman to the new creed. Gnosn 3 and 6 are very frequent forms, made up entirely of sigilli and numerals, on which latter subject more shall be said further on. 4. This spell, great is the name of the one God, is the Jewish defiance to its rival. Great is the name of Serapis, of which Caylus publishes a beautiful example, in relief, of antique paste, a material that indicates a large manufacture of the same article to meet a constant demand. 5. Certain astral powers, represented by their then well-known symbols, are enlisted by this engraving in the service of a lady, Sabinia Quinta. A popular kind of talisman this, another very similar is known to me, made for the benefit of one Victorina. Pythagoras is perpetually referred to by Hippolytus as the real master of the Gnostics in the application of numerals to the expression of things divine. He is known to have learned his system in Egypt, and necessarily brought away with him the ciphers which he found employed for the same purpose amongst his teachers. The primitive Egyptian numerals were of the simplest nature, but their abbreviations ultimately became distinct symbolical ciphers for the several days of the months, and out of these ciphers the Arabs composed their own system of notation. Hence it follows that many of the Gnostic sigilli may be no more than numerals, connected with the astrological use of the charm on which they occur. In fact, Porphyry says of Pythagoras, in his life, that his famous numbers were merely hieroglyphs, whereby he expressed ideas connected with his own philosophy. The so-called Pythagorean numerals are shown in the manuscripts of Boethius's Geometry, composed in the 6th century, and that the numbers of Pythagoras were 10. Appears from the remark of Aristotle that some philosophers maintained that ideas and numbers were of the same nature and amount to 10 in all. That the numerals, as written down by the last of the Romans, were Egyptian demotic characters in their origin is a very probable conjecture, but it is a curious fact, and remarkably confirms what has been said above, that several of them, when viewed upside down, assume the exact form of our present Arabic ciphers. Plate O, Hindu symbols and caste marks. 1. Number 1, type of Mahadeva or Siva, fire personified. Number 2, type of Vishnu, water. Number 3, the Shirkun, symbol of the union of the two elements. Number 4, the 5-pointed figure representing the conjunction of Brahma, creator, with Siva, destroyer, becomes the famous Solomon's seal, the badge of the Jewish nation, and therefore engraved upon their tombs in the Roman catacombs. The equilateral triangle, trikun, symbolizes triune co-equality, a point, mathematical, the self-existing deity. The circle expresses Brahma, or eternity. The triangle inscribed in the circle, Trinity in unity. The circle within the triangle, unity in Trinity. The worshippers of a Sakti, female power, mark their sacred jars with the very expressive symbol, N5, those of Vishnu with number 6, and those of Siva with number 8, which signifies the copulation of Siva with Durga. Amongst the signatures of the ancient Jaina, Buddhist kings, occur the symbols 8 and 9, and also the so-called Myander, that frequent decoration of Greek coins. The 6 following symbols are various caste marks, which religious Hindus put upon their foreheads every morning with ashes of cow dung or colored earths and powdered sandalwood, producing a great variety in them by the employment of different colors. Those figured here designate the followers of Vishnu. 2. These marks distinguish the votaries of Siva and his wife, Parvati. The most obvious symbol of the passive principle of nature, the mystic yoni, and with which Sesostris branded the nations that had submitted to his arms without resistance, is decorously repressed in the general form of these marks, the 2 deities being those that preside over propagation and change, which the vulgar call by the name of death. 3. Other caste marks, denoting minor differences in the sects that bear them. They are given here because they include in their number some that appear to have been the originals of certain medieval siglae. 4. Characters cut upon the rock in the sandstone quarries of Silsilis in Upper Egypt. That they are alphabetical may be inferred from the fact of their accompanying the figures of various animals. They are of great interest to us, being identical with those so often found upon our talisman. 5. Palmyrene characters from a finely cut inscription now in the Louvre. 6. Siglae, exactly of the nature of Mason's marks, and of very ancient date, for they are found on the pottery deposited in the Gallic tombs around Bologna. Some are stamped in the clay before baking, and therefore must have indicated the maker's name. But the greater number have been scratched on the surface at some later time, probably when placed in the sepulchre to carry down to posterity the memory of the deceased. Those here given are selected from the list figured by the Conte Gozzolini in his very instructive memoir, Gli Scavi presso Bologna, 1877. 7. Mason's marks, cut on the ashlar of the old palace of Sarilat near Ispahan, whence they were copied by Usli, in the belief that they were inscriptions in some unknown tongue. 8. Mason's marks from the drawing room of Raglan Castle, an Elizabethan building. They will suffice for specimens of the notation, all the medieval, early or late, being of the same nature, though infinitely varied in minor details. Many lists of these have been published from time to time, the most recent of the marks in Duffield Church, a Norman building, published in the Journal of the Derbyshire. 9. Every genuine Freemason, not Rosicrucian recoctus Freemason, after serving his apprenticeship and being made free and accepted of the craft, receives his own mark, which he must thenceforth cut upon every stone that he dresses, in order to identify his own work when payday comes. The essential principle in the mark is that it must have an odd number of terminations. The marks here set down were in use with the masons employed in the construction of the South Wales Railway. The most convincing proof of the emptiness of the lofty pretensions of our so-called Freemasons is that they actually are entirely ignorant that this most ancient rule of the craft, to which they pretend to belong, is still regularly followed.